The story begins with a guy sitting in the lotus position, meditating in an empty space. The mysterious girl holding a long needle told him to forget that she was his protection, ordered him to get out, get to Shanghai, and find Xiao Xiao Kiao there. With a quick wave of her hand, she sticks that needle into his head, which is already full of similar needles. The mysterious girl walks away from him and tells him in a quiet voice to never come back. The guy begins to realize that it seems like a dream, but he has a feeling that it really happened. Very soon he wonders what this piercing pain in his heart is. And then Xia Tian, an orphan with amnesia, opens his eyes, covered in sweat. The blazing sun, the long highway with rare cars and tall trees around, do not help much in determining the location. The guy is confused about where he is. Standing on the road, he tries to look around. As a huge truck rapidly passes him, it stops with difficulty. The main character is frightened that he did not notice something so big. The driver shouts that he is really tired of living, while calling Xiatian an idiot. The man also tells him to die somewhere else, without dragging him into it. The truck quickly picks up speed and leaves the guy standing in a stupor. Xiatian is surprised by how angry the driver is, exhaling. Turning his head, he tries to look around. In front of him, there was only one empty road with the scorching sun and trees on both sides. After taking a closer look, Xiatian realized with displeasure that he was in the middle of nowhere and was very angry about it. After waiting a bit, the guy sees an expensive black car approaching in the distance. She moves quickly through these wastelands, standing out from her surroundings. As it turned out, there were two girls in it, one of whom decided to look at her watch. She is the daughter of one of the four largest families in Shanghai, the management of Ye Company, Ye Mengyin. In her thoughts, she thinks of her grandfather and hopes that everything is okay with him. The other girl, her sister, Su Beibei, the little princess of the Su family, says not to worry because the third brother is driving very fast. Amidst the exclamation of how good a brother the man is, Su Junfeng, Su Beibei's elder brother, finally turns away from his sisters. Sitting behind the driver's seat, he again begins to look around, enjoying nature. At the same time, Xiatian calmly approached the car speeding along the road. Waving his hand, Su Junfeng is very tense because he noticed the guy too late. The latter, with an imperturbable face, for some reason confident in his safety, begins to ask his question. Su Yunfeng, seeing that the guy still didn't move away from the road, suddenly became frightened. The driver, realizing the situation he is in, curses and starts turning the steering wheel. Su Jufeng, turning the steering wheel with all his might and pressing the brake pedal, tries to stop the vehicle. The girls are surprised by the sudden movement from the driver and are very scared. It is difficult to stop the car, which almost overturns due to the speed it had gained. Both girls are frightened by what happened. Ye Mengyin is surprised by what is happening. While Su Beibei is extremely angry, Su Jufeng leans against the window, catching her breath. Shaden notices the toll number at that time and asks if they were heading to Shanghai. With the same face as before the incident, he tries to ask for a ride. Su Junfeng, clearly still not recovered from the events of less than a minute ago, responds rudely and tells him to leave. The main character just laughs and tries to ask to get into the car again. These actions enrage the man, who shouts that he is looking for a fight. Ye Mengyin tapped on the glass, telling Su Junfeng to calm down and let him into the car. They were on the same road anyway. Su Junfeng tries to speak up, but she doesn't accept any objections and says that she doesn't want to waste any more time. The driver says that the main character is lucky and gestures for him to sit down. Xiaotian sat in the salon with a smiling face and thanked Su Junfeng. Su Junfeng tried to step on the gas pedal because the guy had already sat down. He also warns Xiaotian to buckle up if he doesn't want to die soon. The guy is clearly perplexed by the unfamiliar word and asks again what kind of belt it is. Princess Su, comfortably reclining on the back seat, points out the device to him. The main character looks in the indicated direction and is surprised by something new for him. Xiaotian stretches the ribbon over his shoulder and fastens the belt in a special box. The sister exhales mockingly and asks the main character, calling him a country bumpkin, if this is really his first time in a car. Xiaotian turns around and says that he is not a country bumpkin and gives his name. The sister is surprised to hear the name for the first time and calls it strange. However, she quickly asks him why he is going to Shanghai. The guy replies that he needs to find Xiao Xiao Kiao, whom he saw in his dream. Suddenly, Su Junfeng, who was sitting in the front seat, was very surprised to hear the name. Ye Mengyin is also surprised to hear the name, tearing her eyes away from the scenery outside the window. Su Beibei, who was speaking to him, was also surprised by this name, frowning deeply. Here the latter begins to whisper with Ye Mengyin. If there is anyone else with that name in Shanghai, the girl, after thinking for a bit, silently shakes her head in disagreement. Su Beibei wonders how that monster could know such a thick-headed guy. Having heard an insult directed at him, The main character is very offended and repeats his name again. He also explains how it is written. Su Beibei, covering his mouth with his hand, asks what kind of relationship Xiatian has with that girl and why he is looking for her. Squinting his eyes, the main character realizes that he himself does not remember why he is doing this. Here, a strange, loud creaking sound is heard from the wheels. Sparks fly from the collision of asphalt and iron. The driver quickly presses the gas pedal with all his might, extremely frightened by such sounds. Su Junfeng, with a frightened face, shouted at the entire group to hold on tighter. The car pulls off the road with a loud creaking sound. Turning to each other, Su Junfeng says that he most likely punctured the car tire. The man tells everyone to stay in the car because he will see for himself, opening the door with a displeased face. Su Junfeng is extremely angry as he hits the already punctured tire. Walking around the car from top to bottom, he realizes that absolutely all the tires were punctured, which he reports to the entire company. Here he notices a bunch of small nails that are just lying on the road. Su Junfeng starts to get even more angry, cursing at this situation. Hearing his brother's loud hair, Su Beibei looks out the window and asks if everything is okay with the car and if they can continue driving. The brother, waving his hand, assures that everything is fine and all that is needed is to call the company and request a car here. Ye Mengyan rhetorically asks how long it will take. She is clearly unhappy with this situation. The girl also asks what other options there are. The driver understands that the only thing they can do now is to call a city tow truck, immediately dialing the number. At this point, Su Junfeng looks around and notices something unusual. In the distance, he notices a lonely concrete building in the middle of a wasteland, standing among trees to which only one path leads. It turned out to be a car service center, the discovery of which joyfully Su Junfeng informs the entire company. Still holding the phone in his hand, he points to the building, saying that they can change the tires there. 15 minutes later, after the company approached the car service, a full-fledged tire change began. However, it was stopped halfway. There was not a soul around, only a dismantled car and a building. During the repair, the company went into the car service building to pay for the replacement of the tires. Inside, they met only a few men, a lot of scattered bottles and mechanical parts. The company had already begun to suspect that this was a scam, since this place was definitely not suitable for such services. The entire team, except for the main character, glared at the two men in the car service. The two men looked at each other and smiled evilly. Su Beibei began calling out to Ye Mengyan, gently pulling on the edge of her sleeve. Princess Su angrily said that most likely this was all a setup. Such coincidences could not happen, and then she snorted furiously. Ye Mengyan wasn't in the best mood either, but she didn't care. As long as they could change the tires, she was willing to pay. Then suddenly the door opens. 3 grown men burst in with iron pipes, clearly used as weapons. The gang leader mockingly exclaimed whether the company had been waiting for his arrival. Su Junfeng narrowed his eyes and asked with an angry expression what they were planning. He said that he was not his target. As long as he and Miss Su did not interfere, he would not touch them. However, if they decided to interfere, they would suffer. Su Junfeng covered the girls with both hands. One of them was clearly scared while the other stood there with an angry expression on her face. Su Beibei decided to hide behind her sister out of fear. Ye Mengyan asked the men with an angry expression who their customer was. They, having already prepared for battle and taken up arms, said that why was she asking if she knew that she would not receive an answer. With a twisted face, their leader simply said, "To assist." At that time, his gaze was fixed on the ribbon on Ye Mengyan's chest. He promised to return them safely when everything was over. Ye Mengyan shyly covered the place where their gaze was directed. The gang members started to chuckle, and their leader said that they would only do what they promised when his friends were satisfied, and he didn't mind them staying with them for a few days. Ye Mengyan clearly became agitated, calling the gang impudent. Su Beibei shouted out that her brother had a black belt in Taekwondo, briefly emerging from the back of her adopted sister, and the leader only answered sarcastically that he was so scared. Turning around, he waved his hand and told his comrades to finish them off. The whole gang, with furious faces, shouted, "Attack!" Crouching down, Su Junfeng prepared to fight as the gang began to run towards him. Su Junfeng bent down even more and tried to make a desperate dash. However, he was almost immediately hit on the back of the head with an iron pipe. This action made him scream and his eyes rolled back in shock. Very soon, Su Junfeng fell unconscious, which the gang decided to take advantage of. The gang decided to finish off the victim, already swinging a pipe at him. Both girls were seriously scared, shouting the name of their dear friend, Su Yunfeng. However, he very quickly regained consciousness, only letting out a muffled groan. Here, the leader of the gang decided to approach the girls, who were frightened for the condition of their friend. Having already extended his hands, he sarcastically said to give up desperate attempts and go have fun at his house. And then his hand was grabbed by Xiatian, who no one had taken into account from the very beginning. He asked with a satisfied face if he could take Ye Mengyan's place. Surprised by Xiatian's strength, the gang leader finally noticed his presence. He cursed and said that he was asking for death. Trying to throw his hand off, he realized that he was weaker than Xiatian and tensed up. Xiatian, with an innocent face, only said that what he was doing was illegal and that he should apologize. Meanwhile, the guy decided to grab his hand even harder, which caused it to start shaking. After lifting her up into an awkward position, Xiatian only smirked. The gang leader began to shout even louder. He cursed the main character and also began to threaten him. Xiatian decided to respond to the insult in his own way. He decided to give him a so-called gift. He extended his arm back and swung, hitting the gang leader in the solar plexus. He clearly didn't expect this and couldn't even control his groan of pain. 10 minutes later, he lay beaten and on his knees in front of the main character, writhing in pain. Xiatian just stood there with a wide smile while the man complained about how much pain he was in. The rest of the gang was frightened by the main character's strength and threw away their weapons. Now, with twisted faces, they just waved their hands and said that they had nothing to do with it. One of them even went to fix the car, which he successfully reported with a nervous smile on his face. At that time, Xiatian was just trying to lift Su Junfeng, who had been unconscious for a long time. The boy thanked the person who fixed the car and said that it would have been easier if they had done it right away. The two girls were clearly surprised by the strength of the guy, who they hadn't taken into account at first. After lifting Su Junfeng up and placing him on his shoulder, he turned to the ladies and said that he was ready to go. Su Bebe pulled Ye Mengyan's sleeve again, telling her to go, as she wanted to get out of there as soon as possible. Ye Mengyan, barely coming out of her stupor, agreed to the proposal. Thus, the entire company, along with Su Junfeng, who had not yet regained consciousness, was already preparing to leave the building. The gang leader was still lying on the floor, tearfully thanking Xiatian and asking for forgiveness from Ye Mengyan. He also promised to never bother her again. Ye Mengyan starts the car, and the group finally sets off. Having calmed down, Su Bebe asks Ye Mengyan about her opinion on the instigator of this attack. She has no idea who could do this and leaves the question for later, shaking her head. Softening her face, the girl thanks Xiatian for his help, as she was afraid of what might have happened if he hadn't been there. The guy with an embarrassed face said not to thank him. He just wanted Ye Mengyan not to be hurt. Ye Mengyan was very irritated by his disinterested answer, thinking that he was an extremely strange person. She closes her eyes and tells him to name the price of salvation. Xiatian grins and says that he only wants to be taken to Shanghai University. Su Bebe is extremely surprised by his request, as she feels that she is too young to be saved and is extremely worried. Xiatian just rubbed his nose with his finger and said that this was indeed the case because this was the only thing he remembered. Su Bebe whispers into Ye Mengyan's ear that Xiatian might actually know Qiao Xiaoqiao since he knows about Shanghai University. 40 minutes later, the car arrives at its destination. It stops at the entrance to the arch. The main character is taken out of the car and looks around. Here, Ye Mengyan hands him a business card and says that if he needs anything, he can always call her. Xiatian takes the card, looks at it, and thanks Ye Mengyan, who waves goodbye. The protagonist passes through the archway and heads towards the university. At the same time, Su Bebe asks Ye Mengyan why she didn't tell him about the university vacation that prevented him from seeing Qiao Xiaoqiao. Ye Mengyan brought her hand to her mouth and just smirked and said that it wasn't her responsibility to take care of his problems. Pressing the gas pedal, Ye Mengyan decides to continue on to the hospital. 5 minutes later, Xiatian arrives at the university doors. There is a note hanging there stating that summer holidays begin on the 1st of August for both students and university staff. Xiatian frowned and exclaimed that it would be even harder for him to find Qiao Xiaoqiao. He also wondered who Qiao Xiaoqiao was. Suddenly, a scream is heard from a nearby shop. Someone is clearly unhappy with the shop owner and orders him to leave. Xiatian pays attention to what is happening and decides to approach. Meanwhile, a girl passes by him. The guy does not yet know that this is the one he is looking for so much. Qiao Xiaoqiao turned away from the protagonist, continuing to look forward. Behind her were two people, apparently her bodyguards. This girl turned out to be the heiress of the Xiao Corporation. Someone was knocking very loudly on the door of the store. Despite the fact that the sign at the entrance to the store said open, the owner clearly did not welcome such guests. The interior was extremely pleasant. Lots of flowers and beautiful vases, a decorative wall made to look like brick. However, the man could not calm down from the lack of response, Aggressively stomping his feet on the front door, he ordered Sun Xingxing to open the door and come out. The man clearly didn't fit in the place, looking like some kind of bandit. He was sure that the owner was inside. Xiaotian also decided not to stand aside and approach the source of the sound. The crowd that came to the noise was obviously familiar with the newcomer. However, they were far from happy about his presence. In a rage, the man smashed the flower vase by stepping on it with his foot. Sharp shards lay on the asphalt, and water from the vase spilled everywhere. The man was furious. He began to threaten Sun Xingxing that if she did not come out now, he would destroy the entire store. The front door opened quietly with a soft ringing of the bell. However, the girl who came out of there was far from being in such a calm state. She was clearly nervous about the situation. As soon as she came out, the crowd of onlookers began to admire her figure, and Xia Tian was no exception. Sun Xingxing, slightly bending her head from tension, asked not to shout and said that she had no money. The man became even more furious. He said that he didn't care. He started threatening the girl that he wouldn't leave there unless she gave him 5,000. The girl cried out in despair that she did not earn that much money. How could she give it to him if she did not have it? But the man clearly didn't care whether she had that amount of money or not. He pushed the girl to the floor and told her that she shouldn't have messed with him, telling her to give him the money right away. Shaitan was clearly angry about this situation. He hated guys who bullied girls, especially beautiful ones. The girl turned to the crowd of onlookers and with tearful eyes asked for help. While they whispered among themselves, unwilling to interfere, at that moment the girl practically burst into tears, screaming that she really didn't have this money. The extortionist, roughly grabbing the girl by the collar, said that if there is no money, then it is worth going and earning it with her body. How unexpectedly a stone flies towards him. It hits him on the arm, which the man is clearly not happy about, screaming a little. He turns to the crowd of onlookers and orders the impudent man who threw the stone to leave immediately. Everyone moves aside around the main character. The guy said with a serious expression that it was him, and also condemned the man for extorting money from the girl, calling him heartless. The man was clearly angered by the guy's actions. He started shouting that this situation did not concern him. Having already swung his leg at the main character, he ordered him to leave. Xiaotian ducked and easily avoided this attack. The guy, without thinking twice, decided to counterattack, kicking him in the jaw. Moreover, he hit him so hard that the poor guy ended up on the opposite side from the store. Rubbing the bruised area, the extortionist was clearly frightened by the protagonist's strength. He was trembling and blaming the girl for finding the person who helped her. The girl herself was still lying on the floor with tears in her eyes when Xia Tian stood in front of her with a satisfied smile. The extortionist decided to quickly retreat, while promising to meet with the main character again. Xia Tian already realized that there would be a problem if he suddenly decided to return. However, he did not regret his actions. The girl stood up, wiping away her tears, and thanked the main character. The guy said not to worry and that he was happy that the man got what he deserved. Looking around, he said that he was not a student, but he wanted to find one. Sun Xingxing was obviously interested in this matter, wanting to thank her savior. She asked about the appearance and name of the person she was looking for. Xiaotian chuckled happily, calling Qiao Xiao Qiao and asking how he could find her. Sun Xingxing thought that it was another of Qiao's admirers, misunderstanding the situation. The girl replied pitifully that if he wanted to see her, he would have to wait until the university opened next month. The protagonist was clearly upset about this situation, as he did not want to wait so long. Sun Xingxing tried to cheer him up by saying that if it was destined, they would definitely meet sooner or later. Xiaotian clearly thought about the meaning of this word, and looked up with a thoughtful expression. There the guy saw only the scorching sun and a flock of birds, clearly lost in his thoughts. As soon as Xiaotian came to his senses, he asked the girl why the man demanded money. Still clearly not having recovered from the situation, Sun Xingxing, with tears in her eyes, said that his name was Zhang Dazhu, and unfortunately, they were engaged by their families. However, after moving to the city, he became interested in gambling. As the gambling became more and more intense, the debts piled up. Then the girl's mother became disappointed that they were married. As a result, the girl's family returned 300,000 yuan to his family, but this was not enough for the ex-husband. The girl explained that he later came to demand money from her because he believed that it was supposedly her duty. At that time, the girl looked sadly at the broken vase of roses. The main character clearly did not expect this and was extremely surprised, asking if she really gave him that money so easily. Turning to face him, Sun Xingxing said that she had no choice. Xiaotian countered by asking if she could call the police. Putting her hand to her head, the girl said that this would cause even more problems since any noise would affect her family. However, Sun Xingxing quickly perked up and said that there was no point in idle chatter. Inviting the protagonist to come in and take a rest, he happily agreed and said that he would help her move the broken flower vases. Sun Xingxing agrees to his help. Then Xiatian notices an ad for a flower delivery worker. Xiatian asks if he can try. The girl turns around to see what the situation is. With a satisfied smile, Xiatian shows the ad and says that he wants to apply for this position. Sun Xingxing clearly did not expect this to happen. The guy starts listing the advantages of being there. Firstly, he can stay here until the university opens. Secondly, he can even protect the girl from that man if he comes to create problems again. After 3 days, the weather was extremely bad. There was thunder, and a thunderstorm could be seen outside. Such weather simply could not help but be accompanied by rain. At that time, Xiatian was sleeping peacefully on his bed in his newly acquired residence. While he was snoring, he had a wonderful dream. The setting was extremely interesting. There was a cherry tree in bloom in the fog, bright rays of light making their way through the tree branches. As soon as Xiatian turned around, he noticed something unusual. He opened his eyes wide and realized that it was her. The girl stood under a tree. While the sun's rays were directed at her, she held a sword in her hands. The curls of her hair flowed beautifully. While Xiatian was watching this scene in fascination, she took out her sword. With extremely fast movements, she cut all the falling petals into 2 in just a couple of swings. Seeing her skill, the guy thought that this girl was extremely cute. Suddenly, the girl was engulfed in a sea of petals. A few moments later, the girl seemed to dissolve into those petals. Xiatian desperately begged her not to leave. Here, he suddenly opened his eyes. He was clearly surprised by such an awakening. Gasping for breath after what happened, the boy looked around. Everything around was as quiet as before. The rain was pouring outside the window, while the beautiful flowers enchanted with their beauty. Getting out of bed, the main character wondered who this girl was and why she appeared in his dream. He stood up and walked towards the exit of the store, intending to take a walk. After exhaling, Xiatian decided to calm himself down, thinking that as soon as he found Xiao Xiao Qiao, he would understand everything. Looking up, he just thought where she could be. The rain just wouldn't stop. The main character decided to listen to the sound of the drops. Meanwhile, despite the bad weather that day, a group of people gathered at the cemetery. Having placed a bouquet of flowers on the grave, the girl bent her knees and called her grandfather. Xiao Xiao Qiao asked with a tear-stained face, did her grandfather really not want to see her anymore? At that time, one of the bodyguards standing behind received a message. The woman approached the crying girl with a serious look and said that Lawyer Gu had called. He had said that something had happened and that they needed to return immediately. At the same time, the bodyguard decided to take a look at the grave of the deceased. A tearful Xiao Xiao Qiao told her family not to worry as she would protect the Qiao family. In front of the girl stood 2 graves, apparently those of her parents and grandfather. A few days later, the weather outside the hospital was beautiful. The sun was shining softly and only a few clouds were creeping across the sky. However, the situation in the 6th VIP neurosurgery ward was far from pleasant. An elderly man was lying unconscious on a bed with an IV drip. His vital signs were next to him. The old man was sleeping peacefully, and fortunately they were stable. Her granddaughter Ye Meng Yin sat next to him, looking at the man's condition with a worried expression on her face. A little further away was Liu Yunmeng, head of the neurosurgery department at Shanghai Hospital. Liu Yunmeng assured the girl that there was no need to worry, since her hospital had already hired the best specialist in the world to examine her grandfather. The woman was about to leave when Ye Mengyin grabbed her hand and thanked her for her concern. Liu Yunmeng smiled and patted Ye Mengyin on the head. Suddenly, a nurse bursts into the room and says that someone has sent flowers to Liu Yunmeng and insistently asks her to deliver them personally. She also asked the woman to go to the reception area. Liu Yunmeng turned her head sharply and said angrily that she was busy and didn't care about any flowers. Here Ye Mengyin puts her hand on her shoulder and tells her not to worry as she can be alone. Meanwhile, in the reception room, Xiatian begins to complain that he still has a lot of things to do and asks Liu Yunmeng to hurry up. The nurse was tired of repeating that Liu Yunmeng was currently busy with a patient. Xiatian, holding a bouquet of red roses in her hands, asks irritably how long it will take for her to be free. In 1 minute? In 5 minutes? These exclamations are accompanied by similar hand gestures. Crossing his fingers, he wonders if it will be in 10 minutes. The nurse says with irritation how much Xiatian has become annoying to her. Realizing that the main character doesn't get it and that it's useless to say anything, she starts banging her head on the table in despair. Meanwhile, the loud sound of heels can be heard in the distance. It was Liu Yunmeng who finally came out. She walked down the corridor with a confident expression. All medical staff greet their head. Here, Sieta notices a woman and realizes that she looks suspiciously like someone. Suddenly, he remembers the girl from his dreams. She did her sword dance with the same elegant gait. It was as if it had dawned on him. He realized that they were too similar. Liu Yunmeng approached the protagonist and snatched the bouquet of flowers with fury while Xiatian was still standing there in a stupor. There was a business card in the bouquet of flowers. It said in kind words that this bouquet of flowers was for his love. From the business card, Liu Yunmeng understood that the sender was Gao Mingyang and was clearly not happy with this outcome. She threw the bouquet into the nearest trash can in anger, not wanting to have anything to do with this man. Liu Yunmeng lamented with irritation. This man's actions clearly annoyed her. At this point, Liu Yunmeng felt a sharp pain in her head. The pain was clearly not pleasant as she immediately felt dizzy. The woman was clearly experiencing difficulty, as she could barely stand on her feet. Putting her hand to her head and closing her eyes, she spoke about how much pain she was in. Xiatian was clearly surprised by this outcome, sensing something was wrong. With a quick movement, he grabbed her hand. Liu Yunmeng, not expecting such a sudden movement, asked the protagonist what he was doing. The guy quickly approached her and tried to hold the woman so that she would not fall. With a serious face, Xiatian told her not to move because something was wrong with the woman. Liu Yunmeng was clearly frightened by such abrupt actions, telling the protagonist to move away from her, but the guy was adamant. Pressing 2 fingers to the victim's neck, he told her to get some sleep. With a sharp movement, he knocked the woman out. The woman began to fall with a groan, feeling her pain go away. She closed her eyes peacefully and fell asleep. The entire medical staff immediately ran up to support the nurse. This was clearly not an isolated incident, as everyone was extremely worried. Xiatian himself was surprised by his own strength. He had no idea that he knew how to use acupuncture. 10 minutes later, Liu Yunmeng was already lying on the bed like a patient. Her robe was taken off. Very soon, the woman woke up with a groan. The doctor standing nearby was glad that Liu Yunmeng had finally woken up and asked how she was feeling. Raising her hand above her head, she said that she just had a headache. These were her old symptoms. Liu Yunmeng got out of bed, thinking that she had already slept for half a day, and apologized for causing trouble to the medical staff. One of the nurses standing nearby said that she had only lost consciousness for a few minutes, and she was about to tell him about it. At the same time, another nurse standing nearby hit her colleague on the shoulder. Clearly afraid that she had said something wrong, Liu Yunmeng turned her head sharply, extremely surprised by this news. Closing her eyes, she began to remember the events before she lost consciousness. Liu Yunmeng began to remember how someone measured her pulse. Remembering the face of the main character, she realized that he was the culprit of these events. Liu Yunmeng suddenly opened her eyes and cried out that it was him. Grabbing the nurse by the chin, she furiously asked where the guy who delivered the flowers was. She said he had long since left. Liu Yunmeng then asked, "What about the flowers?" The nurse was surprised to hear that they should still be in the trash. At the same time, Xiatian, still in a stupor, looked at his palm. Xiatian desperately tried to remember if he had any martial arts skills. He even began to think that he was the older brother who was kicked out for stealing his sweet sister. He even allowed for the possibility that he was some kind of martial arts master. Thinking seriously, he began to remember all the types of martial arts he knew. Thinking that this might be true, he began to swing his arms sharply, thinking that these were fighting movements. Meanwhile, next to him, 2 girls were trying to take a selfie. After looking at the resulting photos, they saw that Xiatian had ruined them with strange movements. Here near the store, I hear a scream. Someone was screaming for help. After Xiatian came out of his stupor, he realized that it was Sun Xingxing's voice. He thought that the enemy had returned again. He quickly hurried to the store. All sorts of flowers were scattered around the store. Clear signs of the girl's resistance. The man asked Sun Xingxing with a nasty smile what she was so afraid of, and told her to stop fighting him already, because that would only hurt herself. He had already started to kiss the girl, clearly not wanting this outcome. Sun Xingxing shook her head furiously. She was scared because she was standing there in tears. Then someone grabs the man by the shoulder. Turning his head, he asks who it is. In response to Xiatian's question, he squeezed his enemy's shoulder even harder, to the point that he began to tremble. Xiatian turned the man towards him and said with a smile that it was him. Xiatian raised his hand and wanted to hit the enemy. There was a loud bang, but Xiatian didn't stop at just one slap. He continued to strike again and again. Having beaten him to the point where the man could neither speak nor move, Xiatian left him alone. Sun Xingxing began to say that she did not know this man. He said that he wanted to buy flowers and soon began to pester her. Quickly coming to his senses, the enemy was clearly angry at this situation. Pointing his finger at the protagonist, he asked how the guy dared to touch him. Xiatian said that he didn't care who he was and gestured for him to leave right then and there. Turning around, the enemy shouted at the main character to stay here. Then he pulled out a phone from his pocket and started dialing a number. Running away in tears, he told his friends to hurry up and come to Shanghai University. Half an hour later, the room was in full swing of cleaning. It was a complete mess after the man left. Xiatian was cleaning up the flowers on the floor while Sun Xingxing was washing the windows. The girl diligently wrung out a rag in a bucket full of water. Turning to the protagonist, she thanked him for his successful return. She was afraid of what would have happened if he had not returned in time. Taking the tulip and handing it to the girl, Xiatian smiled and told her not to worry. He was confident that as long as he was here, she had nothing to fear. The girl looked at the tulip and blushed at his words, soon calming down. Suddenly, someone kicks the door open. Two men walked into the store with a confident gait and asked where Xiatian was. Soon, a third man entered the store. It turned out to be that same enemy. He, with a smile on his face, sarcastically asked how long he would smile. Pointing at the main character, he told his friends to beat him up. Before she could calm down, the girl panicked again and hid behind the main character. One of the men began cracking his knuckles, telling the protagonist to apologize while his arms and legs were still okay. Taking a confident pose, he said that otherwise he should prepare to lie on the bed for the rest of his life. Xiatian tilted his head slightly and smiled, saying, "What a pity." The man didn't like the guy's sarcastic tone and he became furious. While he was still speaking, Xiatian had already swung at the enemy. He was hit so hard that blood came out of his mouth. The guy said he was talking too much. The attacker began to writhe on the floor in pain, constantly repeating how much his eyes hurt. Calling over the other attackers, Xiatian told them to stop talking nonsense and fight. The second attacker had already managed to swing his leg, as he was furious at the beating of his comrade. However, Xiatian easily recovered from such an obvious blow. Turning around, he even managed to grab the attacker's leg. With a slight movement, the man turned it over and lost his balance. With an evil expression on his face, Xiatian called over the remaining opponent. He was still standing in a stupor from how quickly his comrades were eliminated, and had just come to his senses. At the same time, Xiatian lightly waved his hand and threw one of the attackers out of the store. At that very time, the third opponent was standing right at the exit. So when the guy threw one person along with this one, he hit him too. However, the force of the throw was so great that both men found themselves quite far from the store. The third attacker barely uttered a short cry and fell unconscious with foam at the mouth. Xiatian clapped his hands and told him not to get caught in his sight, as he would hit him harder next time. Frowning, Xiatian ordered the attackers to get lost. All three, clearly frightened, quickly retreated from the scene of the incident. However, Sun Xingxing was concerned about the consequences of such a beating. Xiatian believed that if there was a problem, then one had to gather courage and overcome it. However, the girl was not at all convinced by these words and she was still scared. Xiatian grabbed her shoulders and told her not to worry, as he would always be by her side. Sun Xingxing blushed and agreed to his proposal. Meanwhile, screams were heard from the police building. Su Ziqiang, the attacker, tried to go to the police to complain that he, an innocent citizen, was beaten near Shanghai University. The man was allegedly concerned about undermining public safety and said that the attacker should be locked up. At that time, the stranger loudly slammed his hand on the table, which made Su Ziqiang extremely surprised. He recognized the stranger. It turned out to be a certain Sister Bin, whom she told him to call Officer Leng. She is the head of the 6th Police Department of the Kenhai District. Su Ziqiang, who was clearly afraid of the girl, agreed and corrected his attitude. Leng Bingbing pointed at Su Ziqiang's bandaged arm and exclaimed that he must be seriously injured. The victim complained that he was in a lot of pain and asked to be more careful. With her hands folded in a confident pose, Leng Bingbing asked how he, a shoe master, had become a victim. She picked up a stack of paper and a pen and put the pen behind her ear. She closed her eyes and asked if he had fought with anyone. The victim began to describe how he was beaten while Leng Bingbing wrote down all the details of what happened. Su Ziqiang began to complain that Yatian might be dangerous to society and that he might even be a maniac. Realizing that the man was clearly exaggerating, she waved her hand and asked if he knew about the consequences of false testimony. Almost calling the officer sister again, Su Ziqiang said that it was the absolute truth. He began to go on and on about the details of what had happened. But Leng Bingbing pressed her finger to her lips, gesturing for him to remain silent. A woman told a policeman nearby to bring her the main character. 20 minutes later, the guy was already sitting in the criminal department. He was already handcuffed and presented to the officer. The police officers who brought the guy reported to the officer that the order had been successfully carried out. Deciding to act first, Su Ziqiang pointed his bandaged hand at the protagonist and said that the police should punish him. With a sarcastic smile, he approached the guy and boasted about his connections and said that he would soon be finished. Xiatian chuckled and asked if his subordinates had passed something on to him. The man, clearly not understanding what Xiaotian was talking about, asked in confusion what he meant. Here, with sharp movements, Xiaotian kicked the man in the solar plexus, saying that he warned that if he saw the man again, he would beat him. The man did not expect such an attack and did not have time to react. Meanwhile, Yatian had already swung his leg. With a quick movement, Xiaotian hit the man so hard that he flew to the other end of the room. At that very moment, the man fell unconscious, still convulsing. Lang Bingbing immediately raised her weapon at the protagonist and told him to stop what he was doing. Xiaotian chuckled and said that he didn't even use his hands. She waved to other police officers and ordered them to put him on the ground. 10 minutes later, Su Junfeng learned that the one who beat Qi Qiang was Xiaotian. At that time, he was sitting in the car with Ye Mengyin, who was extremely surprised by this news. Su Junfeng was talking to an unknown person at that time. He asked to bring the guy to him as soon as possible. Looking out the window, Su Junfeng said that this guy couldn't live a day without causing them some trouble. Ye Mengyin was extremely surprised by this situation, not believing that he could do this. Meanwhile, the main character was taken to the interrogation room. Slamming a stack of heavy papers on the table, Lang Bingbing began her accusation. She calmly explained that if Su Ziqiang had harassed his friend, then he had the right to defend himself. But what the boy had done here was a public insult and a violation of the law. The hero said with a displeased face that he was just trying to train a mad dog. Lang Bingbing also said that he had no information about his identity, to which Xiaotian shook his head in bewilderment and said that he had amnesia and did not remember anything. In a counteroffer, he asked the officer to find someone who could confirm his identity. Lang Bingbing asked who he meant. The main characters began to say the name with a smile, but he was interrupted. The policeman who entered the interrogation room reports the situation. He approached the officer and said that Qi Qiang had withdrawn his statement, which surprised the former greatly. An hour later, Ye Mengyin and Su Junfeng were standing at the entrance of the police station. At the same time, Qi Qiang was released and was about to leave with an angry expression. Lang Bingbing started talking to Su Junfeng. She complained that Su Ziqiang was no longer a little child, but was still causing trouble. Su Junfeng sheepishly says that he will teach him a lesson for causing trouble and suggests that they go to a pub sometime for a drink. Lang Bingbing thanked her for the offer but refused it. After that, she started talking about the main character. Ye Mengyin intervenes and says that what happened today is just a misunderstanding. The guy here is her friend, but he doesn't usually act like this. However, Lang Bingbing puts her hand on Ye Mengyin's shoulder and tells her not to worry, as she will understand the person Ye Mengyin is standing up for. And then Xiaotian walks out of the room with a calm smile. Ye Mengyin happily waves to greet him. However, Lang Bingbing is thinking about something with a serious face. Xiaotian notices Ye Mengyin and is surprised by her appearance. Ye Mengyin approaches the protagonist and suggests that they go somewhere and talk. Lang Bingbing turns back to the building as she enters it. She waves goodbye. On the way, Ye Mengyin asks why, even though Xiaotian was in trouble, he didn't call her. A little away from the company, Su Junfeng stopped Ku Ziqiang and began to scold him. Looking at what was happening, the main character with an angry face asked why she came for Qi Ziqiang, who he was to her, since in his opinion he deserved a blow. Having heard the insult directed at him, the man turned around and began to threaten the guy. Xiaotian was angry at this, but quickly realized that it was just a provocation. Meanwhile, an excited Ye Mengyin said that she heard that Xiaotian had gotten a job at a flower shop and asked if he had found the person he was looking for. The boy sadly replied that there was no one at school during the holidays, so he couldn't do it. An excited Ye Mengyin asked him if he would like to help her with her business. The guy clearly didn't expect such an offer. Ye Mengyin began to explain that her grandfather was seriously ill, while some people in the family did not want her to take over the family business, which made her extremely unhappy. The protagonist says that he doesn't understand anything about business, and he just wants to find Qiao Xiaoqiao. Ye Mengyin counters by asking if he knows what happened to the Qiao family. Xiaotian has no idea what's going on there. Ye Mengyin explains that Elder Qiao, who is Qiao Xiaoqiao's grandfather, has just passed away and now the family is in chaos. Xiaotian didn't expect this, but he still asks where she is as he is ready to look for her at that very second. Ye Mengyin shyly covers her eyes and says that she can help him, but she does not promise that Qiao Xiaoqiao will meet him. Meanwhile, the situation in Qiao Corporation is tense. The conference room is guarded by 2 security guards. Apparently, such important interviews cannot be held without the doors open. All the people sitting there were extremely unhappy with Qiao Xiaoqiao, who had not come, calling her names in every possible way. Sitting at the table is Qiao Zhenguo, the director of Qiao Company, the second son of Chief Qiao. Next to him sits Qiao Dongyun, his son. Sitting opposite is Gu Yu, the head of the legal department of Qiao Company. The clock ticked quietly, and then it was exactly 2 o'clock. The front door creaked open at the last second. The most talked about person had finally arrived in the conference room. Qiao Xiaoqiao ordered her bodyguards to come in. Everyone in the conference room was extremely unhappy with Qiao Xiaoqiao's late arrival. The girl herself approaches her place with a light, confident gait. While simultaneously listening to the shouts of her colleagues, she calmly placed the stack of papers on the table. Sitting in the main chair, she left her 2 bodyguards on either side. Seeing that everyone is gathered, she begins the meeting. It is reported that the founder and president of Qiao Corporation, Mr. Qiao Tianyu, passed away from illness several days ago. It is also reported that according to the will before her death, Miss Qiao Xiaoqiao will continue to hold the post of president. Gu Yu announces that Qiao Xiaoqiao will take over the management of the company. Meanwhile, Qiao Dongyun begins to say that despite his grandfather's will, he cannot agree with it because Qiao Xiaoqiao is only a sophomore. With a smirk on his face, he says that he doesn't believe that she can manage the entire company. Hearing this from Qiao Xiaoqiao, he said that he could easily show his abilities to Qiao Dongyun. Qiao Xiaoqiao calls Funger over, and the girl provides all her colleagues with the report notes. While handing out the papers, Qiao Xiaoqiao says that this analytical report is the company's production financial report. Gu Yu says that the newly appointed president has prepared a 5-year report and is asking her colleagues to take a look at it. Many are surprised by such amazing speed. In just a couple of days, she was able to conduct such an analysis. According to her report, the company's development rate will grow rapidly. Qiao Zhenguo says that Qiao Xiaoqiao understands what is happening, and as her second uncle, he feels inferior. He soon remembers that his older brother and sister-in-law died early, because if they were alive, they would definitely be happy to see Qiao Xiaoqiao. Qiao Xiaoqiao also becomes nostalgic and remembers her now deceased parents. Qiao Zhenguo said that he had observed her father's business for many years and gained some experience. He also said that he supports her. Qiao Xiaoqiao thanks Qiao Zhenguo and hopes that he will say the same thing later. Meanwhile, she tells lawyer Gu to continue. Gu Yu reports that President Qiao will now take over not only the business, but also the company's financing operation and adjust the direction of investment. At that moment, Qiao Zhenguo furiously shouts that Qiao Xiaoqiao has no such rights, since everyone here has their own share, and she cannot decide for everyone. Qiao Dongyun also breaks into the conversation and says that even if Grandpa gave Qiao Xiaoqiao his share, she will only have 50% of the shares, which does not give her the right to decide everything. Turning to his colleagues, he asks for confirmation. Everyone there is extremely outraged by this situation and supports Qiao Dongyun. At the same time, Qiao Zhenguo smiled silently after hearing that the majority opinion was on his side. Qiao Dongyun turned to his father and only laughed maliciously. Qiao Xiaoqiao pretended not to pay attention to them and said how nice the weather was. Covering her face from the falling rays of the sun, she begins to remember the past. Looking out the window, she is nostalgic about her childhood, about how her brother told her to be faster. Little Qiao Xiaoqiao said that she was hot and that she didn't want to walk anymore. But at her words, her brother calmly took her little hand. Not out of anger, calling her a fool, he says that he will help her. Smiling to herself, she wonders where he could be now. Then suddenly the door opens and another person enters the conference room. This person is Qiao Xiaoqiao's brother. He addresses everyone in the conference room and says that this is wrong and that she has an additional 5% of the shares. Qiao Zhenguo and his son turn to look at the newcomer, clearly not expecting his arrival. Smiling softly, Qiao Xiaoqiao's brother says that he is not at all surprised that he was forgotten. And even though he, Qiao Donghai, is not involved in the family business, he still owns 5% of the shares. His grandfather gave them to him once. He didn't want them, but he thought that his younger sister might need them in the future, so he kept them until today. Qiao Xiaoqiao, with tears of happiness in her eyes, accepted the folder with shares and asked why he came. Qiao Donghai said that he came so that she wouldn't worry. Having slapped the folder with shares again, he rhetorically asked those sitting whether she would now be able to make a final decision. Qiao Zhenguo was clearly unhappy with this situation and was about to say something, but Qiao Xiaoqiao interrupted him and told him not to rush. She also suggested that he negotiate. At the same time, Xiaotian stood at the entrance of the Qiao family building. Looking at the tall building, he asked if she could really be there. Standing in front of the building with his mouth open, Xiaotian wondered in his mind what kind of person Qiao Xiaoqiao might be, whether she could help him regain his memories. Closing his eyes, he said that he would talk about it after he went inside. After he had made up his mind, he stepped forward towards the building. At the same time, 2 guards turned their attention to him. They held out their hands and said that no one was allowed to enter the building. Xiaotian clearly did not expect this development. His eyes widened. He asked why. The guards said there was no reason for that. Hearing this, Xia Tian put on a confident posture and said that he wanted to meet Qiao Xiaoqiao. The guard asked again, "With President Qiao?" To which Xia Tian said yes. Upon hearing the answer, the guard told him to come back in 10 days. Xia Tian must have been disappointed that he would have to wait 10 days again, but he suddenly looked to the other side and noticed something unusual. Meanwhile, Qiao Zhenguo raised his head and asked with a confident smile on his face what her demands would be. The girl adjusted her hair and said that everything was very simple. She only needed 3 months. If during this time the company's income level exceeded 50%, then all of Qiao Zhenguo's shares would become the property of Qiao Xiaoqiao. Opening her eyes, the girl came close to Qiao Zhenguo's face and said that if she couldn't do it, she would give all her shares to him. Qiao Zhenguo was extremely surprised by this proposal. He couldn't believe that Qiao Xiaoqiao would say such a thing. However, he was not the only one who was surprised. Almost everyone in the conference room was surprised. If the income increased by 20% during this time, it was already considered an extremely good result, and she offered 50. However, few believed Qiao Xiaoxiao and thought that this was just a quick way to get rich. Lost in thought, Qiao Zhenguo wondered if there was a reason for the girl's confidence, or if this was just one of her traps. Without thinking twice, he decided that he would thwart all her plans without hesitation. Turning to the girl, he said that 3 months was too long and offered only 1. Qiao Donghai clearly didn't expect this. He angrily asked what he was trying to achieve by limiting others. Qiao Dongyun, holding his head with his hand, told Qiao Donghai not to worry. He said that Qiao Xiaoqiao was chosen by Grandpa to be the successor, and if she was not brave enough, then how could she convince others? After closing her eyes for a moment and thinking, Qiao Xiaoqiao made a decision. She agreed to Qiao Zhenguo's proposal. She stood up from her chair and announced that from now on the company's strategic plan would be adjusted, and she also hoped that everyone would be able to cooperate with each other. Everyone present was shocked that she agreed. Some thought she was crazy and watched what was happening with surprised faces. Qiao Dongyun laughed evilly and said that it was good that Qiao Xiaoqiao had decided to go, and from now on he and his father would cooperate with her. Qiao Donghai decided to ask Qiao Xiaoqiao about her decision, as he was worried about the possibility of doing so. The girl said not to worry, as she had a plan. In the meantime, she invited him to see her new house. After adjusting his glasses, Qiao Donghai asked about the reason, since he had just returned and she was already moving. Taking him gently by the sleeve, she said that it was not at all what he thought. As he walked out of the conference room, Qiao Donghai was still worried that his uncle and the others would form an alliance against Xiao Xiaoqiao. She turned, winked, and said that she was sure they had enough of their own thoughts about each other. All the colleagues started to treat Qiao Xiaoqiao. As soon as the girl left, Qiao Zhenguo laughed loudly. Loudly slapping the table, he addressed everyone present and said that since they got into this situation together, they should solve it together. His son, Qiao Dongyun, decided to support his father. He says that many of his colleagues are people who worked hard with his grandfather to create this company, and are they really ready to work for a little brat? However, they understood that even if they joined him, there was no guarantee that they would be able to get anything at all. There was whispering about choosing sides. They knew that if they chose the wrong side, they would lose absolutely everything. Meanwhile, Qiao Xiaoqiao brought her brother to the 9th floor of the company. Opening the door, a fairly spacious room in a modern style appeared. Qiao Donghai decided to look around. Looking at the wall, he saw many photos from Qiao Xiaoqiao's past. There were even photos of him and his grandfather. Reflecting on the past, Qiao Donghai said that he still felt ashamed for leaving his sister alone. Turning in the same direction Qiao Donghai was looking, Qiao Xiaoqiao said not to worry, as her family was looking after her. When Qiao Donghai turned to look at Qiao Xiaoqiao, she said that no one could enter this floor without her permission. The girl narrowed her eyes and said that it would be great if she could do both work and life at the same time. Qiao Donghai closed his eyes and apologized once more. He understood that he couldn't help his sister in business. She didn't lose heart and said that everything would be fine since she was a genius fairy from the Cow family. Lost in her memories, she said that Qiao Donghai could never beat her in science subjects. Qiao Donghai narrowed his eyes and said that she would always be his pride. So, thinking about the past with a smile on their faces, they indulged in memories. Having met with another failure, Yatian decided to take a walk outside. The weather was fine, but the guy's mood was still spoiled. Xiaotian walked around sadly, lamenting how hard it was for him to meet Qiao Xiaoqiao. Looking at the floor, he tried to console himself with at least the fact that he knew where she was. At the same time, the traffic light was red. An expensive red car was driving along the highway. Its owner was Liu Yunmeng. Sitting in the front seat of the car, she wondered where Xiaotian could have gone if he wasn't at the store. It was a fairly peaceful town. People were busy with their own affairs as usual. A large truck was driving along the highway. In the back, there were many boxes tied with a flimsy torso. Apparently, due to the weight, this cable broke in the middle of the road. Liu Yunman was extremely scared because her car was right behind the truck. At the same time, the boxes that were secured with a rope flew towards Liu Yunmang's car. She screamed in horror because she didn't know what to do. Realizing that she couldn't stop the car, Liu Yunmang tried to swerve off the road. However, she had not calculated at all where she would turn, and only at the last moment did she see that she was driving at great speed straight towards an old woman crossing the road. Grandma clearly didn't expect this and was very scared. Realizing the situation she was in, Liu Yunmang's eyes widened in horror. She tried to turn off the road, turning the steering wheel with all her might. Liu Yunman shouted at the old lady to move aside because she couldn't stop the car. The crowd only just realized what was going on and began to worry about the old woman. At the same time, Xiatian suddenly felt some kind of power in his hands, similar to electricity. He put his hand forward and shouted with all his might. A mysterious force turned the car 180 degrees, which saved the grandmother. The old woman at the same time covered her face with her hands out of fear. Dide made a quick dash towards his grandmother. With a slight movement, he dragged her from the road to a safe place. Supporting the old woman, the guy said that she was safe now and tried to calm her down. Immediately after that, the protagonist turned his head towards Liu Yunmang. There were several black stripes leading to the car, which were tire tracks. Liu Yunmang still couldn't stop the car. She pressed the brake pedal with desperate force and finally managed to stop the car with a loud creak. Liu Yunman was clearly frightened and laid her head on the steering wheel, trembling all over. Xiaotian walked up to the car and knocked on the driver's window. The guy asked if everything was okay, watching the woman. The girl clenched her teeth and closed her eyes in fear, still not believing what was happening. Finally waking up from her worries, she turned her head in the direction of the main character. Hearing a familiar voice, she asked if he was Xiatian. Xiatian only now saw the driver and was surprised by his familiar face. Bending down slightly so that their eye levels matched, Xiatian said that this was an incredible coincidence. Liu Yunman opened the door for the protagonist and said that it was not a coincidence at all, and that she was really looking for him. Xiaotian immediately sensed something was wrong and asked how she knew his name and why she needed him. Liu Yunmang replied that it was a matter of life and death and that they had to hurry, while inviting her into the salon. A few hours later, Liu Yunmang brought the protagonist to the suburbs, where there were spacious fields and a pleasant atmosphere. Xiaotian got out of the car and asked what kind of place this was. Looking around, Xiaotian exclaimed at how many sunflowers there were. And indeed, literally nearby, there was a huge field of sunflowers that looked just like the sun. Coming closer, Xiaotian saw a mysterious tablet. It said that hearts like flowers yearn for joy. Xiaotian repeated the same phrase. Liu Yunman looked at the guy and asked if he knew what this phrase meant. Xiaotian, who was walking slightly ahead, heard this question and turned to the girl with a puzzled expression on his face. Liu Yunman said that these were all the souls of the fallen members of the Liu family. Xiaotian's eyes widened in surprise, asking again if this was really the case. The guy was extremely scared and asked what. Were there really corpses buried right under the flowers? Tears welled up in the woman's eyes. She told the protagonist to think. In her opinion, some people are cursed from birth, and no matter how hard they try, their fate cannot be avoided. Xiaotian still didn't understand the meaning of the woman's words and asked what she was talking about. Closing her eyes, the woman began to tell that it all began with her family's ancestors. She said that all blood-related members began to suffer from a previously unknown disease and could not live more than 40 years. Apparently unable to contain her emotions, the woman practically burst into tears in front of the protagonist. She said that her father passed away when he was only 30. Liu Yunman said that at that moment she realized that she only had 2 years left to live. Xiaotian was clearly surprised by this news. The guy asked her in bewilderment what kind of illness it was. Turning her head, Liu Yunman said that it was hereditary and neither psychology nor science could give clear results. At this point, Xiaotian was surprised because Liu Yunman was also a doctor. The woman said that she became a doctor for this very purpose. However, it did not help. She still could not change the fate of the family and all the results were fruitless. The woman was about to give up when she met the main character. The guy asked in confusion what it all meant. Grabbing the guy's hand, Liu Yunman said that he was her last hope and asked for help. Xiaotian was clearly embarrassed by this request, saying that he was just delivering flowers. He tried to refuse to participate in this adventure. However, the woman did not let go of his hand. She said that she knew how special he was and she saw what happened with her own eyes. Here you can hear distant clapping of hands. Some man was clearly amused by this situation. The company decided to put the issue on hold and looked in the direction of the sound source. there stood Gao Mingyang, one of the four sons of the large Jianhai family. He couldn't believe that the ice-cold Miss Liu had the same chick as Xia Tian. Behind Gao Mingyang stood his bodyguard. The woman was clearly offended by this kind of provocation, while Xia Tian tried to understand what connected these two. Gao Mingyang told her not to speak to him in that tone, because he was here to protect her from that vile liar. Liu Yunman clearly didn't understand what Gao Mingyang was talking about. The man turned towards the main character and asked if he was wrong and who she was hugging now. Liu Yunman clearly didn't expect that the conversation would also involve Xia Tian. She widened her eyes in confusion. Only now did the woman realize that she was too close to the main character and quickly moved away from him. She said sheepishly that it was none of the man's business. Gao Mingyang, turning his back on the group, said that he had repeatedly told Liu Yunmeng to be a good girl and follow him. Raising his hand to his mouth, he began to brag about his family's finances, saying that if they were together, he would be able to hire any doctor. The man also said that even if she does not recover completely, he will be able to give her a full life and told her not to waste her time on losers. The woman was clearly offended. She said that it would be better to die than to live with a devil like him. Meanwhile, Xia Tian grabbed Liu Yunmeng's hand. He placed his other hand on her shoulder and assured her that Liu Yunmen would not die. Gao Mingyang's eyes widened at such impudence. However, Xia Tian did not pay attention to him. He promised the woman to cure her. Liu Yunmen looked at the protagonist with gratitude. A week later, Xia Tian tries to open the door in one of his dreams. There are 3 doors in front of him, one on each side. The guy wonders what kind of place this is. Looking around, he notices many closed doors. And then suddenly the floor in front of the main character begins to simply crumble. Xia Tian's eyes widened in surprise, clearly not expecting anything like this. Immediately after this, the guy falls into the void with a loud scream. At that moment, someone snaps their fingers. The man tells the protagonist to wake up. Xia Tian suddenly opened his eyes with a look of horror on his face. He had not yet woken up from sleep. After catching his breath, Xia Tian tries to get up from the sofa. In front of him was Fang Jun, a psychologist who specialized in hypnosis. The man asked the boy how it went and if there was any progress. Jaden took the photo thoughtfully. The photo showed Xiao Xiao Xiao. The boy replied that he still couldn't remember anything. Fang Jun shook his head and said that was enough for today. However, Xia Tian did not want to let the psychologist go. He said that he could endure the session one more time. Xia Tian bent over and begged the psychologist as he stood up from the sofa. Fang Jun refused. He said that according to the rules, they could not do this anymore today. Jaden desperately grabbed the psychologist's hand, even letting go of Xiao Xiao Qiao's photo. Trembling, Xia Tian said that he had no other options. Then Liu Yunmen comes through the door. She asked the psychologist how everything went. The psychologist turns around at the voice of the newcomer and says that the protagonist's memories were blocked by someone. And this is a rather serious problem. Adjusting his glasses, he said he wasn't sure he could solve the problem in such a short time. He narrowed his eyes and said a meaningful, "if only." Xia Tian caught these 2 words and asked him what he meant. Fang Jun said that this would only be possible if he used a special method. It was a calm night that day. A full moon in the sky and stars shining here and there. On such a peaceful night, Qiao Donghai brought a rack of food to the 9th floor of the Qiao family building. After entering the pin code on the door, he said that he had a surprise for Xiao Xiao Qiao. Entering the room, Qiao Donghai sarcastically said that the dessert that the guest in this room ordered had arrived. But he didn't take into account that, at that very moment, Xia Tian was watching him. Looking around, Qiao Donghai said again that he was coming in. Calling his sister over and walking a few more steps, he said that her favorite pudding was here. At that very moment, he affectionately called her a fool. Looking around, he noticed that there was no one in the room, and was extremely surprised by this. Worried, he dialed her phone number because he wanted to know where she was at such a late hour. Picking up the phone, Qiao Donghai asks where she is. There was a loud hum on the other side of the phone, and Xiao Xiao Qiao was trying to say that she was on the roof. However, Qiao Donghai couldn't hear her at all. She was trying with all her might to convey that she was leaving Zhanghai for a couple of days. Qiao Donghai put his hand to his chin and said that he couldn't hear anything at all, and asked why it was so noisy. Xiao Xiao Qiao immediately says after this that she can't talk anymore, and it's time for her to go. Waving her hand at her assistants, she says that they are flying out. It was only at this moment that Qiao Donghai finally heard that Xiao Xiao Qiao was leaving Zhanghai, and he was trying to stop her because he wanted to approach her himself. However, this is already pointless. The girl has already hung up and boarded the helicopter. 5 minutes later, the door to the same room opens again. Sneaking up, Xia Tian says that since someone ran away in a hurry, it means that Xiao Xiao Qiao has already left. However, Xia Tian is happy about this situation, since his memory loss has greatly limited him. and being able to walk around Xiao Xiaoqiao's room calmly may bear fruit. Looking around the room, Xiatian sees a table with many bowls, glasses, and goblets, as well as a lone bottle of wine. Looking to the other side, the guy sees a lot of reports and papers. Xiatian is puzzled how one person can live in such a big house. Turning around, Xiatian noticed something important. There was an upside-down frame with a photograph on it on the table. It seemed that Xiao Xiaoqiao didn't want to remember what was happening in the photograph, but she couldn't just throw away such a valuable memory. Taking it in his hands, Xiatian was surprised by the unexpected photo. After looking at the picture, the guy was extremely shocked. The picture showed a small him standing in a strange pose, swinging his arm, apparently during training, and behind him lay a little girl. Both children were smiling happily. Immersed in nostalgia and as if remembering something, Xiatian realized that this girl was Qiao Xiaoqiao. The two of them secretly climbed up the wooden stairs. The old, dilapidated steps made an annoying creak. The frightened girl asked Xiatian to go back because if Sister Moon caught them, she would scold them. He told her that he just wanted to take a quick look and everything would be fine with them. Xiatian began to look around. Unexpectedly, Xiatian found the book he needed and exclaimed joyfully, this was exactly the book he was looking for. It was on top of the cupboard and the title was Heavenly Acupuncture. He was very happy to find this particular book. While Xiatian was holding the book in his hands, a girl looked in and asked what kind of book it was. The book in Xiatian's hands was blue and had a large inscription on it, which made Xiatian very interested. Heavenly Acupuncture. Shada told the girl that by learning the contents of this book, one can certainly become a super doctor and professional. She couldn't believe him. She even asked him again if it was true. So this knowledge could help cure her. The two of them were sitting on the floor among scattered books with bookcases on either side of them, and the two of them were looking at the book they had found with interest. Quite unexpectedly, they heard shouts that someone was calling Tian and Chao. They were being searched for. It was heard that they were being called and that they were desperately trying to find them. Xiatian found out that Sister Moon was looking for them. He was very upset that she found them in this Xingjing flower shop. He slept covered in cold sweat, and in his delirium, he said various words. Among them, one could understand that Xiatian was calling his little sister Xiao Qiao and asking her to wait for him. In this state of semi-delirium and cold sweat, he woke up. One phrase was spinning in his head. It was the title of the book he was looking for. He said the words Heavenly Acupuncture. Xiatian lay on the bed, covered with a blanket. He repeated Sister Moon several times and thought about it. He was worried about one thing. Who was Sister Moon? He lay there and tried to remember who it was, where he could have seen or met her. The image of Sister Moon was in front of him. She was a beautiful girl with long hair, but he couldn't remember her face. The next day, the events took place in Jinhai. This was Jinhai Hospital No. 1. It was quite large and modern. Xiatian's hand trembled as she held the long, sharp needle. A question could be heard asking if Dr. Liu was sure. The doctor who was holding the needle and standing behind the girl said he wasn't quite sure about the procedure. He stopped. She, exhausted by her illness, turned to the doctor and said that she trusted him in the acupuncture procedure. The girl didn't keep him waiting long. She pulled the zipper of her dress and exposed her back. He was in no hurry to start, and she asked him about it. The doctor couldn't believe what was happening. Looking at the girl and the needle in her hands, he thought that this couldn't be happening. Having collected his thoughts and gathered all his will into a fist, he said that, okay, he would be very careful. He decided to do everything right. Holding the needle in his hand, he approached the girl and said that he would now begin the procedure. The doctor asked to take a deep breath, and then said the phrase that he was using the first needle. He slowly inserted it into the skin. She closed her eyes from the sudden pain. Cold beads of sweat slid down her face and she screamed a little, feeling the needle on her skin. But the doctor already had the next needle in his hand and said a phrase that was meant to encourage her, that she should hold on, because this was only the beginning of everything. Xiatian took the second needle with 2 fingers and used it a little faster and more confidently. The girl was sitting with her back to the doctor and a second needle appeared closer to her neck. Her face twisted in pain as the needles in her back caused her another pain. She sighed loudly. 20 minutes later, all the needles were removed from the patient's tortured back. She sat there, barely coming to her senses because she was truly exhausted by what had happened to her earlier. The doctor approached her after the procedure, asking if everything was okay, supporting her a little after a sigh. At that moment, she felt severe pain, but the doctor held her by the shoulder. He felt the silky skin of her shoulder under his hand as she recovered from the acupuncture. He thought that the girl's skin was so soft under his palm. And at that moment, he asked himself either a question or a thought about how Needles felt. He said he was sorry. Dr. Liu replied that everything was fine and she felt rejuvenated, as if her mind had been cleared and all her worries had disappeared. Xiaotian replied that he was glad that he had helped her, but the acupuncture skills he had were still not perfect. Dr. Liu thanked Xiaotian while getting dressed and said that she knew he tried his best. She asked Xiaotian to simply call her Manny and smiled at him. Xiaotian also smiled back at her and said, "Good job, Manny." Suddenly, a voice came from the loudspeaker saying that Dr. Manlu was being invited to the VIP room of the neurosurgery department. Xiaotian also heard the announcement and wondered what had happened. Dr. Liu couldn't believe that it was Mr. Ye, the patient who became ill. She immediately went to the neurosurgery VIP room and looked at the monitors that showed all of Mr. Ye's indicators. There was a doctor and 2 nurses around the patient. The doctor said that it was necessary to prepare internal therapy. There were people in the room. Zhizhong Ye, one of the elders, Tianan Ye's eldest son, Mating Ye's father. The granddaughter only whispered the word grandfather. Next to her stood Xiao Heng Ye, Mating Ye's brother. On the other side stood Yang Jiangji, Ye's wife Ji Ye, one of the elders of the Ye group, the 3rd son of Tian An, and Xiao Ji Ye, Ji Ye's son. Xiao Ji Ye glanced at the watch on his hand and thought that it was time for the old man to die since he had a party coming up soon. Suddenly, the handle jerked loudly and the door to Mr. Ye's room slammed hard. Dr. Liu appeared at the door and asked about Mr. Ye's condition. The doctor who was with the patient replied that he had a spasm without any apparent reason. The attending physician looked up at Dr. Liu and replied that the patient had an unstable heartbeat. Dr. Liu asked a colleague if she could take a look at the patient's condition. She looked at Mr. Ye's eyes. His eyes were widened, indicating that his heart might suddenly stop. Suddenly, the monitor emitted a nasty beep and showed that Mr. Ye's heart had stopped. Dr. Liu said that this was bad because his heart rate was dropping. Then she commanded in a calm voice that they should bring her 6 milligrams of dopamine and 300 milligrams of amiodarone. Dr. Liu began performing cardiac massage on Mr. Ye and whispered to herself to tell him to breathe. She continued to persistently give him life-saving massages and tell him to breathe. Her whisper turned into a scream until her hands started working. The whole room heard the cry, "Breathe!" Mr. Ye's granddaughter stood with her brother. He lightly supported her as she whispered the single word, "Grandfather." The machine next to the patient's bed began to emit a piercing squeak. There was no longer a pulse. Dr. Liu immediately shouted the word defibrillator urgently and quickly. At this moment, Xiaotian was watching from the doorway. He saw the old man's chest tightening. Then he looked at his finger joints. There were traces of recent acupuncture. At this time, Dr. Liu was shouting for her colleagues nearby to not slow down. She was holding a defibrillator and demanding 300 joules. Then she applied the irons of the device to the chest of the patient, Mr. Ye, and a discharge was heard. But the screen still did not make a single sound, and help did not produce any results. Dr. Liu brought the defibrillator irons back together to continue helping and thought, damn. Then she again commanded the team to increase the device's discharge to 360 joules. She applied the irons to the chest of Mr. Ye's patient, and the device began to discharge again. Finally, the monitor broke its silence and began to write, showing that the patient had a pulse. With her cold fingers, Dr. Liu checked Mr. Ye's pulse on his neck. Dr. Liu breathed a sigh of relief and thought that thank God his pulse was normal. Unexpectedly, Mr. Ye's granddaughter took Dr. Liu's elbow and said that she thanked her, calling her Sister Liu. The doctor turned to the girl, saying that her grandfather's condition was still bad, and she hoped that Mengyan understood this. Mr. Ye's wife thought that she had already prepared a high-class gold-framed nanmu. Mr. Ye's wife exchanged glances with Ji Ye, her gazes laconic. At this time, Xiaotian appeared at the door and asked if Manny's sister was there. Dr. Liu raised her head and saw Xiaotian at the door of the hall where Mr. Ye was. He grabbed Manny's hand a little roughly and pulled her down the hallway, telling her to follow him. They started talking in the hallway about how Xiaotian had observed the patient for a while, and he was sure that someone had tried to stealthily kill Mr. Ye. She couldn't believe what Xiaotian was saying, that someone wanted to kill him, she repeated. Xiaotian continued to talk about what he had discovered. Some time ago, someone had given him acupuncture. The method used was extremely dangerous and left no trace. Dr. Liu thought about it. Why? Who on earth was hurt so much by the Ye family? He answered her that it was hard to say. After all, if they manage to save successfully now, then next time, luck will not help them. Dr. Liu turned to Xiaotian. After all, he can save this grandfather using acupuncture. He looked at her in surprise. Dr. Liu began to persuade Xiaotian, stop hesitating because they can't just watch him die. The granddaughter walked down the corridor and cried with tears that her grandfather would not die. The girl sat down in the hospital corridor and cried loudly because her grandfather was very ill. Dr. Liu heard the crying and recognized it as Mengyan, Mr. Ye's granddaughter. Dr. Liu called the girl's name to talk to her about her grandfather. Mengyan saw the doctor and calmed down a little, saying, "Sister Liu," to the girl doctor. The girl was crying bitterly. Her mascara was all over her face, and she just kept repeating the phrase about Sister Liu. Ye's granddaughter fell into Dr. Liu's arms and heard her plea that she must save her grandfather. Dr. Liu consoled Mengyan and said that it was okay and she would think of something. Then Mengyan saw Xiatian and asked him what he was doing there. Dr. Liu asked if she knew him. Mengyan replied that of course she knew, because it was Xiatian who saved her on the highway once. Xiatian happily greeted little sister Mengyan Ye, waving his hand at her. Dr. Liu continued the conversation by saying that since they knew each other, she would keep it brief. She touched Mengyan's cheek with her palm and said something about there being something she needed to tell her. The girl listened to her attentively. And then Dr. Liu said that right now Xiatian found out that her grandfather was poisoned. Mengyan screamed loudly when she heard the news of her grandfather being poisoned. She was indignant and very angry. How could they harm her grandfather? And out loud she said that it didn't matter who it was. She would never forgive him. Xiatian thought that all women became very scary when they were angry. At this point, Dr. Liu tried to calm Mengyan down and said that the most important thing now was to cure her grandfather. She looked at Xiatian with a smile and said that he would help, since he had cured her headache. Xiatian smiled at Dr. Liu, and he asked again if it was and started to speak, but Mengyan took Xiatian's hands and asked him to help, because he was the only one who could do it. Mengyan tearfully begged him to help cure her grandfather, Mr. Ye. He looked at her, only saying a word, and his speech was interrupted by the voices of people who came out of the ward. Suddenly, relatives appeared and asked if Mr. Ye's wife wanted her relative dead. Mr. Ye's wife responded in a very peculiar way. She said that it was time to stop pretending to be a child and to understand how much benefit grandfather's death would bring. Mengyan and Xiatian, who hugged her and held her, heard all this. They were standing nearby. The relatives left saying that they shouldn't get angry and should stop arguing in the ward. Mengyan heard her relatives talking and asked for help. Dr. Liu also begged him. Xiatian had no choice but to agree. Mengyan replied with satisfaction that it was excellent. One of the relatives saw Mengyan and wondered what she was doing there, and who was there next to her. 10 minutes later, Xiatian already had the needle in his hands and was ready to begin the procedure. He began to insert a needle into the skin on Mr. Ye's chest in order to somehow alleviate his condition. Dr. Liu and Mengyan stood in the room, and Mengyan only whispered for Xiatian to help. Mr. Ye lay motionless, and only his granddaughter whispered for him to continue fighting for his life. Unexpectedly, Grandpa Mr. Ye, who was lying on the bed, let out a quiet, long sigh. Mr. Ye's granddaughter noticed that her grandfather could now breathe normally. Shaden told her that he would come back tomorrow to do it again, and Mr. Ye would wake up soon. She came up and took his hand, thanking him and promising that after curing her grandfather, she would do whatever Xiatian wanted. But one of Mr. Ye's relatives saw all this and whispered angrily under his breath, "Where did this guy come from?" At the same time, events take place in a fashionable large skyscraper in the middle of the city. On the table, there is a small vessel from which light smoke rises upward. The man, standing near the bed and looking out the window, was talking on the phone and also asked his interlocutor not to disturb the master if possible. This man replied to Ye Tiannan that there would soon be a new outbreak in 3 days. It was Yin 19 from the Yin family who confirmed on the phone that he would definitely die by then. 3 days later, Xiatian continued giving acupuncture to Mr. Ye and put the last needle in the box. Xiatian stood by the sick man's bed and spoke to Sister Ye and Sister Manny, telling them not to worry, that Mr. Ye would wake up soon. Manny's sister was happy because there was hope for her grandfather's recovery. Manny thanked Xiatian because he was so kind to help treat her grandfather. Suddenly, there was a loud crash in the ward, and the door to Mr. Ye's room abruptly opened. Manny turned to her uncle, who burst into the room and asked what he wanted to do now. He replied menacingly that he wanted to ask about it in Mengyan. Xiaoji Ye stood next to him. Uncle Mengyan asked her sternly who it was, pointing at Xiatian. She replied that this was the one she asked to treat her grandfather. Another relative of hers began to reproach her for allowing a stranger to treat her grandfather. In his opinion, she was trying to pull off a scheme to kill her grandfather and take the inheritance for herself. Mengyan burst into tears and said, "How can he say such a thing when she loves her grandfather?" He turned to his father and said that he needed to catch this guy and then see what he would say. Dr. Liu defended Xiatian and said that this was the expert she invited. He started to say that Mengyan had promised something to Director Liu. He said that he would file a complaint with the hospital, and she had better get out of the way. At that moment, everyone heard Grandpa Ye's voice, angrily telling them both to get out of sight. Everyone ran to the sick man's bed. Mengyan exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, grandfather!" The granddaughter could not believe her eyes and continued to say the word grandfather. She fell on his bed and asked if he was really awake, and he told her that he was. The son and grandson stood in complete confusion, and all that was said was father and grandfather. But Mr. Ye was very angry and just shouted at them to leave. As he was leaving, the son started talking at the door about how But his father cut him off and said that they would talk about it when they returned. This conversation was heard by a nurse who was cleaning the corridor near Mr. Ye's room. This nurse also listened attentively to the conversation in the ward while she was working with a mop. There, Mengyan introduced Xiatian to Grandpa as the person who saved him. Xiatian smiled and politely greeted the patient, saying, "Hello, Grandpa Ye." Mr. Ye smiled and said that it was true, he knew. He heard everything while he was unconscious. Dr. Liu immediately got to work and began to question the patient about how, even while in a coma, he was conscious and could still receive information from the outside world. And then the grandfather told an interesting fact that it started 3 days ago when this child started treating him with acupuncture, and then he could hear what each of them said. Mengyan asked her grandfather if he knew who was trying to harm him. Grandfather replied that he had no idea, but the last time he drank tea with a good friend, and then he lost consciousness. Mengyan thought about what her grandfather said. He said that he drank tea. The girl went to the police station to find out who could have sent her grandfather. The police officer told them that all the footage from when the crime was committed had been deleted. Therefore, Mengyan was worried about whether the criminal would harm her grandfather again, to which the policewoman replied that there was no need to worry, since she had already assigned enough police to guard the hospital 24 hours a day. Xiatian proposed his idea for implementation to find out who wanted to harm his grandfather. It was already night outside. The events then took place in the hospital where my grandfather was lying. There was silence in the hospital because it was 11 o'clock and 59 minutes. It was dark in the grandfather's room. Only the moon shone through the window onto the bed on which the patient lay. Suddenly, the handle clicked in complete silence, and the sound of a door opening was heard. Some medical worker began to quietly enter the room as he was wearing a mask and a medical uniform. The patient slept with his head turned towards the window, only the trace of the moon illuminating part of the blanket. The door clicked again, it closed, and there was already some doctor in the room. He began to slowly approach the sleeping patient, who was lying with his back to him. But it wasn't Mr. Ye lying in the bed, it was Xiatian himself. He was lying there trying to breathe evenly and not move. The doctor approached Mr. Ye's patient's bed with his hand in his pocket. He pulled his hand out of his pocket and raised it, and at that moment, needles appeared between his fingers. The doctor thought to himself that he was very precise, especially when it came to murder. Today, the old man would fall asleep forever, and he began to move his hand with the needles closer to the patient in order to deliver the blow. But instead of the old man, Xiatian jumped out from under the blanket, ready to fight back against his attacker. He skillfully intercepted the attacker's hand with the needles and moved it away from himself. A fierce fight broke out between Xiatian and the villain in the medical gown. They fought among themselves until the attacker's needles ended up on the floor of the ward, and the one who came to kill grabbed his hand and thought what great inner strength this man had. Xiatian took off his wig and said that he had finally caught the villain who wanted to kill Mr. Ye. Xiatian threw the wig up in the air and said that waiting for the criminal to fall into the trap was so much fun. The criminal looked at the patient and thought with regret that it was that guy. And Xiatian began to interrogate the criminal, why he wanted to kill Grandpa Ye and who was his customer. The criminal gathered his strength again and began shouting for his opponent not to waste his time. The men started fighting again in the middle of a hospital room and in the middle of the night. The criminal hit Xiatian's head hard with his hand, causing him to feel severe pain. Xiatian thought deeply for a moment before delivering a powerful blow. Then Xiatian was able to intercept the criminal's blow with his palm. 6,333. This stopped the criminal, and he could not understand what had just happened to him. Xiatian began to shout that it was now his turn to deal strong blows. He punched the criminal in the stomach with great force, sending him flying away. And Xiatian shouted, "How can he harm the old man?" The criminal's eyes were filled with pain, his glasses were pushed down, and his pupils were narrowed. He was a worthy opponent. And again, a very strong blow to the criminal's stomach, followed from Xiatian with his hand. And then the criminal seemed to flip over in the air from another strong blow, and he finally flew backwards with a scream onto the floor of the room in which they had been fighting. The criminal fell to the floor with a thud, and standing above him was Xiatian, who was able to defeat such a strong opponent. The villain knelt down in front of his opponent. and Xia Tian looked at his opponent. Xia Tian stared at the criminal and caught his breath after the hard fight. The criminal, kneeling on the floor, was also trying to catch his breath and come to his senses. The criminal touched his jaw with his hand and thought that it was getting more and more fun. Xia Tian insisted that his opponent finally start speaking, but only briefly. The criminal adjusted his glasses and agreed, only in exchange for information on how Xia Tian had removed the poison using his special acupuncture technique. At that moment, the door slammed and police officers ran into the room, shouting not to move and to put their hands up. 3 police officers stood in the room opposite the criminal, holding pistols in their hands. The policewoman pointed the gun at the criminal and looked him in the eyes. The criminal looked at the girl very angrily through his round glasses, and at that moment, 3 poison needles began to appear from his sleeve under his fingers. A moment later, needles from under the palms of the hands were fired at the police officers opposite. 3 needles flew, making a sound similar to whoosh. They were poisonous. Xia Tian started shouting that the needles were poisoned and that they had to be careful. The police officers who stood opposite the criminal were very frightened by the appearance of needles which were poisoned. The policewoman shouted to her colleagues about the need to dodge the needles, as they were poisonous. But one needle still caught her. After all, it was flying straight at her, and the girl did not have time to dodge. This needle hit her right in the face, or rather in the bridge of the nose. It caused her a lot of pain. Xia Tian crushed the remaining needles with his sneaker so that they would no longer pose a danger. At this moment, the policewoman starts to fall, and Xia Tian grabbed her in his arms so that she wouldn't hit herself and shouted for Miss Leng to be careful. They still fell, hitting the floor. Miss Leng was already very ill. Xia Tian supported her. The next second, she hugged Xia Tian, but she was still lying on the floor of the ward. She turned to him with words to let her go, because he was still holding her in his arms. Xia Tian finally noticed that he was holding a girl and said, "Sorry." At the same time, the window from the ward quietly opened. The hand of the criminal did it. He jumped onto the windowsill and shouted that they were scum and to meet again next time. The criminal jumped out the window. Only a medical gown flashed in the darkness, and a voice was heard from the window that the suspect had escaped. Half an hour later, a white robe and cap were already lying on a table in the living room of a residential building. Removing the mask from his face, the criminal said that he had not met a person with such strong inner strength for a long time. Touching the wounds on his hands, he noticed that if it had been someone else, his hands would have probably broken. He looked at his hands and again asked himself what kind of damn power this was. Then he started calling his leader. Greeting him, he said that he could find the one he was looking for. 3 days later, there was a conversation at the nightclub about how young Master Gao hadn't come for 2 days, and whether he missed the girl. Master Gao told her that he missed her, while hugging her with one hand and holding a glass in the other. Then he looked at the girl mysteriously and asked if she had any tricks she would like to show him. But then the conversation was suddenly interrupted by a noise. Someone's hand fell on the table with such a crash that the contents of the glass almost spilled out. It was Mr. Ye's grandson who said that he was annoyed by some bastard. Master Gao wondered who could have provoked Master Ye since he was so evil. Master Ye took the bottle of alcohol, shook it a little so that a few drops spilled out, and said that it was his cousin Meng Ying Ye. Master Ye brought the bottle of whiskey to his lips and began to drink straight from the bottle in one gulp. Master Gao asked his companion to wait for him outside and he would call her later. The girl agreed. Master Gao spanked the girl loudly on the butt, and she replied that she loved him because he was a very bad guy. Master Ye threw the bottle down on the table with force and continued to say that the old man simply opened his eyes. But even though he woke up, she was still the one handling the company's affairs. He was worried why his father couldn't do this, or himself in the end. Master Gao chuckled to himself and thought that his interlocutor was simply a slacker and could not manage the company's affairs. Master Gao suggested having fun instead of thinking, although if he didn't mind, he had an idea. Master Ye was interested in what his friend suggested. Master Gao said that he would get his cousin for him so that he could punish her. That way they could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Master Ye asked him again, wasn't he playing with that doctor and why Meng Ying again? Suddenly the door shook. Someone knocked loudly and a voice was heard, which said that the young master had woken up. Master Gao, sipping a drink from his glass, told the one who knocked to come in. A guard came in and reported that he had made inquiries about this guy. Master Gao sat on the sofa and listened. Master Gao stared at his guard and only briefly asked who he was. The guard began to report that his name was Xia Tian, a visitor living temporarily in Sun Xing Xing's flower shop, and there was no other information about him. He was acquainted with Dr. Liu as he brought flowers to the hospital. Master Gao smiled because he thought he was worthy of attention, and Xia Tian was just an ordinary courier. The guard showed him a photo He looked at the photo of Xiatian bringing flowers into the store and said that it looked quite harmless. Master Ye whispered angrily to let him look at this photo. Master Ye recognized the man in the photo and said it was him. Master Gao asked if he knew him. Master Ye confirmed that he knew since it was he who had cured the old man together with Ye Mingying. Master Gao noted that he was quite capable, although it remained to be seen who was better. The next night, when the moon was shining through the windows, the following happened in the flower shop. The wall clock showed 9 o'clock and 30 minutes past midnight. Xiaotian stood near the flowers and inhaled their pleasant aroma, because they smelled so good. But something made Xiaotian wary, and he asked Xingxing what that smell was. For some reason, the store doors started to creak, as if someone was entering or leaving. Xiaotian, thinking it was Xingxing, asked her if she was going home after the gym. Sinsen, wearing a sports t-shirt and shorts, walked in on him with a bag and asked how he knew it was her. He turned a little red with embarrassment, but replied that her body had a special smell. But it was most noticeable when she sweated. She became embarrassed and told him not to talk nonsense, otherwise she would cut his salary. Xiaotian laughed, but said that his sense of smell was stronger than that of an ordinary person. Jingxing replied that it was fine, but she brought some noodles for him and handed him the bag. Having said that she was leaving and needed to eat while it was hot, she ran out of the store. Xiaotian thought of her as such a good girl as he looked at her. Further events unfold at night near the building of Shanghai University. Xingxing was running near the university, upset by what Xiaotian said. She thought that he was a brat and shouldn't have said anything about how she smelled. A black car stopped near Xingxing. Its door suddenly opened and someone jumped out. Sinsen was roughly stopped, grabbed by the arms and body, and began to hold him. The two villains who were holding the girl told her that she was running alone at night. The kidnappers held Xingxing down, covering her mouth with their hands so that she couldn't scream, and she could only quietly moan. 10 minutes later, Xiaotian was sitting and eating the noodles that Xingxing brought him. They were very delicious. Suddenly, the complete silence was broken by the ringing of the telephone, which was standing on the table nearby. Xiaotian, with his mouth full of noodles, picked up the phone and replied that this was Xingxing Flower Shop. But he was cut off mid-sentence. Xingxing's trembling voice on the phone begged Xiaotian to save her. In the flower shop, Xiaotian could be heard asking Xingxing's sister what had happened to her. He wanted to hear the answer, but the girl was no longer heard on the phone. He asked her to say something, but at that moment the kidnappers covered Xingxing's mouth, and she could no longer speak, only moaning. One of the kidnappers told Xiaotian to come to the unfinished building near the shore, and in an evil voice he added that if he was not there within an hour, let him think that she was a corpse. And he laughed evilly. Xiaotian shouted into the phone about who this was, where Xingxing was. He wanted to hear her. The kidnapper, putting down the phone receiver, grunted and hissed that he would soon die. Xiaotian immediately ran out of the flower shop and ran towards the unfinished building, shouting for little sister Xingxing to hold on, because he was already on his way. Xiaotian ran quickly until his nose caught a scent that was familiar to him before. It was the smell of Xingxing, and Xiaotian ran through the city. Following the smell, Xiaotian quickly ran through the streets, passing lampposts and various houses, trying to help his Xingxing. The two kidnappers were talking about how this chick was so tasty, and they would definitely do something with her. One of them took the girl by the chin and, lifting it, looked into her eyes and confirmed what they had planned, so as not to miss their chance. The second one laughed evilly, standing nearby and watching his friend and the girl. Xingxing was very scared, holding her bruised arm, and asked what they were going to do. The villains stood, grinned, and decided which of them would be first. One of them answered that he would not mind, and together. The girl began to sob loudly and begged them not to come near her, but the kidnappers stretched their hands towards her and told her to be a sweetheart, to be patient and not to anger them. Unexpectedly for both the kidnappers and Xingxing, a voice was heard ordering them to take their hands away and not touch the girl. It was Xiaotian. Xiaotian quickly ran up the stairs to the criminals in order to quickly save Xingxing. He started a fight with one of the villains, he jumped on top of him and wrestled with him. Then Xiaotian hit the criminal's face hard and accurately with his elbow, and he, finally defeated, fell to the ground with a crash. Xiaotian told him that he was a bastard because he wanted to harm Xingxing. Xiaotian approached the girl, hugged her, and said that everything was fine. She recognized him and called him by name. Xingxing hugged Xiaotian tightly and whispered that he had finally come to save her. The criminal turned to his friend, saying that this dude is disgusting and is purple okay, but he was barely breathing. Xiaotian turned to the villains, wondering who sent them to kidnap Xingxing. But that kidnapper only hissed angrily and promised to kill Xiaotian soon. Xiaotian punched his opponent in the face and said that he would ask him again. And he punched him again, saying that he was talking too much. Xiaotian looked him in the eye and demanded that he answer who sent him. The kidnapper remained silent. and Xiatian stepped on his hand. The villain screamed that it hurt, but still said that it was young Master Gao. Xiatian asked again if this was Gao Mingying. He also wanted to know where he was now. The criminal replied to Xiatian that he did not know where Master Gao was now. Xiatian asked him again if he knew, or if he could count the bones like these, and stepped on his hand, saying that he would break each one like this. The crack of a broken bone was heard. The criminal said that he was in the nightclub, Cockerel and Sib, and he asked him to spare him because it was none of his business. Suddenly, the sound of knives flying nearby was heard, launched by someone. Xiatian shouted cautiously and shielded the girl Xingxing from danger. One knife hit the villain with green hair right in the forehead, and he lay there, not alive. The second knife was already in the middle of the forehead of the second villain with purple hair. Both kidnappers lay dead on the floor in pools of their own blood in the middle of the unfinished building. And someone was running down the stairs. Xiatian started screaming to find out who it was. Xingxing was in Xiatian's arms and said that she was scared, and he said that it was over so that she wouldn't be scared. The girl cried and looked at her friend, saying that she thanked him because he saved her again. He said that it was okay, she didn't have to remember it, and they had to get out of there. She wiped her tears and agreed with him. Xiatian thought about the following. The kidnapping and killing of people happened, they harmed Xingxing, and Gao should answer for it. 30 minutes later, Xiatian was at the casino looking for young Master Gao. Security was bustling around inside the casino as someone tried to destroy everything. Xiatian stopped one of the casino guards by placing his hand on his shoulder. He was interested in information about where Master Gao Mingying was now, but the security guard was new to the casino and didn't have any of the necessary information. Then Xiatian stood in the middle of the hall, with Xingxing standing behind him, and he loudly called out for Gao Mingying. He kept calling Gao Mingying's name, shouting for him to come out to him. Further down the corridor, one could hear several phrases about the need to warn the boss. Go ahead. No, they don't know anything. Help. Gao Mingying, with a glass in his hand, as always, thought that this idiot who was fighting with him over a woman should be taught a lesson. There was a sound of a person approaching Gao Mingying's office in the casino. It was the guard who reported the bad news because Xiatian had come to see them. Gao Mingying put down his glass with a bang and asked in surprise, "What?" To which he replied that Lao San said he was very good at kung fu. And Zimao couldn't keep his mouth shut, and Xiatian knew where Gao was. Gao Mingying angrily shouted that he was no good, complete shit. And then the guard was informed over the radio that Xiatian was already there. Gao Mingying gave instructions to the guard to call Long Quan, and he did not want to see Lao San anymore. The guard understood everything. Gao thought angrily that Xiatian was causing trouble in his establishment, and he couldn't believe it. At this moment, something hard pressed against Master Gao Mingying's back in the middle of the office. Gao Mingying broke out in a cold sweat from fear and only said, "Damn." Xiatian ordered Gao Mingying to kneel on the floor of Gao's own casino. Gao Mingying quickly fell to his knees on the casino floor, and behind him was Xiatian. Xiatian ordered Gao Mingying to hit himself in the face with his hand right now, but Gao Mingying started shouting. No, he never wanted to do this on his own. And then, still unable to control himself, he hit his head with his hand. Xingxing, clinging to Xiatian's shoulder, asked him to let the person who ordered the kidnapping go, because she was very scared. But Xiatian didn't want to do that. He said that he wanted to make Gao understand that he couldn't be angered, and ordered him to hurry up. Gao Mingying was kneeling in his casino, punching himself in the face and head. He hit and hit himself in the face and head until blood appeared, and his head began to spin. At this moment, something hard pressed against Master Gao Mingying's back in the middle of the office. Gao Mingying broke out in a cold sweat from fear and only said, "Damn!" Xiatian ordered Gao Mingying to kneel on the floor of Gao's own casino. Gao Mingying quickly fell to his knees on the casino floor, and behind him was Xiatian. Xiatian ordered Gao Mingying to hit himself in the face with his hand right now. But Gao Mingying started shouting, no, he never wanted to do this on his own. And then, still unable to control himself, he hit his head with his hand. Xingxing, clinging to Xiatian's shoulder, asked him to let the person who ordered the kidnapping go because she was very scared. But Xiatian didn't want to do that. He said that he wanted to make Gao understand that he couldn't be angered and ordered him to hurry up. Gao Mingying was kneeling in his casino and punching himself in the face. He hit and hit himself in the face and head until blood appeared, and his head began to spin. Xiatian ordered him to tell what other things he had done. Otherwise, he would be slapped until he died. Gao Mingying lay on the floor with a swollen face, barely conscious and trying to say something. Suddenly, a policewoman appeared and ordered Xiatian to stop and let him go. Xiatian saw Officer Leng among the two subordinates in the casino next to them. Officer Leng insisted that Xiatian was not above the law and that he should cool down and stop. Xiaotian was angry, saying that Gao Mengying was a villain, and he had kidnapped Xing Xing. She checked the pulse of the villain Gao Mengying and said that everything was fine. He was alive. Then, in an official tone, she asked him if he was Master Gao Mengying. He started shouting and saying that an officer had finally come to save him from Xiaotian. He stood up and pointed his finger at Xiaotian, saying that he had provoked the fight and that she should arrest him. But Xiaotian said that 2 of his men were lying dead in the unfinished building, and he needed to identify them. He denied it and said that it was nonsense and he knew nothing. Officer Lan ordered someone to be sent to this unfinished building to find out information. Then she turned to the others, saying that they were all going with her to give evidence. At the appointed time, in the big city, in the light of the moon, the story continued. The sounds of a helicopter approaching a special platform could be heard above one of the skyscrapers. From the roof, someone was watching the helicopter approaching him very carefully. The helicopter landed in a special place on the roof of a multi-story building. The man who was meeting someone said a tender phrase when meeting the baby, and the girl answered her brother with the words that she was finally home. Sitting on the sofa, the little sister happily said to her brother, "Oh, home, sweet home." The brother was curious to know what his little one had been doing these days. He asked her to tell him. She replied that she would leave her mother and brother for now, and by then they would see a great show, and winked at him. Suddenly the phone started making a strange sound. 633633. He laughed, asking what it was. She was also interested in what it was. A message arrived with the text to come and look at the behavior of the almighty Master Gao. She watched the video and said she had no idea that he liked to hit himself. And then she saw a second guy on the video besides Gao. She said that this guy... After taking a closer look at the video, she said with certainty that it was her little brother, Xiaotian. An hour later, the events moved to the police station. It is heard that someone very tough dared to hit the first Master Izyan Kaya. The hand tapped the folder with documents, and the voice kept saying that all the witnesses' testimonies pointed to him. How could he explain it? Officer Leng interrogated Xiaotian. He replied that Gao had committed many atrocities, that apparently his conscience had suddenly awakened and decided to punish him by beating himself, and he had nothing to do with it. Officer Lan leaned over to him and whispered in his ear that she was curious how he could control him and order him to beat himself up. Xiaotian stared at the officer's chest and told her that he was a good boy, and was so scared that his eyes went dark. She noticed his gaze, became embarrassed, and shouted at him to behave more decently. Their conversation was interrupted by a policeman who said that they had found something in that place. She asked what. But the officer stared at her and noted to himself that it was impossible because the cold princess blushed, to which Officer Lan shouted that she had stopped staring at her. He went on to report that the forensic expert confirmed that skin fragments from the crime scene matched Sun Xingxing's DNA. The 2 dead have been identified as members of the Earth Street Gang and are followers of Zhe Laosan, who drowned in the river an hour earlier. Officer Lan couldn't believe that everyone was dead and asked to see the documents. The first photo was of Zhe Laosan, a famous criminal in the police and beyond. Officer Lan concluded by saying, "Kill to shut everyone up. That's all about that situation." Then she showed him a photo of the criminal Xiaotian. She asked him if he knew that person. He said it was dark, but he felt that he was the one who killed those 2 kidnappers. In the criminal department, Xingxing and Mengying Ye were walking down the corridor. Xingxing asked Miss Ye why Xiaotian had not yet come out of the interrogation room. She had just started to speak when she was interrupted. The policeman led Gao, who promised to kill Xiaotian. The policeman ordered him to move on. Mengying looked at the man in surprise and only whispered to Gao Mengying. Master Gao certainly recognized this girl. It was definitely Qi Mengying. He asked if Shaoiz had ordered him to be taken away from there, as he had hoped. She walked forward, saying that these clothes suited him so well. Her gaze was directed only forward. Master Gao replied that he was very happy about it, but Miss Ye did not call him. But Xiaotian, she stopped, looked forward, and said that she finally saw Xiaotian. Gao turned his head and began to realize that he had just been ignored. And Xiaotian stood with 2 girls who were worried about his well-being and whether everything was okay with him. Unexpectedly for everyone, an explosion and a total blackout were heard in the police station. Xiaotian started asking what was going on, but the girls only made sounds. Xingxing pressed herself tightly against Xiaotian's back. She was scared after the recent events. Closing my eyes, pressing my cheek against Xiaotian's back, I heard the word brother. They looked at each other and couldn't believe it. He said you, and she began to clarify that it was she, his little sister, Xiao Qiao. He looked at the girl in bewilderment and kept repeating the word you. He couldn't believe it, and she looked him intently in the eyes and said joyfully, "Brother Xiaotian." And then he remembered how they were sitting under a tree and she asked if he loved her. He answered, of course. They sat back to back, and she asked again who he liked better, Sister Moon or her. He thought for a moment, laughed loudly, and said that he liked both girls. Xiatian started to touch her cheeks and asked if it was really her, his little sister Xiao Qiao. She replied, yeah, it was her. At this moment, all the girls, Officer Leng, Ye Mengying, and Xingxing, were upset by this meeting. Shaden heard threats directed at him to immediately release Xiao Qiao. Ye Mengying couldn't understand how this could happen. It was impossible. Xingxing thought that it was no wonder that he was looking for Miss Chao, since they had known each other before. And Officer Leng stated that Xiatian was hiding a lot of her secrets. Xiao Qiao took Xiatian's hand and said, let's go, to which he replied, of course let's go. Mengying waved her hand in frustration towards Xiatian and Xiao Qiao, who were walking towards her. Menin asked them to wait, and they stopped to hear what she had to say. Xiao Qiao asked Mengying if she had fallen in love with her brother, or why she had to fight with her for Xiatian. Manan instantly blushed. She felt uneasy and just hissed, you... Then Gao appeared, telling Miss Chao that Xiatian was frivolous and a womanizer, and he would run away to another woman so she shouldn't be deceived by him. To this, Xiao Qiao replied that a rose smells like a rose no matter what you call it. Xiatian laughed at this. Xiao Qiao said that everything was fine and they were going home. The young master was upset. An hour later, in a new high-rise building, in a fashionable house, the following events continued. Xiao Qiao asked Xiatian about his memory loss, and she wondered what had happened to him over the years. He replied that it was indeed strange. He was out of town and did not remember anything except his name. She asked if he remembered Sister Moon. Xiatian remained silent. He barely remembered her. Then Xiao Qiao blushed a little and said that it was good that he only remembered her. The young master started shouting that Xiao Qiao and Xiatian were too close. Xiao Qiao said to him that she had something to tell Xiatian, and the young master could go to the living room. He didn't have to worry because she had 2 guards. The door to the room closed with a loud bang, and the young master left the room. Xiao Qiao suggested that Xiatian's brother live with her, but he replied that he wouldn't. The girl was very upset when she heard such an answer to her question and asked why. Xiatian said that he had better return to Xing Xing flower shop in case the scoundrels harmed her again. She smiled and said that she would support him in everything, because he was her brother Xiatian. Xiatian replied that she should be sure that he would always protect her. She confirmed that she knew this. A cool car pulled up to the entrance, and at that moment the front door opened. Someone unknown in the darkness called out loudly to Xiatian. He looked around for the voice. Suddenly the car's headlights lit up with bright light, blinding Xiatian's eyes. Master Gao stood in front of Xiatian with his guard. He said that he had been waiting for him. Standing on the street was the stern and evil Long Qi, Gao Mingyin's hired killer. Xiatian saw a scary, stern assassin when he walked out of his house onto the street. Cao asked Long Qi not to kill Xiatian but to capture him alive. A big fight then broke out between the assassin Long Qi and Xiatian. They fought each other hard, taking and parrying blows of varying strength. Suddenly, the mercenary stopped for a few seconds and stopped fighting with Xiatian. They looked at each other from some distance, assessing their opponent. Long Qi said that it was rare for anyone to be able to withstand even one of his powerful blows. Shada told him that Long Qi was indeed strong with his massive muscles. Then Xiatian, shouting, "Eat this!" dealt his opponent another powerful blow. Long Qi held back the blow, saying, "Well, come on." He was not afraid to fight because strength was his trump card. Their fists met in a furious fight, made a sharp sound, and found their opponent. Long Qi couldn't understand why he couldn't defeat Xiatian in this battle. They fought with each other using everything they could at that moment, both their hands and their legs. Long Qi dealt powerful blows to Xiatian, and the surroundings were pitch black. Xiatian, dodging him in the darkness, laughed. Did he really miss? Long Qi shouted that he not only had strength, but also, without finishing his sentence. Long Qi finished his sentence with the word speed and delivered another blow to Xiatian. Gao watched from the sidelines. He saw clouds of smoke, dust, and fire. Gao gloated because Long Qi would make Xiatian regret going against him. Xiatian asked Long Qi if what he said earlier was true. Long Qi thought for a moment. Long Qi touched his temple and thought about the phrase that he might fall. And Long Qi fell unconscious on the ground, face down. The strong opponent was defeated in battle. Xiatian thought that he forgot to mention that his trump card was not in strength, but in something else. Xiatian turned to Master Gao and asked what about him. After all, he was the one to blame for some of the troubles. Xiatian asked young Master Gao again, and he started shouting that there was no way. Even Long Qi couldn't handle it. Gao started running quickly towards his car so that Xiatian couldn't catch up with him. Xiatian asked his offender again if Gao was going to run away from him now. Xiatian raised his hand forward and concentrated all his powerful strength into one target. He aimed it at Gao and he fell. never reaching his fashionable yellow car. Master Gao Mingying lay motionless on the ground next to the car he had arrived in earlier. The guard quickly ran up to Gao, shouting, "Young master!" He was worried about him. Xian had told him to stop shouting and let him find a more comfortable bed. The events were watched from the sidelines. The observer noted Xiatian's incredible strength. He also whispered while standing in the bushes that he could use young Master Gao. The events then take place in the Jingxing flower shop the next day. Xingxing was upset because if Xiatian found Miss Chao, then he would hardly return to her. Then Xiatian suddenly called her and wished her good morning. She was very surprised that he came back. Xiatian said that he came to work if she did not mind him delivering flowers. The shop owner's face flushed with embarrassment, but she answered, "Of course." Xiatian laughed and said that it was only morning, but they already had a lot of orders. At that moment, Xingxing remembered something very important, and she barely cried out. Shouting that they would see each other later, Xingxing ran off to do her daily business. Xiatian smiled because little sister Xingxing seemed a little strange today. Xiatian's phone on the table suddenly rang. It was his little sister Xiaoqiao. He smiled and picked up the phone, asking if she had missed him much lately. She told him the news that Master Gao Mingying was now in a coma. Sister Xiaoqiao warned her brother that both the father and son of the Gao family were terrible people. He should be more careful. He replied that he understood and that she should not worry. Further events take place in the International Private Hospital. Gao's father asked the attending doctor how his son was and when he would wake up. The doctor replied that without knowing the exact cause of the illness, they could do nothing now. Gao Ershuan, Gao Minying's 62-year-old father, shouted that he invested several hundred million into the hospital every year, but they could do nothing. The doctor apologized and said he would do his best to find a solution. The father continued shouting that if Manin did not wake up, he would destroy the entire hospital and drove the doctor away. Then Father Gao saw his guard, and he said he was very angry with him. He grabbed the guard's face with his palm and squeezed it hard, looking at him sternly. Then he threatened him because he pays so much money for them, and if something happens to his son, they will bury him alive. The guard said that maybe we should kidnap that guy Xiatian and force him to cure Gao. He called the guard names and told him to take him so that he could invite Xiatian to cure Gao. The bells rang in the flower shop. Dr. Liu asked if Xiatian was there. Xiatian asked Sister Yunman why she was there. He was curious about the reason for her visit. She told him that she had a lot of problems because of him, and he just smiled. He replied that she shouldn't worry and didn't have a headache. Dr. Liu blushed at Xiatian's words. After all, he was worried about her well-being. He asked why she came, and she asked again if he had forgotten, because they had agreed. Xiatian couldn't remember the promise. Dr. Liu reminded her about her family's medical examination. Xiatian hit his head with his hand and said that he almost forgot about it. Taking Sister Xingxing's hand, he dragged her along with him to visit Dr. Liu. Sinsen blushed as she asked him if he wanted her to accompany him. He smiled and said yes, because she was now his main object of protection. He would keep an eye on her. Xingxing finally realized that Xiatian had returned to protect her from the enemy's attack. Dr. Liu said that her grandfather was looking forward to her arrival and they left the store. There was a black car parked on the street, and security guards were opening the doors for some person. A solid, stern man got out of the car, and 2 guards caught up with him. The man in the suit asked if this was Mr. Xiatian. He was looking for him to talk to. Xiatian asked the man who he had the honor of speaking with at this moment. It was Gao Mingyan's father who asked Xiatian to save his son Gao's life. Xiatian replied that he didn't know either Gao or Mingying, that he was mistaken, and that it was time for him to go. Father Gao stopped Xiatian. He said that there was a misunderstanding between them, and that after he healed him, he would bring his son to apologize. Xiatian apologized again, hugged the 2 girls, and said that he saw that he was busy. The father asked to cure his son, as he was in a serious condition, promised to give him everything he wanted. But Xiatian said that when the Gao family understands what troubles they have done, then they will talk. Father Gao clenched his fingers into a fist, furious at Xiatian's words. He looked after Xiatian as he left and called him a son of a bitch because he didn't want to help him. Gao's father was very angry. He couldn't believe it. He ordered the guard to take him to Qiaoxi. At the same time, Xiatian, Dr. Liu, and Xingxing entered the Liu family's old estate. They heard the approaching sound of a woman's heels on the stairs of her house. Dr. Liu said that they were already here and the house belonged to her beloved grandmother. Xingxing looked around and noticed that the courtyard was very large, and Xiatian confirmed that it was magnificent. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his hand, and he couldn't understand what was wrong with it. Xingxing asked what was wrong with him, and Xiatian replied that he had some special feeling. Then he smiled slightly and added that it was probably just his imagination. Meanwhile, a young girl with gray hair was lying on the bed, unconscious. Her fingers began to move slightly on the blanket that now covered her. The three of them entered Dr. Lu's home, where her grandmother was also located. The girl introduced her companions as Dr. Sia, whom she had already spoken about, and behind him, Miss Sun. The three of them politely greeted Dr. Lu's elderly little grandmother. She replied that it was an honor to meet him and began to bow down, but Xiatian stopped her. Grandma began to say that Xiaoman had told her everything, and that he had become the greatest benefactor of their family when he came to their aid. Xiatian smiled at her and told her not to say that. It was just that he and Sister Yunman were on good terms. Suddenly, Liu Yunman's third uncle, whose name is Lu Qi, appeared and asked where this miracle doctor was. He extended his hand to Xiatian in greeting and firmly shook the new doctor's hand. Then he said affirmatively that he thought that it was Xiatian. After all, it was him that Dr. Liu had spoken about. He continued suspiciously that they were ordinary people, and if he wanted to get his money, he had to pass his test. But Xiatian suddenly grabbed his wrist and asked if he would allow him to check his pulse first. Xiatian looked him in the eye and suggested that they talk in private since he had problems with his male affairs. Even if Lu Qi took the pills. The uncle flared up and started shouting back at him that what he said was complete nonsense. Xiatian smiled but continued that in less than half a year his children would call someone else Dad. A woman ran into the room screaming. She wanted to tell the news. She turned to her grandmother and said that Miss Man's hands had just been twitching. Grandma asked excitedly, ordered her to be taken away quickly. Dr. Liu also asked if it was true that Aunt Meng's hand was moving. They all followed the woman, and Xiatian said, "Let's take a look." They entered an expensive room, where there was a large, expensive bed and other furniture. Lying on the bed was Liu Meng, Liu Yunmeng's aunt, who was 32 years old. Grandma sat down next to the bed and called Meng, and Dr. Liu called Auntie. Xiatian and Xing were standing at the door. He started to say this, and she asked him again what exactly was wrong with this girl. The girl was lying on the bed unconscious, all pale and with gray hair. Xiatian looked at the girl intently and began to say again that he felt his heart begin to beat much faster than before. Xiatian looked at Liu Meng and couldn't understand why she had such a warm feeling. He asked Dr. Liu who this little girl was and what had happened to her. She said that it was her aunt Liu Man and that she had a strange illness. She then began to tell the story that when Auntie was 16, she went to a school camp on Mount Qingfeng and suddenly disappeared. And when the rescue team found her, she was already in a coma and lying on the ground. There are no bruises or abrasions on her body. The doctors tried everything but could not wake her up. Liu continued that she had been sleeping like this for 16 years and her appearance had not changed. She still looked like a girl. The grandmother touched the girl's forehead with her fingers and whispered that, alas, her everyday mane. The grandmother went on to say that if God wanted to punish them, then why did he choose her daughter instead of her? She didn't know what to do next. The beautiful girl lay on the bed with her eyes closed and did not move. She then told his grandmother not to be sad and to let him examine the girl. He now touched the hand of the lying girl and felt something unusual. He suggested that there was an alien force in her body that was interfering with her breathing. And that was why she fell into a coma. The girls immediately started asking a bunch of questions. Dr. Liu asked if he could wake her up, and Xing asked to save the girl. He replied that he would try to do something, but they had to get outside the room. Soon the front door closed behind them, and all the visitors left the room. 15 minutes later, Xiatian began to share his power with Liu Meng to cure her of an unknown ailment. His palm was opposite the girl's palm. Something incredible was happening. After some time, the girl quietly gasped. Everything happened unexpectedly. The girl remembered that she had been looking for ever-blooming roses in the camp, but could not find them. She danced and sang serenely and joyfully among the school camp and the wild nature. She wondered where all the princes were who could dispel the infinity of dreams. And at that moment, she felt some kind of impact on the surface of the ground with her foot. The girl saw a scary lake in the fog in the middle of the forest. The power of this lake attracted her, enveloping her entire body. The girl could not understand where she was now and what was happening to her. She was getting sick and could barely ask herself what was wrong with her. Xiatian got caught up in the whirlwind of all this with the girl he wanted to cure in real life. She asked who he was and their fingers intertwined, giving him support at that moment. But he suddenly began to move away from her and she tried to catch him with her hand. She asked him not to leave. The girl was left alone in some kind of weightlessness. And then in real life, the girl suddenly woke up and asked if he was her prince. Xiatian asked the girl in surprise who the prince. She was a little strange now. She asked Xiatian with trepidation if it was he who had just woken her up. And he replied that it was. And she, like a child, began to squeal happily that she knew that her prince would wake her up. He pulled away from her a little and introduced himself, and also objected that he was not a prince. She joyfully and screamingly threw herself into his arms, shouting that he was the wonderful Xiatian, her prince, and her savior could not understand what was happening now. At this time, Grandma, Dr. Liu, and Xing Xing looked into the room because of the noise. They heard Xiatian screaming and asking to be released, and the girl who had just woken up, without letting go of Xiatian's embrace, screamed that she would never let him go, and he asked his little sister Xiaoqiao to save him. Then the events moved to a multi-story building with a helipad. Sister Xiaotian sat in a chair in the study among the books and began to sneeze violently. She thought that it was probably her little brother Xiatian who was missing her so much right now. She talked to her uncle, who asked her about the Gao family's proposal, to which she replied that she did not agree with it. Uncle said that the Gao family offered her 200 million, and as long as Xiatian treated Gao Mengying, her pocket would not be empty. She answered her uncle sternly that she didn't care how much they paid her for it. He continued that if she didn't need the money, then what about the Gao family's inheritance? Gao Renshuan said that he wanted to form a marriage alliance between your families. If you help, you can marry Gao and have money and property. She angrily replied that she needed to talk to her brother, and that she also didn't want to marry Gao. The girl pointed out to her uncle that if he had so much free time to talk about the Gao family, he should better take care of the company's affairs. The uncle went to talk to his son. He asked what she had said, and the father angrily replied that she was a scoundrel, and that they would not be able to get the money that the Gao family had agreed to pay. The son thought about it and told his father that he had an idea. He was clearly up to something. The son said that Qiao Xiaoqiao always listens to her brother. If Qiao Donghai asks, she will not say no. The father still doubted his idea, as he did not know how to convince her brother to help. The son said joyfully so that his father could be sure that everything he had planned would work out. An hour later, a voice could be heard in Dr. Liu's house saying that Xiatian was so cool. Dr. Liu said he helps her again and again, and she doesn't know how to thank him. He smiled and said he would return in a few days for more treatment. Dr. Liu's aunt screamed that she wanted to be with him. After all, he saved her and was her prince. He cried out in fear, "What? Why?" She really did frighten him with her pressure. The grandmother tried to somehow calm her daughter Meng, but she was happy. But Meng was already hugging Xiatian and saying that she really wanted to be with him. Auntie Meng enthusiastically told Xiatian that she liked the way he smelled. Dr. Liu angrily began to ask him what he had done while he was treating her aunt, but he replied that he had really done nothing. And the grandmother told her daughter to be a good girl, and Dr. Xiatian would play with her next time. He confirmed that next time, but Meng only told him not to deceive her then. Running away from home, he shouted for his little sister Lu, and dragged Xing Xing along by the hand. The girl laughed, saying that it was a fun day. Xiatian said that it was impossible to tolerate this girl because she was very tiring for him. That same evening, the following event took place in a nightclub in a Chinese city. Sitting at the table was a sad-looking Ye Meng, 22 years old, Ye Xiaojian's sister. Two people sat down next to her, and she said that she felt so sad when she heard that Gao was in the hospital. Her interlocutor called her stupid because she was still thinking about Brother Minion. He said he had an idea to save her brother. She thought about this idea. She was very interested in the idea and asked for more details. Su Xiao needs to be convinced to ask Qiao Donghai to find a guy named Xiatian, and Minying will be saved, and she will become Gao's wife when he recovers. She asked if he meant Su Qiaoqian. She was irritated to death by him. He continued to persuade her to think about a happy family life when she became the mistress of the Gao family. The girl agreed to make her move. 2 hours later, Qiao Donghai was painting a picture, mixing paints on an easel. He shed a few tears because his sister would look gorgeous in her wedding dress. The doors suddenly opened under the pressure of Su Xiaokan's belly, who rushed into the room. Su Xiaokan, 21 years old, one of the 4 young masters in Shanghai, asked Donghai to help him. Donghai asked without turning around if it was Ye Mengyun. He recognized him by his gait. Su Xiaokan was surprised how he knew. Donghai replied that there were only 2 important things in his life. That was eating and Ye Mengyun. Su Xiaokan blushed a little and replied that Donghai knew him very well. Donghai became serious and said that he could not understand what he saw in her. So he asked what he wanted him to do. He begged Donghai to ask his sister to persuade Xiatianya to cure Gao Menying's illness. Donghai replied that they wanted it, but he knew how his sister felt about it. Su Xiaokan fell to his knees and begged. He called him his best friend, and if he didn't help, he would die. He also remembered that when Donghai was called a girl, he supported him. Donghai closed Su Xiaokan's mouth and said that it was okay. He would try to persuade her, but he had to stop talking. Su Xiaokan was happy because now Meng Yun would kiss him. Dong Hai sighed how naive he was. The next day, Xia Tian met with his sister. She said that she could not refuse Dong Hai. She asked him if he knew about Zhao Qiao's friend. He replied that everything was fine and he wouldn't let her down. The sister was very angry about all this because Gao was a scoundrel, but in fact he would be saved. Xia Tian smiled. Everything would be fine and he wouldn't let him get rid of him so quickly. They came to the hospital to see Gao, and the father thanked Xia Tian for coming. Xia Tian asked his father if he was ready to answer the question he asked during their last meeting. Father Gao promised that when his son woke up, he would definitely teach him not to cause trouble for Xia Tian and his friends. Xia Tian replied that it was correct and began to use his power to heal Gao. Xia Tian replied that Gao was now healthy, but he continued to sleep and did not wake up. The father angrily asked what one needle and when he would wake up. Xia Tian reassured him that Gao would wake up soon. Xia Tian added that he would need to get another needle injection in 6 months to fully recover. This frightened Father Gao, and he asked again what it meant. Something was bothering him. Xia Tian clarified that if Gao behaved like an honest person for half a year, he would cure him. Otherwise, he stopped talking. The father angrily asked what he meant by otherwise, and Xia Tian, leaving the ward with his sister, replied that otherwise he would not have grandchildren. Father Gao slammed his fist hard on the hospital bed. He was very worried about Xia Tian. He looked at Xia Tian with anger and thought that he was a piece of shit. His son Gao began to make different sounds at this moment and began to slowly wake up. In his sleep, young Master Gao screamed at them not to kill him. He was scared, and then Gao heard his father's voice telling him not to be afraid and that he was nearby. When Gao woke up, he told his father that Xia Tian had tried to kill him and that his father should take revenge by killing him. The father, frowning, told his son not to worry. He would take revenge on him for everything he had done. That same evening, a meeting of previously familiar people took place in one of the fashionable restaurants. They were having dinner at the table. Dong Hai told Xiaoyan that he owed him something because he had solved the problem. Su Xiaokan raised his glass and said that he also owed Xia Tian for his help. Jiden told them not to worry about it, because if Xiao Qiao asked him, he would do it. Dong Hai angrily asked again about his Xiao Qiao. At these words, she stood up and asked everyone to eat. Su Xiaokan was eating crab and turned to Dong Hai and said that if he didn't hurry, the edge would get cold and he would eat it. Xia Tian said that Su Xiaokan had an incredible appetite and smiled at him. To this, Xiao Qiao sadly said that he became like this because of one woman. And she started telling the story that it started several years ago. Xiao Qiao repeated the girl's phrase that Su Xiaokan is a pig. When he wants to court a girl, he must eat for her. 5 years earlier, Yun was walking with her friends from school and actively discussing current fashion. Each expressed their opinion about different clothing brands, discussing all the nuances. At this moment, Xiaokan suddenly ran up to Meng and decided to invite her to the cinema. However, she was absolutely not interested in this, which she stated without embarrassment. The saddened guy did not know how to win her favor and constantly heard her refusal. But suddenly she offered him to help her in exchange for going on a date with her. Naturally, the young man agreed because he literally dreamed of winning her heart. Yun said that he needed to eat 10 plates of fish balls for her to win the bet, and after a certain time, the teenager began to devour this dish. Although it was not an easy task, the desire to impress the girl was stronger. But after he passed the test, Meng gave him another plate of meat again. Thus, Tsang became a laughing stock. But he did not care about this moment. The protagonist, in turn, interrupted Xiao's story and asked what the point was for Yun to help Gao. Sai remarked that she wanted to become the mistress of his house in order to get a lot of money. Meanwhile, Mingyang and Meng were in the hotel room, having a pleasant conversation. Jan asked how he could thank her, and the girl began to talk about her feelings for him. Then the extremely self-confident Gao decided not to miss his opportunity. Yun, in turn, hinted to him in every possible way about intimacy, which Min took advantage of. Everything seemed so obvious and simple, and soon they assumed a horizontal position. Initially, nothing foreshadowed trouble, and the guy acted quite confidently. But after a few seconds, he was defeated, which immediately made him lose his temper. This problem dragged on for 10 minutes, and Mingyang began to think seriously, because he had not previously had any problems with this kind of matter. The perplexed Meng Yun couldn't understand what was going on with Gao and why he was avoiding her. Unexpectedly, the girl suggested that he take the appropriate medicine. Jan's reaction was quite harsh, and he hit her, then ordered her to get out of the hotel. At the same time, the teenager understood perfectly well that this was the work of a young master. At this moment, the young cultivator's ears suddenly began to itch, and he realized that someone was clearly cursing him. Xiao said that it was Gao. Xia smiled and noted that the more he did this, the less chance he had of success in love affairs. A couple of minutes later, Meng called Tianyu. The guy picked up the phone and asked what happened. The girl asked him to come to Sun's flower shop, which the young man did not expect at all. After some time, he came to the store where Aunt Lu was waiting for him impatiently. A stunned Jia asked why she had come and what was going on. Yunman said that she had to take her with her because she kept talking about him. The main character suggested that she give herself an injection so that she could rest a little. However, the young lady objected, claiming that she had slept for 16 years. Instead, Meng suddenly grabbed his hand and pulled him along, saying she wanted to play with him. A couple of hours later, the young master found himself with the irrepressible girl and Yunman in a karaoke bar. Man noted that she was now like a child and therefore extremely difficult to be with. Suddenly, the aunt turned around and said that she had composed the next song herself, which she of course dedicated to her savior in the form of a young cultivator. But at the same time, Tian understood how difficult it was for her, because she had spent 16 years in darkness and loneliness. But this did not change the fact that her childish behavior greatly irritated those around her, especially Jia, who refused to play her games, which Meng was extremely unhappy about. It also seemed to her that Tian was her betrothed, and together they would be happy. Yun, in turn, also tried to calm her down and explain the obvious things, but she didn't care. At that moment, someone shouted loudly in the corridor. Soon a waitress burst into the room, her clothes torn. An unknown man chased after her, holding a broken bottle of wine in his hands. The enraged drunkard attacked her, declaring that she had to be an obedient girl. He suddenly grabbed her leg and dragged her along the ground, but Zia arrived just in time. In the end, he calmed the insolent man down with just one blow, ordering him to take his dirty hands off her. The old man immediately fell to the floor, not understanding what had happened or who dared to attack him. Then he instantly got to his feet and rushed towards the teenager with a broken bottle. Meanwhile, Man tried to help the hotel employee by examining her wound. She also reported that he had harassed her, but the man himself did not see any problem with this. A couple of minutes later, the manager and a security guard ran up to him and asked Director Chi for forgiveness. Assurance that this girl is new and does not know how to behave properly with such people. The old man in turn scolded them and said that if she did not please him, then by tomorrow the hotel would be closed. Then the distraught manager promised him to solve the problem and approached the hotel employee, after which he began to hit her, saying that she was obliged to obey the director. At the same time, he began to force her to ask forgiveness from such a respectable citizen. Tian could not continue to watch this monstrous injustice. As a result, he immediately hit the manager and demanded that he not touch the girl. The main character stated that as a hotel employee, he had no right to give such orders to his subordinates. The old man rebelled once again and attacked the young master, claiming that he didn't dare treat him like that, but Jia stood his ground. The young cultivator also decided to teach such an arrogant stranger a lesson. Subsequently, Tian broke his leg, which turned out to be quite painful for him. Qi instantly collapsed to the floor, screaming in unbearable pain. Everyone was stunned by what was happening, but suddenly he reached for the bottle again. Xia, of course, did not allow him to do this, in connection with which the guy grabbed her and said that if he moved, he would not live. After which the young man ordered him to ask the girl for forgiveness, which the old man did not expect at all. The frightened director immediately changed his menacing grimace to a tearful face. Yun, in turn, bandaged the hand of a hotel employee, and Meng noted that Tian was a good doctor. By that time, the police arrived, led by Len, to whom the manager began to prove that an unknown person had harmed the waitress. At this moment, Bin suddenly saw Xia and was stunned that he was in trouble again. The enraged girl asked with extreme displeasure what had happened here and why he was here. Yunman, in turn, began to defend the young man, claiming that he had saved the hotel employee. At the same time, she urged the girl to tell the truth, but she was afraid that she would be fired from her job. The restless manager called on the police to detain the criminal because he had the murder weapon, but Len asked to see the video footage from the camera in the corridor. The employee replied that it was broken, and they didn't have time to fix it. The security guard immediately confirmed the manager's words. Then being asked to be taken to the crime scene, the guy said that it was in the corridor. But when Len saw bloodstains that led into one of the rooms, the manager immediately changed his story. He claimed that the teenager had actually attacked the old man in the room, but there was no trace of him. After all, if Xia had entered the room, he would not have been able to leave without getting covered in blood. Naturally, everything indicated that the employee was simply lying to her, which is what she accused him of. Ultimately, Bean ordered all those involved in the crime to come with her to the police station. Where the girl noted that Tian definitely liked the department, the guy smiled, after which he said that apparently God himself had ordered them to meet again. Len urged him to take this matter seriously because he was constantly getting into trouble. Even if he was doing justice, he couldn't beat people, but Xia had a different opinion. Claiming that he simply had brittle bones, he suddenly grabbed her hand. Then he said that she had a bad pulse and that she had been clearly experiencing discomfort lately, adding that she needs to be examined as she probably has endocrine dyscrasia. An enraged Bin ordered him to immediately let go of his hand and not to talk nonsense. Her partner, Captain Enping, also demanded that he not touch her, but the main character ignored Juan, who rushed towards him. The young master instantly jumped aside along with the frightened Lan. Thus, the enraged captain struck the ground, which was what Zia wanted. The young cultivator, in turn, asked the police officer if she was okay. The woman immediately pushed Tian away from her, replying that she was fine, after which she asked Anping how he ended up there. The enraged Huang said that he wanted to visit his girlfriend. Bean knew that for now it was best for her to keep quiet and not ask unnecessary questions. Taking the folder with documents in her hands, Len asked the captain to go first, but Pin couldn't calm down because Bin simply ignored him. But she continued to insist that she had a lot of work and absolutely no time. Anya still offered to have dinner with her after she finished. Jia, in turn, asked one of the police officers if he really was her boyfriend. Then he told him a story about when they were on another operation where they had to arrest a criminal. Who took the girl hostage? Lan asked the snipers to start work, but Juan objected. Because the killer was on the edge of the building and could drag the hostage along with him, Anping suddenly decided to take matters into his own hands and confidently stated so. Armed with only a pistol, he intended to deal with the criminal. Bean was very worried about him. Knowing full well the risk he was putting himself at, suddenly along with the gun, Anping handed her some paper, which was quite strange. When Lan unfolded it, the policewoman saw the inscription. Juan asked her if she would become his girlfriend. Naturally, she didn't take it seriously, not understanding what he was even thinking about. Soon they surrounded the bandit from all sides and called on him to surrender, especially since he had nowhere to run. Of course, the criminal refused to do this, demanding that they not provoke him. Meanwhile, behind him, Anping was climbing up the wall of a multi-story building with the help of a rope tied to him. But at a certain moment, when the bandit was retreating back, he miscalculated and fell down along with the hostage. Juan reacted instantly and was eventually able to catch the frightened girl. However, it was extremely difficult to hold on, and Pin hit his head against the wall. Thus, blood began to fill Anya's right eye and he did not loosen his grip on his hand. But Bean came to his aid in time and grabbed the girl by the hand. Juan was extremely grateful to her and hurried upstairs where the others were waiting for him. Soon, Len pulled the hostage out, and the criminal died from his injuries. However, no one understood why Anping had been harassing their captain ever since. He kept inviting her to dinner, but Bean always found new excuses. At this point, Juan once again infuriated the girl, and she reacted rather nervously. After striking him, which Ping did not expect, Tian suddenly ran up to them. Having separated them, he noted that this was the second time he had saved Len's life, and she should be grateful to him. An enraged Bean began to shout furiously at the protagonist, who again tried to smooth things over, saying that he simply decided to help her, but Len urged him not to interfere in something that was none of his business anymore. The young master, in turn, sadly noted that it is difficult to be a good person, after which he urged Anping to continue his monologue and approach the captain. Then he touched him with his hand, and the enraged Juan was able to speak again. The young cultivator instantly rushed towards the exit, declaring how he sincerely hoped that this would be his last meeting with him. A stunned Pin asked Lan who this guy was and why he was holding her hand. Bin remained silent, but the irrepressible An continued to ask about their relationship. Meanwhile, the enraged Gao continued to curse Tian, as he was still experiencing some difficulties. At this moment, Sia was walking around the city, and suddenly lightning struck a nearby pole. The young man assumed that God had given him a sign and spared him for his good deeds. 3 days later, the teenager went to work at the flower shop again. Where Xiao suddenly appeared, Tian, extremely surprised, asked what she was doing there. Xiao showed him the food container and said that she decided to bring him a snack, adding that she was actually cooking for the first time. When the girl opened the lid, a not very pleasant smell began to come from there. But Xia silently began to eat the not very tasty food, realizing that he had no other choice. After which she asked him if he liked her cooking. The guy answered positively. Because he didn't want to offend his sister, he was forced to dine on her rolls. After a certain time, an unknown girl entered the store and the teenager saw her. He happily threw the food to Xiao and walked towards the customer, asking what she wanted. The mysterious masked stranger silently placed a wad of money on the table. Tian was shocked. She then handed him a list of addresses where flowers needed to be delivered for a certain Anko. A few minutes later, Meng Ying also entered the store and greeted Xia. Seeing Xiao, she asked her what she was doing there and why she came. The girl answered with a similar question. E noticed that something terrible was happening inside her company and she was going shopping. She said that things were not going well for her in the corporation, and she was not doing her own thing either. At this moment, the unknown person in the hat was noticeably surprised by what was happening, hearing a familiar name. Men continued to escalate the situation with Xiao, and they began to argue among themselves. Tian immediately ran up to Ying and asked what she wanted. Ye said that her grandfather was inviting him to dinner. Xiao started being cheeky again, saying that he saved her old man, and she decided to repay him with food. The stranger suddenly said that she was a hypocrite, and the stunned protagonist asked who she was. The girl immediately took off her glasses and mask, revealing her scarred face, and declared that it was Meng who had disfigured her. Shocked, Ye Ying said Kai's name, and for a moment everyone became quiet and began to look at each other. Young Master and Xiao also couldn't figure out what was going on and who this An was. Perplexed, Manin asked the unknown person what was wrong with her face. An embittered Kei responded that her family had done this and she would never forgive them. However, Yi said that she did not understand what she was talking about. So the girl began to tell her a story, which began a month ago and had a tragic ending, where Anya was required to sign a certain contract. Xiaoji and his assistant had a direct relationship with this matter. After all, as always, he pursued his goals, especially since he liked this artist. Her agent Yan, in turn, noted that it was a great honor for them to collaborate with their company. And just as everything was moving towards signing the contract, Kei suddenly objected, saying that she had one small condition that required special attention, adding that in order to promote their products, she is obliged to try them on herself. But her assistant insisted that Tiannan Corporation had never had any problems with such products. In the end, the girl listened to her assistant and signed the contract. However, 2 weeks later, Anya looked in the mirror and saw a horrifying picture. Kai continued to convince Ying that it was her corporation that had disfigured her face. And now, she can't even go outside without a mask, not to mention the cancelled filming. After which she began to cry, but Manon asked if the cosmetics were really from her company, adding that she was not trying to shirk responsibility, but Tiannan was her brother's organization. And she never interfered in Xiao's affairs, so she has no idea how this happened. But the most important thing is that this product sold well, and she only took on responsibility for financial management. Plus, they didn't receive any complaints from customers. It was all really quite strange. But Kei again stated that this was caused by their products, since at the time of testing, she stopped using other cosmetics, and also asked if this had nothing to do with her. Then why did she give her a bribe? The stunned Manin said that she had not given any bribe, and that this was the first time she had heard about it. The girl said that Yi's family gave her money and asked her not to comment on what happened. They cited the confidentiality clause in the contract, and now she is in a hopeless situation. The main character suddenly asked if she had seen a doctor. Kei replied that she had a serious illness and there was no cure for it. Because the doctor said it was lead and mercury poisoning, Anya started crying again, stating that her life had become unbearable and that fans were worried about her because she no longer appeared in public. Ye Ying asked her again if the doctor had said anything about lead and mercury, and Kei answered positively. Men also asked her how long she had been using this cosmetics, and Anne repeated 2 weeks. At that moment, the girl seemed to understand something and immediately hurried to the exit. After saying goodbye to the young master who couldn't understand what was happening, Xiao in turn noted that now Company E definitely has big problems. The puzzled young cultivator asked what exactly she meant. Xiao said that if things really were as Qi said, then the Ye family would face irreversible consequences. Then Tian approached the injured artist and began to examine her face. The bewildered girl asked what he was going to do with her. Xiao happily said that Xia could actually cure her, and An was shocked. At this time, the embittered Manin went to her cunning brother's office. She also took all the necessary documents with her. Xiaoji immediately noticed her. I asked her why she had stopped selling cosmetics so suddenly. In threw all the folders on the table and said that these drugs had not passed the quality check. The enraged brother urged her not to throw around such words and asked what happened. Then Meng Ying reminded him of Kei, who had been poisoned by lead and mercury, which had left her an ugly girl. Xiao immediately turned his gaze to his assistant and asked if he hadn't given her money to keep quiet. The manager responded positively, adding that he himself could not understand how this could happen. Then she claimed that in fact, Anne had intentionally disfigured herself in order to earn more money from them. In addition, any cosmetic product contains various additives, and it is possible that this provoked some kind of allergy, after which the guy absolutely calmly took out a cigar and lit it, saying that his sister shouldn't be so trusting. Moreover, in any case, they will sort everything out in the shortest possible time, and there is nothing to worry about. However, a few minutes later, a frightened secretary ran into Xiao's office, which reported the news that a crowd of people were crowding outside their building, demanding that they be given their money back for a bad product. Manan was shocked by what happened, realizing that they were now in big trouble because of Ji. At that moment, she turned to him and asked if he had foreseen such a turn of events. Xiaoji was simply stunned and didn't know what to do in such a situation. The enraged people, in turn, continued to storm the Tian & Company building, while declaring that the corporation was responsible for its actions. Security guards had a hard time holding back the onslaught of disgruntled consumers. Journalists also arrived at the scene, and one of the victims told them that her daughter's face was disfigured. At that moment, her tearful daughter approached them, with similar wounds on her face to An. Everyone demanded only one thing: that the company be punished for what it had done. At that moment, Agent Yan suddenly squeezed her way into the crowd of people and reported on Ka's condition. After all, Anya also used this cosmetics, but according to her, she is not the injured party, since knowing about the problems with the drugs, the girl agreed to advertise them. Thus, Li claimed that Kay had joined the Tian & Company and deceived the people. But some did not agree with her accusations and began to convince her otherwise, having said that it was all a lie and in fact the poor girl had also suffered. This rally was gaining momentum and the situation was only getting worse, which Xiao did not expect. At this time, the protagonist continued to examine Anne's face to figure out how to cure her. Pulling her cheeks, the young master noticed that her skin was indeed very irritated. The young cultivator then sniffed it, saying that the cosmetics also contained germanium and poinsettia. Key caught herself thinking that this man could help her, because his method of treatment was unique, after which Xia stated that he had found the main reason why her face became like that. Moreover, there were more than 5 types of toxic pollen in the cosmetics, and An was horrified. Tian then asked her to provide him with the skincare products she used. In the end, the girl agreed and put the mask back on her disfigured face. Then she called the young man to come with her, so that she could take him to her home. Meanwhile, Xiaoji and Mengying were still looking out the window at the angry crowd outside the company building, which did not subside for a second, and with every minute there were only more of them. Ji, in turn, could not understand how everything happened exactly like this. At that moment, suddenly a grandfather in a wheelchair drove into their office, after which he said angrily that Xiao should ask himself about this. Worried, Ying ran up to the old man, telling him that he shouldn't be nervous, but the grandfather angrily declared that he had been trying to build a company for decades, and he had destroyed it all. The frightened grandson continued to deny it, saying that he had done nothing. The old man suddenly threw his cane at him and said that he was the only one responsible for this product. But Xiao said that the process of creating cosmetics was supervised by Zhen and his assistant. A moment later, the director of the Shanghai City Administration came to see them. Bin said that he had to disturb him, and his grandfather became very agitated. After asking Tian what was going on and why he had suddenly come to them, the head of the department sadly said that this time he would not be able to help them. Then, showing a document, Bin said the company was suspected of tax evasion. After a couple of hours, Tian finally checked everything and left. The old man was shocked by what happened, not understanding how his corporation had survived to such shame, because now they can't wash themselves clean of it. Menying immediately declared that Xiaoji dared to appropriate 4 million from the state budget. Frightened, Ji immediately began to ask the old man for forgiveness, saying that he would return everything. Ye Ying continued to reassure her grandfather and promised that she would personally take charge of the situation. The head of the family thanked her, since he himself could not help in any way due to his old age. Xiao, in turn, believed that his little sister simply decided to take advantage of the moment to lead the company. After a certain amount of time, the protagonist, along with Xiao and An, came to Meng and manager Ji, who began to declare that they had checked absolutely all cosmetics and had indeed found lead and mercury in them. Ye Ying became furious and asked why they hadn't noticed this before. A corporation employee responded that no one had access to the production of these drugs, and even Mr. Zhen couldn't control the creation of the cosmetics. But Meng asked how it ended up with poisoned pollen. The assistant, who had been using K all this time, reported that consultant Guo had personally dealt with this issue, but at the moment she does not appear in the company, and her phone is switched off. The young master assumed that she had already left the city or even left the country. A stunned Manan ordered that the police be immediately contacted so that she could be found. A moment later, her phone rang, and the girl hurried to pick it up. Where she was informed of the worsening situation, it seemed that the collapse of the corporation was inevitable. He hung up and said that their shares were rapidly falling in price, and someone was actively buying them up. Chow in turn noted that someone had set this all up and was trying to destroy their company. And by coincidence, they had absolutely no money to stabilize the situation. However, Xiao suddenly said that she could help them in this difficult matter. But only if Ying asked her nicely about it. Naturally, Ye refused. Then the girl smiled and said that in that case she would be happy to see the collapse of Tian'an, adding that this is called going through hell to save your pride. Xia, in turn, urged Meng Ying to compromise in order to save the company, since she had no other choice. The young lady replied that in fact, it was she who had set it all up, trying to take revenge on her. As a result, a verbal altercation broke out between them once again. The teenager tried in every way to calm the girls down, but it was to no avail. Then Tian suddenly reminded Xiao of the rabbit she had tried to help as a child, and cried for 3 days. Finally, Xiao agreed to help them save their reputation and company, but on one condition. Meng asked her in a businesslike manner what condition she was talking about, adding that in that case Xiao would also help her with one matter. The girl agreed, because she did not want to be indebted to her. But Ye Ying pointed out that they needed to help An with her face, and thereby restore trusting relationships with people. In this, she asked the protagonist to help her, but Xiao asked if Meng was ready to repay him. The girl responded quite sharply that it had nothing to do with her. Xiao continued to say that if she owed him, then she owed her too. However, Ying was absolutely sure that the young master had long ago made his choice. Then they began insulting each other again, the teenager seething with anger. As a result of their constant arguments among themselves, the young cultivator finally couldn't stand it and called for them to get down to business. Yi then said that she would ask Bin to find this consultant in order to clear her family of all charges. But the extremely self-confident Zhao said that first of all, it was worth looking for another person. The puzzled Tian asked who she was talking about, and the girl smiled. After which she said that in fact, Agent Li Yan was clearly involved in this matter. An was shocked by this statement because she believed that the assistant was on her side. Meanwhile, Li went shopping in a completely calm and relaxed manner. A couple of hours later, the satisfied woman made a few purchases and left the shopping center. Yan was in a good mood, anticipating her new clothes, and most of all she loved spending money. But suddenly it started raining and her bags with dresses got wet, which was not very pleasant. After which she began to look for a taxi, but from the other side Xia was rushing towards her. Tian, like a true gentleman, covered her with his umbrella and smiled sweetly. From the very first seconds, the young man inspired her trust and Yan liked him, which in principle was not difficult. After showing her his car, the guy offered to take her to his home, and Li agreed. Without a second thought, she got into a luxurious car and they had simple conversations along the way. Finally arriving at a multi-story building in an elite area, the teenager invited her for a cup of coffee and she again agreed. Tian made such a strong impression on her that she simply had no bad thoughts about him. Seeing the luxurious house, the girl naively believed that he was some kind of businessman. Not believing her luck, Yan even began to hurry the rich prince to come to his apartment. But a couple of minutes later, Kay suddenly appeared on the threshold and greeted Li. The stunned girl instantly backed away, trying to escape. But Jia did not give her such an opportunity. Smiling sweetly, he said that she hadn't even had a cup of coffee. Having finally lured her into the apartment, and Meng Ying joining them, Yan began to realize that she was trapped. And embittered An asked what she really wanted from her and the Tianan company. Ye Ying also began to pressure her, demanding that she immediately tell the truth. Frightened, she began to speak incoherently and did not know how to get out of the situation. At the same time, Yan constantly dodged the topic and said that she could not help them in any way. Then she became even bolder, declaring that Kay would never be able to go on stage again and that she was no longer a star. Anya suddenly laughed and asked if she really thought so. After which she calmly took off her mask and showed a beautiful face without a single scar. A stunned Li couldn't believe it and was literally speechless looking at her. Meng, in turn, again urged her to tell the truth, threatening her with prison. Finally realizing that she had no other choice, Yan knelt before them, asking for forgiveness. Then she told a story about a stranger in a cafe who offered her a good amount of money. He also asked to take a photo of Un's face and tell journalists that she was involved in what happened. At the same time, an unknown person gave her 200,000 and noted that she would receive the rest of the money after completing the task. Naturally, the silly girl agreed, realizing that with that kind of money she wouldn't have to work for a while. The protagonist suddenly interrupted her story and asked what the man's name was. But Yan claimed that she didn't know him, and that he literally appeared out of nowhere. At this time, Kai began to say that she had always treated her like her sister, and Li apologized to her again. Then Manan demanded that she tell the journalists everything. Of course, the frightened Anya agreed to cooperate with them, and said that she would do everything in the best possible way. A couple of minutes later, Ying received a call from Bin, who informed him about the consultant. However, he turned out to be dead, which also complicated the situation and was something they did not expect. They soon went to identify the body to find out who it really was. Meng, in turn, asked Len if there were any leads, but the police officer said they had no witnesses or CCTV footage. But the most amazing thing is that he had no injuries and was not poisoned. A forensic examination revealed a completely natural death. Tian was perplexed, not understanding how he could die naturally at such a young age. Finally, looking at the victim's face, Xie began to examine it carefully, after which the guy began to touch the dead man's body. Bin asked what he was doing. Using his magical powers, the young man was able to remove the needle from his head. He stated that most likely the killer did everything too quickly and threw a silver needle at him. A stunned Len replied that how could the tomography not have detected the presence of a foreign object? The teenager said that it was done by a master of his craft, because the consultant had only a small part of the needle in his head. He added that he had previously destroyed the object with his inner power to hide all traces. Ying immediately realized that in this case they would not be able to prove the innocence of the Ye family. However, the self-confident Bin promised that she would definitely find evidence. She also showed them the suitcase of the murdered man, which contained some documents. Among them were the product's original test data, which differed from previous samples, proving its tampering. The murdered man had a dictaphone, and Len immediately turned it on to listen to the recording, where the consultant's voice assured the unknown person that he had no problem introducing a huge amount of lead into cosmetics. But the stranger's voice was also present, and it seemed extremely familiar to the young man. In connection with this, the main character asked her to turn on the voice recorder again. After listening to the unknown man's voice once again, the young master remembered one incident. When the young cultivator met a fighter at the hospital at night who intended to kill Old Man Ye, after which Tian said that this was definitely the voice of the attacking mercenary from the hospital. Manan couldn't understand who he was and why he was constantly causing trouble for her family. At this time, Xuan was hosting the mercenary 19th at his villa. Yin claimed that in fact his son was not that difficult to cure and he could do it. Ren, extremely surprised, asked him if he was really so sure of this. The killer also said that he knew about Gao's problems and was ready to help him get out from under the control of greedy people. Xuan asked how he knew about this and what exactly he meant. The 19th, in turn, continued to assure that he was the only chance to save his family, adding that what Sai can do, he can do too, only much better. Ren once again asked him to interpret his statements in more detail. Then the self-confident Yin said that he would make the Gao clan invincible and the main force in the city. The old man became interested in this issue and urged him to voice his conditions. The mercenary smiled and replied that he liked to deal with smart people, then demanded only one thing: to provide him with Tian. A couple of days later, Meng and An with Li came to a conference with journalists, where Ying Ye began to thank the police for solving such an important case in which their innocence was proven. Yan and Kei, in turn, asked the public for forgiveness for slandering Tianan. The girl also stated that it was the cosmetics of this corporation that helped her restore the former beauty of her face. Everyone began to note the miraculous power of the company's preparations, and thus its reputation was saved. It added that they will provide psychological and medical assistance to all victims and continue the investigation, because it is necessary to find out who set all this up, and most of the funds will be donated to charity. But the most important thing is that a new cosmetics collection will be released soon, and everyone will be able to try it out for free. Everyone began to applaud Ye Ying and say that the company remains a leader in this industry. Meng Ying was sincerely grateful to Tian, realizing that without him she would not have achieved such a result. The teenager, in turn, watched everything that was happening from the outside and rejoiced at the success of the Yi family. Suddenly, he gave her a thumbs up and a sweet smile, which meant a successful outcome. In response, the girl smiled at him as well, and it seemed that everything terrible was left behind. After the conference, Ying ran up to him and asked how she could thank him. At the same time, she hinted that Zia should become her boyfriend, and the young man smiled. He said that he couldn't refuse such a persistent girl, but Men asked how he would deal with Xiao then. Xie didn't lose his composure and said that he also really liked her, which of course infuriated her. He also added that if she became friends with her, they could all communicate well together. At that moment, Xiaoji flew into the room, furious and extremely indignant. Hu asked how to understand this and what this man was talking about. Then he asked his sister what right she had to remove him from his post. Manon just laughed in response and reached into the top cabinet of the desk to demonstrate her rights. A moment later, Ying Ye showed him the document where her grandfather handed over the company to her. She herself noted that she is now officially the head of the Tianan Corporation, and therefore she can fire absolutely any employee, including her good-for-nothing brother. A stunned Xiao said that the old man could not have transferred all the shares of the company to her. Meng replied that she couldn't leave the company to a stupid and greedy person like him. However, the enraged Ji continued to insult her and insist that she could not do this to him. Suddenly, he swung his arm intending to hit her, but the main character stood up for her and grabbed his hand, after which the young master lightly pushed him aside, but Xiaoji almost fell. Finally standing still, he continued to rant and rave and say that he would not let this go so easily. He also promised to deal with the young cultivator, but Xia ignored his threats. At the same time, Ji began to accuse them of collusion, because Tian had superpowers and could persuade the old man. Unexpectedly, Manan noticed that he did not respect his grandfather at all. But the guy was not shy about showing it to the fullest extent. Then Xia couldn't stand it any longer and asked Yingye for permission to teach the boy a lesson. The girl happily gave him this opportunity, and Tian slowly walked towards Xiao. Then he extended his hand towards him, from which a golden beam shot out towards him. After which he began to experience rather strange feelings, but could not understand what exactly was happening to him. Suddenly his waist took on an incomprehensible pose, which from the outside was extremely funny. Ya, in turn, said that now he must remember this lesson for the rest of his life. A stunned Ji began to nervously ask what he dared to do to him. At the same time, he constantly bowed to him against his will, trying to understand what had happened to him. Finally, he found the strength to ask forgiveness from his sister, who continued to laugh at him. Xiao also apologized to the young man, begging him to return him to his original position. Smiling broadly, Tian said that in 3 days his illness would pass and everything would be fine. An enraged Ji immediately rushed to the exit, saying that they would meet again. At the threshold, he was met by a servant who was also having difficulty holding back his laughter. But suddenly the guy started bowing to him, and the puzzled manager asked what he was doing. As he walked down the corridor, Xiao continued to bow to each person. Everyone began to wonder why the young man was so polite today. Ji immediately rushed off in an unknown direction with his strange gait. Meanwhile, Manan closed the door to the office and laughed heartily. Noticing that Tian was a real prankster, he literally brought her to tears. The guy, in turn, stated that this is exactly how people like him should be treated. Unexpectedly, the girl suggested that he go to a restaurant to have a bite to eat. Naturally, the teenager agreed, and soon they arrived at a local establishment. Raising her glass of wine, Yingye said that she wanted to drink to him, because he helped her solve many problems. They were chatting pleasantly among themselves, and everything was going as well as possible. Tian constantly made her laugh and thought about how for some reason they had never been brought anything to eat. Suddenly, Meng Ying said that his current job was a waste of time, adding that she could create a small company for him, where he would become the director. However, to her surprise, Xia refused, stating that he could not give up Qing's flower shop. Besides, he is more worried about the memory that Tian has been trying to restore for so long, to understand who he is. The girl was visibly upset, stating that in any case, the doors of her company were always open to him. After which Meng Ying walked away for a few minutes while Xia was brought a juicy steak. The main character immediately decided to start eating, looking at the piece of meat with anticipation, which really did look amazing, but there was one problem. The young master examined the table but did not find any sticks on it, which surprised him greatly. Taking a fork in his hands, he had no idea how to use it and literally racked his brains. At this moment, Z saw Xia and began to mock him, because he did not know which side to approach the steak from, saying that some poor flower delivery guy can't afford to go to such a place. The young cultivator was indignant and said that this did not concern him at all. However, Su Qiang continued his mockery and said that he should call the waiter for this. Otherwise, he is left with only his hands to cope with the piece of meat. An embittered Tian replied that he knew how to use a knife and fork better than some, after which he threw the steak into the air and in a split second, chopped the meat into several even pieces with his knife. Everyone was stunned by the teenager's extremely amazing talent and turned their attention to him. A moment later, the disassembled steak landed straight on the plate. The visitors immediately ran up to him and literally surrounded him from all sides. However, the arrogant Z angrily said that this was the wrong way to use a knife. Then he asked if he had money to pay for this dinner. At this moment, Mainan suddenly appeared and announced that she had invited him to have a bite to eat. And since his promotion, he has become more arrogant and has not learned any manners at all. Qian noted that, unlike his brother, he would never fall for her tricks. And besides, it was her fault that he was arrested. And in the end, she ends up covering the expenses of some country boy. Tian urged him to watch his words because he could simply throw him out of the restaurant. But Suzy decided to provoke him, and subsequently Xia grabbed him by the throat. Then, lifting it off the floor, Chang was stunned, and had never encountered such strength before. Soon he changed his mind and began calling the establishment staff for help, but However, it was already too late, and the guy immediately threw him out of the restaurant onto the street. His passion was shocked by what happened, and silently directed her gaze at Zia. The enraged Chiang began to insult him, saying that he would not leave it like this. The girl tried in every way to calm Sue down. The teenager, in turn, received genuine pleasure from teaching the upstart a lesson, after which Z and his young lady hurried to run away in an unknown direction. The guy and Manan immediately returned to the table, and she said that he was a good person. Yingye also suddenly reminded him that he should visit Yunman. And the next day, Tian went to the hospital to see Liu to see if she was okay. Finally entering her room, Jia asked how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine, and then the young man said that in a couple of days he would conduct therapy for her family. By then, the hospital was suddenly surrounded by police cars, and Man asked what was going on. The protagonist and Yoon instantly rushed upstairs where there was already a crowd of people. As it turned out, one of the patients started to have hysterics after his father died. The guy was crazy and took the nurse hostage. The doctors tried to get through to him in the room, but the patient demanded that they bring him Dr. Wang. However, today he did not show up for work, and the staff simply did not know what to do. By that time, police officers led by Huan and Bin arrived to help them. They immediately began to disperse the crowd, sending them to their workplaces and beds. Suddenly, Lan saw a young master among them and was stunned. The smiling young cultivator noted that they met again quite quickly. The angry girl urged him to immediately leave the premises, but Zia again tried to be useful to the investigation. Bin really understood very well that Tian could help her with this problem. Anping was naturally furious at the sudden appearance of the boy, who seemed to be following Leng around. At that moment, one of the doctors ran up to her and said that the patient was psychologically unstable. The extremely self-confident Bin immediately entered the madman's room, who continued to demand that Van be brought to him. The girl tried to talk to him as delicately as possible, saying that she was very sorry for his father. But the nurse had nothing to do with it. The guy didn't want to listen to her and again brought the tip of the knife closer to the hostage's neck. He said that if she didn't bring him the pseudo-doctor, he would take out his anger on this girl. And no matter how hard Len tried, she was unable to convince the enraged man. Having promised that Wang would appear soon, she instantly stepped over the threshold of the ward and went out into the corridor, after asking one of the medical staff where exactly this doctor was located. The frightened employee replied that he was already on his way, but that he was not guilty of anything and did everything possible. But Bean confidently said that it was not up to him to decide who was to blame and who was right. Pin, in turn, noted that the special forces and the negotiator would arrive in 10 minutes, but she realized that they had absolutely no time. The patient was literally at the limit. In connection with this, Len decided to act personally and wanted to enter the chamber from the other side, but her assistant urged her to leave it to the special forces, because she could only make things worse and be held responsible for it. Unexpectedly, Anping volunteered to carry out this operation, but Bin was categorically against it, saying that he still hasn't recovered and they can't take such risks in this situation. Concerned, Huan immediately took her hand and told her that she shouldn't do that. However, Lan was overly stubborn and kept saying that the hostage's safety came first. Suddenly, Tian interrupted them and noted that time was running out, and they should have taken action long ago. Ping took his intervention quite negatively, but Sia insisted that they would have saved the girl long ago, after which he immediately rushed into the corridor, declaring that he again had to do everything himself. After a couple of minutes, the teenager returned to them absolutely calmly and reported that everything was fine. Everyone was simply stunned, not understanding how he managed to save the nurse. Tian, in turn, called the girl into the ward in a businesslike manner, and the frightened employee entered the room. The nurse was quite shaky and stuttered as she said that she thought today was her last day of life. After which the girl unexpectedly added that she had seen a real ghost and immediately lost consciousness. A puzzled Juan couldn't understand how he managed to pull this off and what was wrong with this teenager. When they entered the room, the patient was in a horizontal position and unconscious. A shocked Bin asked how he did it. Jia replied that he simply butted him once and the patient passed out. Naturally, Len understood perfectly well that he was lying to her, but it was stupid to deny his usefulness. Soon Anping ran up to Bin and reported that the special forces and the negotiator had already arrived. But the girl urged him to send them back to the police station, since Tian had already done everything himself. At the same time, she asked him to return to the office because he needed to rest. At this moment, the captain thanked the main character, who smiled sweetly at her. Juan, in turn, was literally seething with anger, realizing that he needed to somehow stop this kid. The young master, meanwhile, began to boast excessively, which Bin did not like. But the young cultivator continued to tease, which gave him real intrigue. An enraged An Ping sternly called on Tian to keep his mouth shut, threatening physical violence. The angry police officer also demanded that he immediately stop talking nonsense. However, Xia was incorrigible and once again made fun of Ling. The girl was on edge. She said that if he continued like this, she would gladly hand over his research center, and the boy would become a guinea pig. Pin continued to watch what was happening and finally lost his temper and started screaming. Huan claimed that they were indeed close, but Bin again contradicted him, citing his bad imagination. Then the embittered. Anne asked her why she didn't marry him, since they had agreed to get married at the end of the year. The girl sighed heavily and asked him not to talk nonsense, adding that he was behaving strangely. In response, the guy grabbed his head and began to say that he didn't see anything strange. At this point, Tian whispered in her ear that she couldn't help him in any way and was only making the situation worse. Extremely surprised, Bin asked what Huang was sick with, and Xia said that he had problems with his head, adding that he is actually a good policeman in person, so he should be helped. A moment later, the young man walked around him from behind and performed some manipulations, as a result of which Anping simply collapsed unconscious on the floor. Leng was in shock. She began to speak out furiously and called on Xia to explain what he was doing. After a certain amount of time, Tian carried him to the ward. Bin asked if he could really cure him. The teenager looked at Pin's x-ray for a long time and said he would try to do it. Then, pointing to a certain plug in Huan's brain, he said he would try to remove it. After which, the self-confident Tian took out a silver needle and noted that he needed to extract it through the needle. The young man very carefully thrust it into Anping's head, and he suddenly moved. Xia continued to push the needle deeper until he finally reached the strange formation. Soon the guy pulled it out with a sharp movement, and blood immediately gushed out. Everyone silently looked at the bloodstain on the floor and continued to watch Tian, who in turn assured that everything went well and Huan was in perfect order. Surprised, Bin asked him again if he was sure that Anping had really been cured. The protagonist was absolutely confident in his method, but after some time, the captain still had not come to his senses. Len became nervous and asked the young master again if he had done everything correctly. The young cultivator was extremely outraged by her distrust of him and urged her to personally verify his abilities. He said that he never deceives anyone, so Huan will wake up soon. After which Xia began to count from 3 to 1 and suddenly snapped his fingers. After a few seconds, Anping suddenly opened his eyes and began to look around. Stunned, Len couldn't believe her eyes and even stepped back. Meanwhile, the awake Pin suddenly jumped up from his hospital bed and began to stretch his bones, claiming that he felt much better and that his head was also in perfect order. Then he turned his attention to Bin and walked towards her, while An was not acting like usual. The puzzled partner asked him what he was thinking now and what he wanted to do. In fact, she was quite skeptical about such methods and did not believe Xia. However, in the next couple of minutes, her opinion on this matter changed dramatically. After all, Huan was really fundamentally different from the old version. He unexpectedly apologized to her for his behavior. Lang was literally stunned, not understanding how Tianyu managed to achieve such a result. Anping also said that he would not bother her anymore, especially since she did not like him. Xia immediately approached her and said that if she didn't like this Huang, he could return him to factory settings. Naturally, she was against it, because listening to something like this every day was simply unbearable. A surprised Bin immediately congratulated her partner on his recovery, and he politely thanked her. After which Pin asked if this young man had really helped him. The guy began to deny it, but urged him not to be modest and said that if he needed help, he could rely on him. Tian began to play along with him, saying that they would definitely punish the bad guys. On the one hand, Len was glad to be free of her partner's constant interrogations, but it was unusual to see him completely different. Noticing her sad look, Xia tried to cheer her up and urged her to thank him. But Bean immediately stated that he himself volunteered to help him, and she did not ask him about it, after which the girl hurried away, assuring that she still had a lot of work to do. At that moment, she caught herself thinking that Tian was not such a bad person. After a certain amount of time, Xia went to a flower shop to spend the night. Since the day had been quite eventful, the teenager fell asleep without difficulty. Absolutely unsuspecting, the boy slept peacefully in his bed. Meanwhile, the arrogant Zai and his accomplices approached the store. They waited for a few minutes, and after making sure that there was no one nearby, they took action. His two stupid servants began to generously pour gasoline into the establishment. At this moment, Tian felt a characteristic smell and gradually began to wake up. Cheng ordered his men to pour out even more gasoline and step aside. Suddenly, one of them asked him if innocent people would be harmed. Sutazu urged him not to think about it, saying that it was not his concern at all, after which he threw a lit lighter into the gasoline, saying that Sin should have understood who she was sheltering. Everything instantly burst into flames. Zia finally came to his senses and jumped out of bed. Seeing the glow outside the window, the young man was taken aback and began to think about what to do. There was practically no time to think, and the teenager immediately rushed outside. Trying to figure out who started the fire and whose head he'll have to rip off for it, Chiang and his men were waiting for him on the street. He was sure that Tian was finished. A few minutes later, an enraged Zia jumped out of the flower shop and rushed towards them. Su's thugs, armed with metal pipes, tried to attack him. But having dodged all the attacks, the young man ran up to their leader and said that now he definitely wouldn't live. The embittered protagonist immediately began to deal crushing blows to Z, who simply could not oppose him in any way, calling his brothers to arms. The two giants immediately pounced on the young master, but it was to no avail, because the young cultivator, as always, dealt with them without much effort. Having started to beat them brutally, Tian left them no chance of salvation. In the end, Zia threw them into the center of the raging flames, which was quite painful. Chiang's stunned henchmen began to scream in unbearable pain and tried to put out the fire on their clothes. Shocked by what had happened, Sutsu in turn rushed off in an unknown direction. However, the teenager noticed him in time and threw a metal pipe at him, which immediately flew into his leg. Writhing in pain, Chiang assumed a horizontal position, realizing that he had indeed miscalculated his strength, and that was why he had found himself in such a difficult situation. Tian understood that now he needed to figure out how to put out the fire, but without water it was quite difficult to do this, so he resorted to his skills. Piercing the ground with her mighty hands, she suddenly flashed like lightning. She then tore off a huge piece of asphalt and directed it at the source of the fire. The guy had no other choice, and he tried his best to put out the fire. Having split into several dozen small earthen stones, they literally covered the flames, and a moment later the flame disappeared, leaving behind only clouds of smoke. An enraged Tian then approached Chang's thugs and asked who had spilled the gasoline. Susie's two servants pointed at each other, and Xia realized that they were both involved in the fire. Moreover, their boss was clearly also directly involved in what happened. Suddenly, the young man ordered them to break their arms, adding that if they did not do so, he would kill them. Looking at each other, they began to understand that it would be better to do as he said. Taking the metal pipes in their hands, they once again looked at each other in fear, after which they reluctantly directed their hands downwards. They fearfully placed them on the ground. At that moment, a terrible tremor gripped them, and Chiang's servants literally shook with fear. Then they hit their hands with a stick and said that they didn't mean to do it. Tian in turn took pity on them and ordered them to leave immediately. The frightened criminals immediately disappeared in an unknown direction. Xia slowly approached Suzy and said that he would not let him go anywhere. Having made a puddle under himself, the guy began to beg him not to kill him and not to turn him over to the police. But the young man noticed that some things cannot be forgiven, and therefore he must be punished. Moreover, he harmed his friend, which should never have been done. The next morning, Bin arrived at the scene and again saw Xia at the center of events. People couldn't understand what happened and who was behind the flower shop fire. Junfeng immediately rushed to his beaten brother, who begged him to save him. Len looked at the young man with pity, not understanding why he was such a problematic person. Suddenly, she pointed at Z and said menacingly that he was beating up others again. Tian replied absolutely calmly that Chiang had set fire to the store and deserved a good spanking. However, Bean again urged him not to take justice into his own hands, as it was illegal, adding that this significantly complicates the investigation process. The teenager remained silent. Then he suddenly held out his hands and declared that he was constantly complicating everything. Len reluctantly put handcuffs on him because she couldn't do otherwise. A stunned Sin suddenly ran out of the crowd and called for him to be released. The protagonist asked her not to interfere in this matter, but Sun insisted on her own, saying that the young master was protecting her shop, and if someone needed to be arrested, it would be better than her. Bin replied that even if Su Chang had set the store on fire, Xia had no right to beat him severely. The young cultivator himself began to calm Xing, assuring him that he would be released very soon. Naturally, Len was outraged by his self-confidence and hastened to declare that the police station was not a walking yard. But Tian continued to insist that, in fact, there were good people there, and it wasn't that bad. At this moment, Feng suddenly called out to her and said that he would like to talk to her. Since this incident happened because of his wayward brother, he began to ask for forgiveness. Jun also agreed to repair the store at his own expense and pay all necessary expenses. Until the flower shop was fully restored, the teenager began to think. Feng also stated that Xia had managed to vent his anger towards Zichang, and therefore they were even. Meanwhile, he asked the law enforcement officer to let his brother go. At the same time, both sides will not have any claims against each other, the girl thought, understanding perfectly well that it would be quite difficult to reconcile them, especially with Tian's character. But Xia insisted on sending him to jail as he clearly would not leave him alone. However, Junfeng once again promised that such a thing would not happen again, and Xia finally agreed, saying that if he dared to approach him again, the consequences would be irreversible. Su sighed heavily, after which he ordered his bodyguards to take the beaten Chang and load him into a car. The thugs instantly ran up to his younger brother, grabbed him by the arms and dragged him into the car. Bin watched silently, then ordered her assistant to disperse the people. A joyful Tian in turn said goodbye to her, saying that they would definitely see each other soon. An enraged Len ignored the teenager and got into the patrol car. Xia and Xing turned around and saw the destroyed store. The young man apologized to her for not keeping an eye on him, but Sun said that it was her fault because she had offended Mr. Su not long ago. At the same time, Tian noted that if anyone else dared to harm them, he would destroy them. The girl smiled and said that in addition to his passionate character, he must definitely have his own principles. The guy pretended not to understand what she was talking about, and repeated again that he would not allow anyone to bully her. And even if it costs him his life, he will without hesitation do justice. Sin, in turn, noted that he knows how to support in difficult times. Sun suddenly asked where he would spend the night now. Tian replied that he would clean up a bit and the store would be transformed again. But suddenly the girl looked mysteriously at the young man and invited him to spend the night with her. A puzzled and extremely straightforward Xia said that sleeping at her place was not a bad idea. A stunned Sin said that she had 2 rooms and so she offered him a place to stay for the night. After a certain time, they went to her university dormitory. Sun inserted the key into the keyhole and soon the doors of her apartment swung open. A joyful Tian walked inside with his things and began to look around. Xia immediately said that she was incredibly clean. Xing replied with a smile on her face that she couldn't stand dirt. Seeing a treadmill in the room, the surprised guy asked what it was. Sun answered, "It's a trainer," after which she finally led him into a separate room and said that if he needed her help, she was nearby. Suddenly, she awkwardly said that he had better take a bath first. Sin herself began to unpack his bags. She was curious what he had taken with him. Suddenly, an incomprehensible object fell into her hands. Upon closer inspection, she realized that it was men's underwear, which was packaged in a rather strange way in a small box. At that moment, a young man came to her, and Sin immediately hid his personal belongings behind her back, after which Tian showed her underwear and asked if it really belonged to her. Shocked, Sun was literally speechless, not understanding where he found it. The girl asked the main character in bewilderment why he took her clothes. The young master replied that the linen was hanging out in the bathroom, and he decided to bring it to her so that it wouldn't get wet. At this moment, the young cultivator also noticed that she had his things in her hands. Naturally, he asked her the same question. Sin instantly blushed, not knowing what to answer him. At the same time, Tian noted that if she really liked the underwear so much, she could take it for herself. Of course, Sun said that she had absolutely no need for his personal belongings, and she just wanted to help him put everything in order, but he got it all wrong. At this point, Sin tried to take her underwear back, but the guy started making fun of her again. In the end, Zia did return her clothes, but the enraged girl could not calm down, once again urging Tian to finally go to the bathroom as she was waiting for him. Moreover, it was already quite late and they needed to get a good night's sleep, after which Sun suddenly jumped up and rushed to her room. The young man only smiled at her in response, not understanding why she was acting so strangely and angry at him because he had done nothing wrong. A couple of hours later, the teenager went to his room to sleep, and Sin quietly made her way into the bathroom, where she was finally going to take a shower, realizing how troublesome it was to live with a guy. At the same time, the girl caught herself thinking that she herself was behaving quite strangely, after which Sun took a bath and hurried to go to bed, but her thoughts did not give her peace. Trying to distract herself, the young lady pulled the door handle and walked out into the corridor. Where Tian stood sleepily, Xing was shocked by his sudden appearance, in connection with which she asked with bewilderment on her face how long he had been standing there. The teenager replied that he would take a few minutes because he urgently needed to go to the restroom. But suddenly his gaze fell on her charming clothes, which Saya stated, looking at her from head to toe. A smile involuntarily appeared on his satisfied face. The girl immediately covered herself and demanded that he leave the room immediately. But remembering that he needed to visit the restroom, she flew out of the bathroom like a bullet. Tian seemed to forget why he woke up in the first place and stared at the displeased Sun, who continued to casually cover herself with her hands and hurry to her bedroom. However, she picked up too much speed and subsequently slipped. Her piercing scream echoed throughout the house and Sin immediately closed her eyes. But a moment later, the lightning-fast Jia caught her and thus prevented her from falling to the floor. The girl looked into his bottomless eyes for a long time, after which she asked him to let her go. The teenager smiled and said that if he let her go, she would fall to the floor. Suddenly, she pushed him away, asking him to go to bed immediately. A few seconds later, she ran off to her room, leaving Tian in thought. She couldn't figure out what he was constantly doing wrong and why she was reacting to him in a strange way. The next morning, the boy woke up in a good mood, which could not be said about Xing, who suddenly saw bags under her eyes and rushed to correct the situation. After all, she simply could not appear in public like that, but all her attempts were in vain. This made Sun panic even more, and she began to come up with various ways to get rid of this problem. Tian waited for her again for about half an hour and finally knocked on the bathroom door, asking how soon she would come out. Standing behind the door, the girl shouted at him not to wait for her and to leave for work first. Xia agreed and went to the Liu family. Xing was depressed by what was happening, understanding that living together is not so easy and there are a huge number of nuances. After all, girls are always so afraid of appearing imperfect, which is why they do a lot of stupid things. Meanwhile, Tian, as always, found himself in the arms of the extremely annoying Meng, which he was of course unhappy about. However, Xia tried to control himself and even played along with the young lady. Suddenly, the old woman again began to thank the guy for his selfless help. Xia, in turn, noted that it would take him time to cure them all, as they were in danger. Suddenly, an arrogant uncle came to them and said that this kid was taking on too much. The protagonist ignored Qi in order not to create a conflict out of thin air, but the impudent fellow once again began to provoke him, saying that he only needed money. The puzzled Yunman immediately objected to him, saying that this was not true at all. However, the self-confident Qi declared that yesterday he had met a real Taoist monk, and with just one acupuncture procedure, he was able to help him feel much better. But at the same time, my uncle still pursued strictly his own goals and did not worry at all about his loved ones. The relative also noted that he had not experienced such an incredible feeling for a long time. Suddenly, the young master grabbed his hand. He did not understand what was happening. The young cultivator in turn stated that in that case he should learn from this monk. However, the uncle said that someone like him would not be able to learn anything from such a great man. Suddenly, Tian said that if Qi did not control his desires in the future, he might die. The stunned relative replied that this could not be and that the monk would have warned him about this, after which he headed for the exit, declaring that he would not listen to some kid. At this moment, the worried old lady asked Dia what was wrong with her son. The young man replied that whoever gave him acupuncture had put him in serious danger. The shocked grandmother asked what she should do, but Tian noted that there was nothing he could do at the moment. Meanwhile, Gao and Yang went to one of the city bars to see a certain girl, which Mingyang kindly greeted and thanked for her help this time. Hong busily lit a cigarette and said that it was a great honor for her to help him. But Mi was confused by one point, and she asked what he meant when he spoke this time. At the same time, she began to speak extremely badly of Qi, whose illness they wanted to cure. Gao, in turn, thought about it, not wanting to reveal all the details of the matter. Hong suddenly smiled at him and urged him not to worry about it, as he was just curious. Mingyang immediately asked her if this third Master Liu was really an extraordinary person. I replied that he was actually one of their frequent visitors, although not very well-mannered. But at a certain point, Qi decided to spend time with 3 girls, which was quite strange. And now her girls are tormented by various ailments, not to mention their severe physical weakness. Then Gao realized that 19th really hadn't lied to him, and that changed everything. A moment later, Hong got up from the sofa and said that she would call the girls right away. She also said goodbye to him, saying that next time he would have to call her too. Suddenly, Mingyang asked about the new girl. Mi smiled and replied that she would call her. Yin, in turn, asked Gao in a businesslike manner whether he now believed him. The guy smiled and said that from now on he completely trusted him in this difficult matter. Thus, 19 achieved what he wanted, realizing that he had Ian on the hook. At the same time, he asked Ming not to tell Tian that it was he who cured his illness. A puzzled Gao asked why this could not be mentioned in front of Xia. The mercenary replied so that people would not suspect him if something happened to the teenager. Naturally, John agreed with him, fully understanding that he could no longer expose himself to attack. At this time, the Jufeng builders continued to build Xing's flower shop. Tian himself was wiping dust inside the trading shop with the help of the restless Meng, which was no more useful than a child because she was just fooling around and sniffing flowers. At that moment, Sun came to them. The young man immediately greeted her and asked when she had managed to return. However, the girl's condition was strange. Sin could not understand what was wrong with her today. Extremely concerned, Zia asked her why she looked so tired. The girl silently approached him and hugged him. The guy again asked what happened. Sun finally replied that she began to feel unwell when she left the gym. The protagonist immediately helped her sit down, believing that it was due to poor air circulation. But Sin countered, saying she had never felt quite like this before. The young master in turn asked her to give him her hand so that he could check her pulse. Xia soon discovered that she had poor circulation and signs of retrograde motion. Even Meng stopped raging and saw that Sun was clearly not well and needed help. Approaching her from behind, the girl said that she would try to ease her pain. But suddenly she saw blood on Xing's neck and immediately reported it to Tian. The young cultivator hurried to personally look at the girl's bleeding wound. Knowing full well that someone had clearly had a hand in this and had intentionally harmed her, at the same time, the teenager could not understand why it was the spine that was damaged. Then he asked her to remember if anyone strange had approached her in the gym. Sun thought for a moment, stating that there was practically no one there and no one spoke to her. However, there was one strange moment at the end of the training that she was quick to tell Xia about. While she was doing the dumbbell exercises, something seemed really strange to her. Sin felt something stick into her neck, but she didn't pay much attention to it, assuming that it was just her bones crunching and that she should warm up more actively. However, the girl immediately finished her workout in the gym. Sun also began to massage her neck, and it seemed to her that the pain had already gone away, after which she went home, unaware that someone had been specifically following her. Tian began to understand that this was not an accident at all, and that someone had decided to get to him through Xing, after which the guy urged her to sit for a bit and not make any sudden movements. He then hurried to get ready to take her home, but Meng suddenly announced that she would go with them. Xia couldn't refuse her, knowing that otherwise she would make a scandal. Soon they set off, the young man carrying Sun on his back, with Meng constantly in the way. After a certain amount of time, they finally arrived at the Xing dorm and hurried inside the room, where a teenager asked a girl so he could examine her. Sun began to slowly take off her t-shirt, not understanding how exactly this would help. Finally, the girl exposed her torso and, feeling awkward, turned her back to Xia. Meng in turn became jealous of her incredible figure, and Xing noticed this. Still feeling extremely awkward, the girl turned her head to the side. Lu began to say that she should also start training to become just as beautiful. Tian continued to examine Sun's back, trying to figure out what had really happened to her. Sin was losing all patience with each passing minute. Not understanding why he was taking so long, Meng suddenly realized that she also wanted Tian to examine her. Meanwhile, Xia finally found the Tianzong point and immediately pressed it. Sun immediately felt a sharp pain but tried to control herself. However, the pain was so strong that she suddenly screamed, and the young man asked what was the matter. Sin immediately turned around and said that it felt like there was something stuck inside her. The teenager immediately assumed that it was most likely a silver needle in her body. Meanwhile, Gao and 19th went to his home, where they discussed their future plans. Yin called his friend to look at a brand new set of silver needles. Opening the box, the mercenary demonstrated some fairly small devices. Surprised, Mingyang asked why they were so small. Yin replied that they were created by his medical department, and their methods of application were somewhat different from the usual ones. At the same time, the enthusiastic 19th treated the needles with special trepidation. Taking out one of them, he said that by inserting it into an acupuncture point, a person begins to experience excruciating pain, and soon he will simply bleed to death, with almost all of his organs damaged. At this moment, the mercenary pointed one of the silver needles at Gao and asked if he wanted to try it. The stunned Mingyang declared that he would not touch them under any circumstances. Yun laughed in response and said that he was just joking, and of course did not mean to scare him, after which he immediately put the needle back into the box. Gao breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, 19th noted that he only had 4 needles left, and he would not waste them. Mingyang immediately asked him if it was worth using them on that girl. The mercenary responded positively, assuring that this was part of his unrivaled plan. After all, the only thing he wants is to cause endless pain to Tian's loved ones. In order to eventually destroy his body, Gao became interested and asked to tell him more about it. Yin then stated that Yao was clearly trying to help her get her blood flow back on track. But even if he succeeds in doing this, he will become significantly weaker. Mingyang in turn praised 19 for his perfect plan, and the assassin thanked him in return. Soon Tian located all the needles in Xing's back and told her that it would hurt, so she has to be patient a little while he starts pulling them out one by one. After Xia finally began the extremely painful procedure, Sun gritted her teeth. The teenager began to slowly and carefully pull out the silver needles. In order to stabilize the blood circulation, by pulling one of the needles, the young man thereby activated the other one, which caused incredible pain, and the girl screamed loudly. The guy immediately stopped. At the same time, Sin squeezed the blanket tightly in her hands, trying to cope with the physical impact. Tian in turn asked if it was really so painful for her that she couldn't bear it. Sun noticed that where his hand was, it was bearable, but in other places she felt discomfort. Then Xia realized that he had to pull out all the needles at the same time, which was quite difficult. However, he understood perfectly well that in this case he had harmed his body. But since he had no other choice, the teenager tried to pull out the needles again. Using all his inner strength, Tian began to slowly remove the silver instruments from the girl's body, but since he lacked spiritual energy, the process dragged on for a long time. Sina had to concentrate as much as possible to achieve the desired result, and soon one needle began to come out of Xing's back, which was also quite painful. At the same time, bleeding wounds began to appear on Tian's body, but the young man continued to endure. After a couple of seconds, the remaining objects began to be squeezed out of the girl's body. For the first time, Meng watched silently as she was truly worried about Sun. Xia literally began to sweat, feeling not the most pleasant feelings, and suddenly blood gushed out of his mouth. But he was not distracted and tried again to pull out the needles, but at the very last moment they got stuck. Stunned, Tian realized that he lacked the internal energy to complete the process. But even this did not become a problem for him, and the teenager continued to extract the silver needles with the last of his strength. And a moment later they flew out of Sun's back, but Xia was in a terrible state. Sin suddenly lost consciousness and collapsed on the bed. Meng was in shock. After looking at these unusual silver objects for a long time, the young man realized that they were somewhat different from ordinary needles, after which he handed them over to Liu, whose condition continued to deteriorate. At a certain point, he even began to cough up blood, experiencing not the most pleasant sensations. Extremely worried, Meng didn't know how to help him, and the protagonist urged him to take care of Sun. Then the bloody young master lost consciousness and collapsed on the sofa. The stunned girl had no idea what she needed to do to help them. Suddenly, she remembered that the young cultivator had asked her to break the needles. After wrapping the needles in a cloth, Meng tried to break them, but it was not so easy to do. All this time, the girl was in a great panic, and her thoughts were constantly confused in her head, after which she hurried to cover Sin with a blanket so that she would not freeze. And she returned to the bloody Tian, who still hadn't come to his senses. Liu began to wake up Xia, but he did not react to her sudden movements, as if he was fast asleep. While in thought, the girl thought that it would be best for her to call the emergency services. In connection with this, the young lady began to hastily look for the phone in the guy's pocket. But as soon as Meng touched him, a magical glow enveloped her. Not understanding what was happening, the girl grabbed his hand and instantly closed her eyes. After a couple of seconds, she completely lost consciousness, which was quite strange. At this, Liu fell directly onto Tian, immediately falling into a deep sleep. Xia, in turn, for obvious reasons, did not feel anything since he was also in a dream, where he found himself in an unknown place. Magical lights similar to sakura petals were flying around him. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in front of him. The young man began to peer at her, after which the guy asked who she was and what was going on. The unknown girl ignored his question, only asking for forgiveness. But Tian continued to question her, but there was still no answer. The ghost girl suddenly asked him not to come back. Then she rushed into the pitch darkness. The teenager followed her, but could not catch up. Meanwhile, unknown magical rays of light continued to envelop him and Meng. Xia couldn't wake up, and his consciousness fell into another dream again. This time, it was his real memories, which turned out to be extremely painful. Little Tian was in the middle of the road and was crying loudly because he couldn't find his parents. At that moment, a saddened girl met him and asked why he was alone. But Xia continued to cry, so the young lady invited him to become her friend. Thus, they became friends, and the girl tried to teach him to read and write. Years passed and the boy grew up, and before she knew it, Tian had become a man. Who could stand up for himself, she continued to guide him on the right path, which was quite difficult, but the young man was extremely hardworking and capable. One day, they went to the cemetery to visit her parents' grave, where she regularly visited. The guy promised her late father that he would never leave Moon and would always be by her side. But at a certain point, his sister performed some acupuncture so that he forgot about everything. At the same time, the young lady urged him to find Xiao and never return again. Tian began to understand that this was not a dream at all, but memories from his lost life. Finally, Xia caught up with his little sister in the darkness and began to beg her not to leave him again. But Moon, with tears in her eyes, once again asked him to forget about her forever. The teenager did not understand why she was asking this and what the reason was. The next morning, the guy woke up and there was deathly silence in the apartment. Opening his eyes, he immediately began to look around, then remembered his dream. After all, he finally managed to restore fragments of memory about Sister Moon. Naturally, he was going to find the girl, no matter what it took. Xia was genuinely glad that he was able to remember the main events of his life, because he had been moving towards this for too long, but suddenly the guy felt some discomfort. Then he suddenly discovered Meng sleeping on top of him and was horrified, not understanding why she fell asleep on him. After which, turning in the other direction, the teenager saw Sin under the blanket. Who was also fast asleep, Tian was at a loss, not understanding what was going on at all. And why were they literally all over him on the bed? It all looked pretty strange. In connection with this, the main character hurried to get out of bed so as not to wake the girls. For a moment, the young master looked at the sleeping sun, catching himself thinking that she was truly beautiful. However, a moment later, the girl woke up and screamed in surprise. Then the young cultivator was finally able to calm her down, saying that they had simply fallen asleep by accident. Sin in turn remembered that in fact the teenager literally saved her. So she moved closer to him and thanked him for his help. Jia immediately smiled, after which she kissed him just as unexpectedly, which of course surprised the guy. By that time, Meng also woke up from her sleep and saw this picture. This immediately awakened a feeling of jealousy in the girl, and she could not contain it. Stating that they were behaving disgustingly and had dared to kiss in her presence, Tian immediately began to explain to her that everything was not at all as it might have seemed to her. But suddenly the girl interrupted his hesitant speech and said that she also wanted to try. Then she jumped up and kissed him. Xia immediately pushed her away from him. However, Meng was extremely persistent, and the guy did not want to use force against her. As a result, the satisfied girl jumped out of bed with lightning speed, after which she asked Tian whose kiss he liked more. The dumbfounded Xiao was at a loss as to how to answer such a question correctly, and said that he could not determine the winner. Since they were both good, he soon changed the subject and asked Sun how she was feeling. The young lady smiled and said that she was feeling much better and that he need not worry about it. Tian also smiled and remarked that this was indeed good news. Suddenly, Meng remembered that Xiao was seriously injured and his arm was bleeding. But when she began to examine him, it was as if there were no wounds at all. Liu couldn't understand how this was possible and began asking the young man about it, but he himself didn't know the answer to this question. He also found it quite strange, since there were not even the slightest marks on the body. After a few seconds, an incredible feeling came over him. Zia realized that his spiritual energy had increased. Sun asked if he was okay. The teenager was indeed full of energy, although it should have been the other way around. The smiling Tian replied that he was incredibly strong. Then Meng suggested that they all go play with her, as she also had a surge of energy. But the guy refused her, saying that he still had one more extremely important matter to do. Soon, Xia went to his sister Chao's office to tell her about his dream, where Yue, for some unknown reason, asked him to forget about her. Xiao was at a loss. Tian said that now that his memory had been restored, he clearly remembered that day. She and her sister went to Mount Qingfeng to visit her parents' grave. After spending some time there, Moon suddenly began to talk to him strangely. It was as if it wasn't her at all, but someone else was saying all these words for her, which was extremely suspicious. Yue encouraged him to set out on his own since their paths had diverged. Surprised, Tian asked his sister where she was going and what was going on. But Moon just looked at him sadly and said that she had important things to do. Naturally, he asked to take him with her, but for some reason the girl refused him, which came as a real shock to him, and since then his life has changed dramatically. The main character also remembered the continuation of their conversation, where he learned about Yue's goal. Moon told him that this matter concerns her parents and that she recently found some clues, which she urgently needed to check. The young master was in shock. After all, in that case, he should definitely go with her to help her in everything. But Yue stood her ground, and Tian reminded her of their oath that they were obliged to be inseparable, adding that, in addition to this, her illness could worsen, and he would not be around. However, Moon assured that thanks to him, her illness could no longer harm her. Yitia then asked if it was because he didn't know heavenly acupuncture that he couldn't cure her. The girl smiled back and said that this was not the case at all, and that he should not think about it. Besides, she actually thought that the young cultivator was smart and capable of mastering this technique. But Yue also urged her brother to never use her against other people. Tian replied that he could not promise this because he would meet a huge number of bad people on the way. The girl sighed heavily and noted that he was still as stubborn as he had been, after which she asked him to honor the memory of her parents with her. Naturally, the young man agreed, and they began to bow to the grave of her ancestors. At the same time, the teenager was worried about his sister's unexpected decision, because going off alone to an unknown destination was quite unwise. However, he sincerely believed that nothing would happen to her and everything would be fine. As soon as they performed this ritual, the young man paused for a moment. Then he hurried to get up, but at that moment, Yue stabbed him in the head with a silver needle, asking him to forget about her because that's the only thing she can do to protect him. Thus, Tian and Chao began to think about what to do next, because Moon's whereabouts were unknown to them. The guy even began to wonder if she was alive and if everything was okay with her. Xiao, in turn, promised her brother that they would definitely find a way to find her. But this did not cheer up the teenager at all. On the contrary, he felt hopeless. Xiao pointed out that there was one problem, because Yue had difficulty getting down from the mountain, and at the same time she had found some clues. Besides, she herself will not be able to resist any criminal organization. Xiao also suddenly remembered her grandfather, who told her about Moon before he died. Tian immediately remembered how he and his sister had cured her old man of a serious illness. The girl said that she herself could not understand why her grandfather urged her not to remember her anymore. Xiao then suggested that people who had relationships with the murderers might have come to him, and they could make him behave like that. Surprised, Xiao replied that this was more like the truth, but they had a huge problem. Her grandfather had died long ago, and it was not possible to find out everything. Suddenly, the girl said that she actually had a solution to this problem, but it was better to think about it tomorrow since she really wanted to sleep. She also began to claim that there was a way to force the killers to show up themselves. Unexpectedly, Qiao invited the young man to stay with her for the night. Tian smiled, after which he asked her again if she really wanted him to stay with her. The girl answered positively, saying that she had prepared a living room for him. The next day, Xiao went to the company where Zhen and his son were waiting for her. Guo immediately reminded her that Qiao only had 3 days left before their game began. The young lady smirked and replied that she remembered it perfectly well and everything would be fine. Naturally, Zhen was irritated by Xiao's overconfidence and reminded her that the company's funds had been reduced by 30%. Therefore, if you spend money, do it wisely. The girl replied that she understands this perfectly well. Go also stated that regardless of the outcome, the lost money cannot be returned. And soon as president, she will need to somehow explain this. Dun added that she had to be extremely careful, because she was holding in her hands the work of their grandfather's entire life. Xiao in turn replied that Yun had perfectly learned his role as a good son and grandson. And in order not to waste such talent, he should think about developing a career as an actor and go into the theater. An embittered Dun tried to control himself, ignoring his sister's remarks. Xiao then urged Zhen to think about what he would do if he were defeated. The enraged Go immediately jumped up from his chair and slammed the table, saying that she shouldn't be so arrogant. Then they rushed towards the exit with Yunem. The girl smiled after them and wished them luck. Zhen told Dong that their time would soon come, and this Xiao would not escape shame. As soon as they left the conference room, Qiao urged Fenger to contact Britain and spread the news. It was also necessary to send them goods. She asked the second assistant to contact all possible media. In order to give this matter maximum publicity, the girls immediately went to work. Xiao herself immediately called Ye Mengying and said that everything was about to start. The next day, news of the fall in Mi shares spread across all channels. But at the same time, the corporation secured support from the Chow Group and received $1 billion. Also, when the financial market opened, the shares of the MI company rose to 76%. A day later, news broke that Chow Corporation had acquired a German company that produces high-grade aluminum. Thus, they became the second largest producers of this metal in the world. This led to aluminum sales setting a new record on the global market. Among other things, Chow and Tiananmen companies have teamed up to establish a charitable medical institution. As a result, Chow Corporation's stock price rose every day. Soon, Xiao held another meeting in the conference room. The Guo family was shocked by the work done by their main competitor. Dun noted that if things continued like this, they would not be able to achieve the desired outcome for themselves. However, Jen assured her that there was no need to panic ahead of time, and besides, she couldn't earn much in these 3 days. A certain amount of time passed and everyone took their seats, but Xiao was still not there. Go periodically glanced at the director's door, where there were 2 guards. After a couple of minutes, she finally entered the room with her assistants. Her sudden appearance alarmed everyone, especially Yun, who couldn't stand his little sister. The head of the legal department, Gu, also joined them, and everyone silently looked at Xiao. The girl, in turn, looked around at everyone present, breaking into a sly grin. After which she said that everyone had gathered here to finally find out the results. Then Xiao asked Yu to announce them. The Guo family immediately tensed up. Gu, in turn, read out a document according to which the company's fund is closed with an income of 54%. Everyone was simply shocked by such an unexpected result. Realizing that Xiao had managed to do it after all, a stunned Zhen also jumped up from his seat, declaring that this was impossible. Yu immediately handed him the payslip so that he could verify it for himself. After reviewing it, Go continued to stand his ground, claiming that such a result could not be achieved in 3 days. At this, he again directed his gaze to the document, trying to understand how she managed to do this. Gu recalled that Xiao received $2 billion in support from US companies and also acquired an aluminum corporation, adding that this is actually only a small part of President Xiao's plan. Everyone was amazed by the grip of such a young leader and, of course, wanted to know what she was trying to achieve. Yu said that a month ago, Mi's stock had fallen by 70%, and Chow had started buying them up. And over the last 3 days, they have increased by more than 357%, which amounts to about $12 billion. In addition, Xiao invested a huge portion of her money in aluminum futures. And as a result, they managed to earn more than $2 billion from the sale of this metal. A stunned Jen once again jumped up from his chair, declaring that she had prepared everything from the very beginning. Chow smiled and asked him if he remembered what his grandfather said at his birthday party 5 years ago. A puzzled Go replied that he didn't remember very well and didn't understand what she was talking about. Xiao noticed that he apparently didn't listen to the old man very carefully, unlike her, because Grandpa said you should always follow your plan, and that's why she promised a month ago to make a bet and go against them. Jen was horrified to realize that this was the end, and that he would never be able to lead the company. Xiao said with a smile on her face that this time she was the winner. Go sadly admitted his defeat, saying that she had indeed won. At the same time, the girl unexpectedly distributed the corporation's shares among the rest of the staff. Everyone was shocked by the young lady's sudden generosity, not knowing what to say. Also, these promotions will remain the same, which completely amazed everyone present. Yun even objected, saying that it was impossible, as if Xiao had deliberately wanted to play on their nerves. However, they understood perfectly well that they could do nothing to counter it. Chaya repeated her decision once again, and everyone immediately became silent. But the restless Jen asked what she meant and why she made such a decision. Siyu then stated that she had promised her grandfather to protect the family, not to break it apart, and she just wanted to demonstrate her business skills. And now that everyone has personally seen this, her goal has been fully achieved. Suddenly, Chao asked her uncle to help her with an important matter, and naturally Guo agreed. She also reminded that in a few days their corporation will celebrate its anniversary, since they have already existed for 50 years, and Xiao wanted to throw a grand celebration for this occasion. Of course, everyone was only too happy to celebrate this event. 5 days later, Qiao hosted the event at the luxurious Shangri-La Hotel. There were many guests who were happy to share in the company's success. At this time, Xiao and Tian were in the elite hotel room and watched the celebration from the window. Suddenly, the girl asked the guy if he was ready. Zia looked at her thoughtfully. Then he confidently said that for the sake of Sister Moon, he would do everything possible. Qiao noted that the protagonist should be extremely careful, as they would soon find him. However, the self-confident young master said that he was not afraid of them at all, after which the teenager asked his sister what would happen if they came for her. The girl smiled and replied that she had nothing to worry about as long as Tian was by her side. The young cultivator smiled back and patted Xiao on the head, saying that everything would be fine. They then continued to stand by the window and watch everyone having fun at the company's anniversary. After a certain amount of time, Qiao and Xiao went down to the guests and went onto the stage, where she called for silence for everyone because she wanted to tell everyone the latest news. He said that today they had a wonderful celebration in honor of their corporation in Tianan, who had set up a charity fund, and all the money donated will go to this fund to help those in need. At the same time, Yao thanked Kai because she agreed to become the representative of this fund. It seemed that everyone was delighted with this idea because Anya was indeed widely known. The girl sincerely thanked them for the opportunity to help the public, adding that today she can only stand on stage thanks to one person. At that moment, everyone turned their gaze to the teenager who took a step forward. Yeo introduced the guy as the miracle Dr. Tian, and everyone started applauding him. Qiao then told the story of her incurable illness as a child, and her grandfather ordered his people to find Saya, and eventually he healed her. Suddenly, Xiao's speech was interrupted by Ming Ying, who said that the young man had also cured her grandfather. Everyone immediately began to whisper among themselves, realizing that this man was truly incredible. Others, on the contrary, could not believe that at such a young age the guy was already considered one of the best doctors. At the same time, Qiao noted that Tian had agreed to join their charity foundation. He also uses his medical knowledge and experience to help the people of Shanghai. At this moment, the teenager called out to Sister Xiao and she instantly came over to him. After asking what he wanted, Jia in turn suddenly became confused. Anya watched them from the side and felt jealous. Donghai also didn't like his little sister's sweet communication with Tian. Xiaoji and Mingyang were also present at this festive event, who literally hated Jia and were thinking about how to eliminate him. Ji suddenly noticed that Kei was becoming more beautiful every day. At that moment, Hong approached them and invited them to her party, which was supposed to take place in a couple of days. Ian asked her if Mai had come here to find potential buyers. The girl replied that if they accepted her offer, she would do everything possible to make them happy. Noticing how infatuated Xiao was with An, Hong said that his heart was clearly uneasy because of her, and she has an idea on how to make sure that Ji gets what he wants. Of course he is interested in it. The excited guy urged her to name the price, but she asked him not to rush things. The young man, in turn, noted that if everything happens in the shortest possible time, he will not spare the money. Then Mi said that very soon she would inform him about the details of this case. Suddenly Xiao asked Mingyang why he was not with his sister yet. Ga replied that he had a date with her today and everything was going according to plan. Meanwhile, Xiao hurriedly left Xia with the others, as she needed to talk to the reporters. Naturally, the teenager did not object, and the girl went to the crowd of reporters, which Mengying was only glad about so that she could be alone with Tian. She instantly rushed towards the guy and urged him to follow her. Xiao was surprised by such a sudden rush. At the same time, they left Anya alone, who said that they could not worry about her. Ku kept thinking about that terrible incident and her former assistant Yan. Suddenly, a director named Duni called out to her and began complimenting her, saying that she looked gorgeous. In fact, the girl was not very happy to meet him and could not reciprocate. However, the young lady smiled falsely and greeted such a famous director. Dunny in turn said how sorry he was that their last work was not successful. Anya, out of politeness, said that next time they would definitely succeed. The old man suddenly grabbed her hand and said that he had an incredible script in which she would become the main character. At the same time, he invited her to come to his house in the evening to discuss the new job. Naturally, Kay refused him, saying that she was busy in the evening and would not come to him. At that moment, Dunny squeezed her wrist tightly and ordered her not to pretend to be an innocent girl, adding that once he signs a contract with their company, he will no longer be so polite. Frightened, Anya didn't know what to do or how to get out of the situation. A moment later, Hong called out to him and he turned around abruptly, seeing me in front of him, who asked him if he really was that same director Dunny. The old man immediately released Kay from his hands and began talking to the woman. Hong began to say that this event was simply incredible, and the director was beyond praise. He finally realized that she had deliberately distracted him from Anya and asked what she wanted. After all, no one can approach him without permission. Kai, in turn, went to the other end of the hall. Mai said that she was ready to pay a considerable sum of money to make him forget about Key's existence. Without thinking twice, Dunny agreed, and the woman immediately left him, leaving him in proud solitude. The embittered old man did not want to put up with this, although he agreed to receive money from Hong. The director looked at the young talent, naively believing that it was not all over yet, and soon he will definitely win her favor, but these were only his dreams. Meanwhile, Kai decided to relieve stress and hurried to drink a couple of glasses of wine. Suddenly, Mi approached her and kindly asked if everything was okay with her. Anya replied that everything was fine and thanked her for her help, since she herself could not get rid of this old man. Hong smiled and said that they were both women, and they often found themselves in similar situations. Moreover, Dunny is an extremely disgusting person and one should be wary of him. After which Mi gave her her business card and said that she would like to be friends with her. Anya asked if she worked in the same industry, and the woman smiled. She said it was just a small business and she had a few friends in banking circles. Kuo noted that in that case, in the future, she might turn to her for help. Hong replied that it was a great honor for her to become friends with such a famous star. At this time, Mengying tried to find out from Tian what happened and why he agreed to Xiao's conditions. After all, just recently she offered him to open his own business, and he refused. The teenager urged her to keep things simple, saying he had a special reason. A puzzled Yi asked what the reason was, since he couldn't have restored his memory so quickly. Suddenly, Chao interrupted them and called men a gossip, which of course she didn't like. The girl reacted quite nervously and said that she had the right to know the truth, because a third of this charitable foundation belongs to her. However, this did not lead to anything, and Xiao said that she was not going to involve her in their affairs with Xia. An angry Mengying said menacingly that Xiao was taking on too much. Xiao asked her calmly what she was really trying to achieve. They literally incinerated each other with their hateful glances. Finally, the main character intervened and urged the girls not to quarrel, especially over such a trifle. Then the young master declared that when the time came, he would definitely tell Yi about everything, after which he asked Xiao to talk about business. The girl happily agreed. In connection with this, she immediately asked Ying to leave the room so as not to disturb them. An angry men immediately went out into the corridor to try to calm down, where she unexpectedly saw Hong, who was persuading Kay to come visit her. Anya, in turn, agreed to drop in on her, sometime when she had some free time. The young cultivator asked Xiao about the results of the work done. Sister reported that the popularity of live broadcasts had exceeded 10 million, and she invited 2 reporters. At the same time, Xiao regularly hinted about Moon and her only student Tian. Therefore, all attention will be focused on him, which is what the guy tried to take advantage of. Adding that now they have only one thing left to do, and that is to wait for everything to happen. Soon night fell, and the young man, as always, went to sleep in the flower shop. Suddenly his room began to fill with smoke, but Jia continued to sleep soundly. Then 19th hurried into the room through the open window, which was no problem for him, and he quietly entered Tian's room. After looking at the sleeping teenager for a long time, Yin began to use a certain technique. Directing his quick fingers to the boy's acupuncture points, he urged him to wake up. After a couple of seconds, the young man opened his eyes and the mercenary asked his name. Sita gave his name, pretending to be under hypnosis so that Yin wouldn't suspect anything. Then he asked who taught him the acupuncture martial art. Tian replied that it was the master. 19th nervously asked what his mentor's name was and where he was now. Suddenly, the teenager opened his eyes wide and instantly jumped out of bed. After which, using his unique technique, he attacked the stunned Yin, who in turn tried to escape, but he failed. At the same time, he no longer had the opportunity to move, which shocked him even more. Xia slowly pulled himself up and headed towards the self-confident mercenary. Before this, he got dressed and put on his sneakers, once again demonstrating his superiority. Then he began to joke with the master, asking why he still couldn't move. At the same time, 19th couldn't speak, which was also quite strange. Tian smiled and took cotton wool out of his nose, saying that his plan had failed from the start, because he had foreseen his actions in such a course of events, which, in general, was not difficult. After which the young man took off his mask and said that their meeting was quite unexpected. After all, this is the same incredible Taoist master that everyone is talking about. Xia also asked if he was the one who intended to kill Mr. Ye and dealt with his consultant. The protagonist kept mocking Yin, saying that his plan wasn't so perfect. He then told the story of a murdered consultant who had managed to record their conversation on a dictaphone. Then 19th finally realized where and what mistake he had made. The young master continued to humiliate him, saying that he did not understand acupuncture very well, after which the young cultivator began to search him for silver needles. And after a certain amount of time, he finally found a box in Yin's pocket. Tian hurried to take it out and examine its contents, believing that these were needles. The 19th, in turn, even began to sweat, realizing that now it was definitely the end for him. A moment later, the teenager opened the wooden box and found silver needles. Seeing those very short needles, the young man was simply shocked, realizing that it was him. It was the Taoist master who tried to harm Sun, but in the end, Xia was able to save her. Tian immediately took out these needles and pointed them towards the immobilized Yin. He stated that the last time they met was in the hospital, but then he was able to escape. And recently his girlfriend Xin almost died because of him, and so there is no forgiveness for him. The teenager instantly aimed silver needles at 19's body. The mercenary understood that he did not have long to live, and it seemed that he had already resigned himself to this thought. The needles were immediately directed to the killer's acupuncture points, which was extremely painful. He couldn't bear the pain and began to cough up a lot of blood, which was what Xia wanted. As a result, the Taoist collapsed to the ground, still experiencing rather unpleasant feelings. Tian noted that persistence in evil always leads to self-destruction, and he is a clear proof of this. Suddenly, 19th, with his last strength, asked the teenager to kill him, but the boy said that he must experience the full depth of pain, and soon the poison would spread throughout his body. The mercenary continued to scream and begged to be finished off as the pain was unbearable. But suddenly Xia said that if Yin told him the whole truth, he would let him go. Naturally, the Taoist master agreed, which he stated in a trembling voice. Then Tian asked the first question, what is his name? The killer called himself Shiju. Yin also said that he came from the medical center. The guy again asked why he was his target. The 19th replied that he had no idea and that he had simply received an order for it. The young man continued asking him questions, wondering how he found it. He was also concerned about the attack on the Ye family and why he decided to harm them. The mercenary said that his mentor asked him to help the master in Shanghai, and he in turn called on him to deal with them. Tian asked again who this young master really was and where he was, but Shiju insisted that they had never met and only occasionally spoke on the phone. Shigen understood that he was clearly hiding important details from him and was loyal to his mentor, calling on him to tell about all his sins. The 19th said that he had deceived Gao by promising to cure him, and also experimented with qi. The teenager noted that he was only treating the symptoms instead of finding the root cause of the disease. Asking another question whether the two of them would die soon, the mercenary answered positively. Tian, in turn, stated that he was indifferent to them, so this was rather good news, after which he again demanded that the Taoist monk tell what he had clearly kept silent about. However, Shiju seemed to start to lose consciousness, His eyes began to roll back. Xia tried to wake him up, but 19th did not respond to the boy's efforts. Suddenly, he came to his senses again and said that he had killed another person. The stunned protagonist asked who exactly he was talking about. At this moment, someone entered the flower shop and Xia noticed a human silhouette. A few seconds later, a dagger was aimed at him, but Tian managed to dodge it. But suddenly, the dagger split into two parts, which the teenager did not expect. In the end, the young master was still able to avoid such a lightning-fast attack. So one knife flew past him, but the second hit the target right on target. The 19th immediately began to bleed as the dagger pierced his throat. The young cultivator then realized that someone had clearly been following Shiju, anticipating his failure. Tian immediately jumped up from his seat and went in search of the unknown killer. He jumped out the window but didn't find anyone, which was quite strange. After all, only a few seconds had passed before the killer had already disappeared from sight. She realized that this man was very fast and was some kind of martial arts master. In doing so, he lost his only hope for a clue that could play a decisive role. At this time, San disappeared around the corner of the building and made sure that no one was chasing him, after which he called his boss and reported that everything went smoothly. In response, the chief called on him to act in accordance with their new rules. Yin immediately hung up, naively believing that he would really succeed. The next day, Tian and Xiao went to visit the Ye family's estate, where the guy expected to get answers to the questions that interested him. However, not everything was so simple since the old man could not help him in any way. Once again, looking at the photograph of 19, he could not recognize him. Moreover, my grandfather had never even heard of such a medical center. Jia, Mengying, and Qiao sighed heavily, realizing that they were in big trouble. After all, they don't even know where to start. Suddenly, Tian asked Ye about the police. The girl replied that Len was also unable to help in any way, and she had no information about this man. She said sadly that Fenger also couldn't find anything about Yina Shiju, but the teenager said that they would definitely come back to take revenge on him, and he would be ready for this meeting. At the same time, the young man asked his grandfather who could have tried to kill him. The old man said that when you work in business, you involuntarily become an enemy of certain people, but killing is an extreme measure. However, even so, Tian was not going to give up, saying that they would definitely find the culprit. Manon suggested looking at all the murders in recent months to find out who was behind them. But Xia said that ordinary deaths also had to be taken into account, since Grandpa Ye's doctors didn't know what he had suffered from. Xiao looked at the floor sadly, realizing how difficult their situation was. Seeing Xiao's condition, the guy was surprised, not understanding what had happened to her. Tian suddenly took her hand, saying that everything would be fine and he would figure it out. The old man had a bad feeling, but Ying said that she would not let Tianan fail. Grandfather urged her to stick together with Xiao and the others, because the most important thing now is unity. The girl looked at the teenager with displeasure, stating that she understood this perfectly well. The old man continued to say that he and Brother Chao had once joined forces to save Shanghai, and now the future of their city is in the hands of young people. So this opportunity cannot be missed. Soon, Mengying came out into the courtyard to walk Xiao and the protagonist to the car. At the same time, she asked the young master to be extremely careful. Xia smiled and said that everything would be fine. All this time, Qiao held the young cultivator's hand and was thinking about something of her own. The teenager urged her to hurry back, as they had a lot of different things to do. Ye, in turn, couldn't understand what was going on with Xiao, because they hadn't even quarreled once today. She looked at them, trying to understand why the girl was acting so strangely. Fenner immediately opened the car door for the young lady and asked her to sit in the back seat. But Qiao suddenly refused, saying that she wanted to take a short walk with Xia, after which they silently rushed along the park. Suddenly, the guy called out to her, but the girl seemed to be in the clouds and ignored him. Tian was surprised, after which he called her by name once again, but she again did not hear him. The young man asked what was happening to her and why she was behaving so strangely, asking if she really doubted the cause of her grandfather's death. Then Qiao said in a trembling voice that she was actually very scared. Sita stopped abruptly and said that he would take care of everything and that she shouldn't think about it, adding that if he had found out that the old man was killed by this medical center, he would make them pay for it and no one would be able to stop him from taking revenge. Suddenly, Shay said that she had never seen her parents, and her closest people were her grandfather and he and his brother. She also asked him to promise that Tian would never leave her under any circumstances. Naturally, the teenager swore that he would not leave her, and smiled sweetly in response. But he can't be with her every day, so she should take care of herself. But the happy girl said that very soon they would be able to be together every day. The stunned young man asked again why she was so sure of this. Qiao noted that the day after tomorrow she would be heading to university, and the guy sighed with relief. A couple of days later, Xiao and her assistants headed to the women's dormitory. Having parked near the building, Finnair and her partner got out of the car. People immediately crowded around in anticipation of the unrivaled Xiao, whom everyone knew. Most people envied such a young and already fairly well-off girl. The rest felt hatred towards her, not understanding why she flaunted her wealth so much. At this moment, Xiaoping suddenly appeared and began to claim that she deserved better. The guy had a gorgeous bouquet of roses in his hands, intended for Xiao Nie, who was looking forward to this meeting. Soon, Funger opened the back door of the car, where the incredible Qiao appeared. The girl was wearing a beautiful dress, and everyone naturally paid attention to her. The male half of the students went crazy over her, trying to win her favor. The girl got out of the car in a businesslike manner and began to look around. Everyone began to wonder who she was looking at and who she would date. Xiaoping immediately ran up to her with flowers and said that he had been waiting for her since the morning. The girl smiled back and headed towards him. Everyone was stunned by what was happening. Nai Peng, in turn, naively believed that she would definitely reciprocate. The young man immediately handed her a bouquet of roses and made a couple of banal compliments. From behind Xiao, a smiling Tian suddenly came out and rushed towards her. In the end, they hugged and Zia decided to walk her back to the dorm. Nai Peng was simply shocked by Qiao's behavior and silently watched the events unfold. Xiao, in turn, invited Tian to look at her room, and the teenager happily agreed. Everyone began to mock the loser Xiao, who began to shout furiously, saying that she didn't even look at him, and then she left with some scoundrel. Finally catching up with them at the door of the dormitory, an enraged Nie asked Qiao who this guy was. The puzzled girl replied that it was none of his business and that he should leave there. Then she dragged the main character along with her again. Xiao was simply furious. In connection with this, he followed them, but the bodyguards blocked his path. Then the frightened young man realized that it was really better for him to leave and not provoke them. The offended teenager threw away the bouquet of flowers and said that he would not give up under any circumstances. Meanwhile, Xiao brought the young master to her room where she lived with the girls. A stunned Tian asked if girls always behaved like this when there were no guys around. Because the room was in chaos and there was disorder everywhere, which Qiao did not like, the young cultivator immediately stated that he didn't mean anything bad. Xiao smiled in response, realizing that he, as always, skillfully got out of any situation. After which she fell onto the bed and said that they eat and drink here, and also gossip. Suddenly Tian asked what to do with the crowd on the street since they were all waiting for her. But the girl said that nothing needed to be done with them, especially since they weren't bothering anyone, adding that the main thing was that he was with her. At that moment, Xiao moved closer to the guy and hugged him. Meanwhile, Xiao's friend named Kui was running into their room at full speed. Literally flying into the room, she immediately introduced herself and greeted Xia. Seeing Qiao reaching out to him, the girl immediately turned away and apologized for appearing so suddenly. Saying that she didn't see anything and they could continue, Xiao was furious, in connection with which she jumped out of bed and began to scold her unceremonious roommate, who once again stared at the teenager, examining him from head to toe, but at the same time something seemed to bother her. This was clear from the expression on her face. The young man in turn smiled and also greeted the persistent girl. Eventually, they greeted each other and An introduced herself as Qiao's best friend. Just as Tian was about to introduce himself, the girl suddenly interrupted the guy and said that everyone knew him. After all, he works as a flower delivery man at Xing's store, so Xiao was extremely surprised, asking her how she knew so much about him since he never shared any information about himself. The young lady stated that the entire university was talking about him and Qiao because they were in a relationship. Besides, they have such a beautiful and romantic love story. Tian was shocked. Xiao urged him to ignore her since Kui always talks nonsense. Anya continued to claim that they became the first couple at the institute and that this was a success. A puzzled Xia asked what she meant by that and what she was talking about. Sui noted that he had now become a common enemy for all the guys in the establishment. Tianyu thought this was complete nonsense, and he decided to clarify what followed from this. Han said that all the guys adore Xiao and literally dream of dating her, and so the boys organized themselves into gangs and intended to challenge him. This was especially true for Xiaoping. At that moment, Ni's cries began to be heard from the street. Who demanded that Xia come out to him and accept the challenge? The teenager immediately went outside, where the enraged Peng and his crowd of friends were determined. Tian, in turn, asked who exactly wanted to challenge him. The crowd unanimously expressed their desire to face him in a fair fight. Xia smiled and asked if they wanted to attack him all together or separately. The embittered Xiaoping said that he personally wanted to fight him, and everyone immediately became quiet. The young man asked what kind of challenge it would be. He did not answer that it would be a sports competition, where they will have to face off in a basketball match, and the loser must retreat from Xiao. The main character, in turn, stated that he does not know how to play basketball. Pan began to joke, saying that the flower delivery man only knew how to fight. Everyone immediately started laughing at the young master, which Chow didn't like, who immediately rushed towards the crowd and began to insult them, trying to protect Sia. The girl did not mince words, and everyone was stunned by Xiao's behavior. However, her best friend objected, saying that there were certain rules at the university, and if the young cultivator does not accept them, then everyone will mock him until he admits defeat, adding that she clearly doesn't want everyone to bully Tian and look down on him. The guy himself also urged her to calm down, saying that everything was under control, after which he agreed to accept Xiaopeng's challenge, but only on one condition. Nipeng smiled and asked him what condition he was talking about. Sina said that the loser would have to kneel down and bark 3 times. Xiao was shocked by such a self-confident and arrogant young man, and subsequently even thought about it. His friends began to say that he didn't know how to play basketball, and that Pan had nothing to be afraid of. Eventually he agreed, and soon they went to the sports ground. Naturally, Chao and An also followed behind them to watch Ni's defeat. Xiao, in turn, prepared quite seriously and even changed into uniform. Tian, however, did not resort to such transformations, and asked what rules they would play by. Peng picked up the ball and began to demonstrate his skills, saying that they would simply throw them into the basket. Xia smiled and asked him to show how it was done, as if he was still mocking him. He slowly walked towards the box with the balls and busily picked one of them up, after which he sent him straight into the ring, declaring that this was exactly how it was done. Everyone was in awe of the skills of their basketball captain, who was overly confident. Naturally, the majority supported him, since they saw Tian exclusively as a competitor. Xiao also noted that they will have 10 attempts to throw the ball into the basket, and whoever throws more of them into the ring wins. Saya said that it was too easy, after which the teenager took the ball from him and said that he could do it with ease. A dumbfounded Peng watched his opponent's throw, believing that he had no chance. A moment later, Tian finally threw the ball towards the basket and everyone froze in anticipation of a miracle. However, the miracle did not happen, and the ball bounced off the hoop, and everyone immediately rejoiced. Ya, in turn, realized that in fact it was not as simple as it might seem at first glance. Xiao realized that he really didn't know how to play, and therefore the victory was in his pocket. In connection with this, the self-confident guy suggested that his opponent practice a little. However, Tian refused to waste time and insisted on finally starting. Nipeng also noted that soon all these people would witness his defeat, and it would be impossible to take back his words. After which he was the first to start throwing balls into the basket, which he did quite successfully. A couple of minutes later, he threw 3 more balls into the hoop, and everyone was delighted, especially girls who have long been in love with the captain of the basketball team. Thus, Xiaopeng scored 8 out of 10 goals, which was quite a good result. He also allowed Tian to come closer and move the cart with the balls, but Xia said that it was more convenient for him to throw from here, which completely shocked everyone. Peng was taken aback by the teenager's decision, thinking that he was just showing off. Concerned, Kuei asked Xiao if her boyfriend would be able to overtake Xiao. Xiao urged her to watch what was happening carefully because Xia never did anything she wasn't sure about. Meanwhile, Tian slowly walked up to the cart with the balls and picked up one of them, after which he threw it towards the ring very carelessly. Everyone was sure of his defeat. After all, he was rather clumsy with the ball, while Xiao was a professional. The ball continued to head straight into the basket, and everyone froze in anticipation of the incredible, not believing that Tian Yu would actually be able to beat Nie Peng, who had never lost to anyone. A moment later, the ball pierced the net of the ring. Everyone was shocked by such an unexpected turn of events. After all, no one bet on the young master, who was known at the university only by rumors. Xiao was sure that the young cultivator was simply lucky, as he had no other explanation. A shocked Kui told Xiao that her boyfriend was truly incredible. The main character, in turn, smiled, believing that everything was going according to plan. Peng still counted on the teenager's defeat, since he couldn't be lucky all the time. However, Xia sent the balls into the basket one after another, which completely shocked everyone. Qiao watched the proceedings with a smile on her face, knowing that the boy would soon win. Joyful Anya began to count the balls that flew through the hoop. The audience also picked up on this idea and began to count the young man's points in unison. The enraged Xiaopeng couldn't understand how he was able to do this, since he didn't know how to play basketball. Meanwhile, Xia continued to throw balls into the basket and scored his 9th. At the same time, it was as if he wasn't even trying, constantly smiling, which angered Nei even more. The guy threw the last ball with his back to the hoop, which was a real mockery. The stands immediately exploded with applause for the talented Tian. After all, just a couple of minutes ago no one believed in him, but now everyone began to understand who was in front of them. Xiaopeng watched this action and could not believe his eyes. Xia, in turn, immediately called on him to fulfill part of the agreement, but Nas, of course, did not want to do this. He said that he was taking on too much, but Tian had the gift of persuasion, asking Pan if he was really going to go back on his words. At that moment, his basketball teammates came up and said that they would end the game there. However, the teenager insisted on his own, demanding that Xiao get on his knees and start barking. In turn, he suggested that he replay the match, and then Zia realized that he needed to be spoken to differently. The guy instantly rushed towards the impudent fellow, who immediately backed away, after which he grabbed him and raised him above his head. Everyone was shocked by the incredible strength of the young man. Then Tian, without thinking twice, threw Xiaoping into the ring. Everyone watched Ni's flight with wide eyes. The teammates were horrified by what was happening, but could not do anything. Meanwhile, Peng was flying safely towards the basket, unable to influence the situation. A moment later, he broke through the ring with his body and fell onto the court. Everyone froze in anticipation for a moment, realizing that after such a flight, he could have been seriously injured. At the same time, people began to fear Tian, because his strength was on the verge of fantasy. The young man, in turn, rubbed his palms and said that this would happen to anyone who dared to play dangerous games with him. Then he looked at the other basketball players and asked if they wanted to object to him. The frightened boys immediately ran away, declaring that this matter did not concern them. Then Xia walked slowly but confidently towards his support. He also said that if anyone dared to bully Xiao, they would be in trouble. The teenager then smiled sweetly at Xiao and urged her to go for a short walk. Naturally, the girl reciprocated his feelings and they headed towards the exit. But the extremely persistent Sui suddenly called out to her friend and asked her to wait for her, after which she quietly asked Xiao if she was really willing to ignore more favorable options for Xia's sake. The girl smiled, then replied that she was absolutely indifferent to all of them, and she feels good with Tian, and she would never exchange him for some arrogant chatterbox. Finally left alone, the protagonist asked Xiao if she would blame him for being too ruthless. Of course, the girl replied that everything was fine because the guy did it for her, adding that even her bodyguards couldn't have done a better job. Suddenly, the young master felt that someone was watching them and immediately began to look around. However, none of the people passing by aroused his suspicions. All the students behaved quite naturally and hurried about their business. The young cultivator then thought about it, realizing that he was good at disguising himself, but he was extremely curious to find the stranger to find out why he was following them. Xiao urged Tian not to worry about it and called him to the flower shop because she needed flowers. The puzzled teenager asked why she needed a bouquet of flowers. The young lady smiled and said that he would find out about everything very soon, after which they rushed into the store. The old man who was watching them instantly came out of the shadows, realizing that this little guy is really extremely cautious and will be difficult to handle. But at the same time, he definitely interested him, and he wanted to meet him in person. That evening, Tian's main enemies gathered at the Shanghai Jinhao Club. Mengyun was also present at the party and played the piano. Xiaoji, Zi, and Mingyang were sitting at the same table, discussing Brother Chang, who was giving him no peace. Su noted that he was already tired of Junfeng, who even arranged to send him to the United States to study. Ji, in turn, said that this was wonderful news, since there were a lot of beauties there. Z agreed with him, but he originally wanted to go to Japan, but now his plans were forced to change. At this moment, Mengyun got up from the piano and went to her lover. He said that by discussing such uninteresting topics, they would soon become completely bored, adding that it would be better if they listened to her play. But Xiao stated that she did it for Gao. The girl smiled sweetly in response and said that he deserved it. When he asked John if he thought she played the piano well, the guy smiled, asking her to come closer so that he could answer her this difficult question. The girl immediately moved closer to him, burning with wild curiosity. Mingyang hugged her and said that she played brilliantly and had no equal. Mengyun smiled, saying that she had no doubt about it, adding that the young man is always so mysterious and she really likes it. At this time, Junfeng scolded Xiao Kan for not caring about business at all. The fat man replied that he never liked doing this, where there had to be only numbers on the mind. He added that today he would have a long-awaited meeting with Meng, but at that moment he saw her in Gao's arms. The girl persuaded him to stay with her for a couple more days, and naturally John agreed. Xiao Kan didn't expect such a turn of events and simply froze in place, not believing his eyes. Feng, in turn, stated that he had already told him about her relationship with Ming Yang, but the fat man refused to believe it, saying that she couldn't do that to him. Suddenly he jumped up and rushed towards Yoon to ask her personally, which is what Jun reported, but he objected to him, saying that this was not the best idea, because they have been spending 3 days together already, and they clearly do not have a friendly relationship. and absolutely everyone knows about this except him, since he seems to deliberately not notice it. However, the stubborn Khan stated that she personally agreed to have dinner with him today. Rejecting everything, he continued to believe that in the end, Meng-yun would stay with him, but he didn't dare to go inside the restaurant. Xiao was simply shocked by her behavior. Looking at her through the glass door, he realized that Yun had simply deceived him, but he could do nothing but watch how good she was with Minyan. What was simply unbearable was that at that moment he was suddenly handed flowers. It was Tian with Xiao and her brother Donghai, who congratulated the fat man on his birthday. For a moment, Sang took his eyes off his beloved and thanked the guys for their congratulations. After which, with a sad face, he called them to the festive table with an abundance of various dishes. However, he himself was in no hurry to eat, and only silently sat down on a chair, bowing his head down. Qiao asked Donghai what was going on with Xiao Kung, but he didn't know the answer to that question either. But a moment later it seemed to dawn on him, and he said that most likely Tsang had found out the truth. The puzzled girl asked again what truth and what he was talking about. Hai stated with great sadness that Ming Yang and Meng Yun were in a relationship, adding that he actually wanted to tell him about it, but after his birthday, Xiao tried to rectify the situation and somehow calm the teenager down, saying that Yun had always been like this. The fat man replied that he was too stupid to decide to propose to her. Then he opened his palm, on which the diamond was shining. Xiang said that he wanted to give her this stone. Suddenly, the protagonist asked if he really thought that this diamond was suitable for men. Xiao Kan noticed that she had talked about how much she liked these kinds of things before. The young master immediately took the stone from him to look at, saying that she was not worthy of him. He looked at such an expensive diamond for a long time, realizing that Sang was determined, and after a couple of minutes he declared that something less luxurious would suit her best. After which he gave him the crumpled piece of paper. The stunned fat man asked where the stone had gone. Then Xiao himself answered that, by and large, he no longer needed him. Donghai decided to cheer up his friend and said that Yun really wasn't worthy of him. San suddenly said that it would probably be better for her with Mian, adding that he was perfectly fine and it was high time they started celebrating his birthday. At that very second, he nervously grabbed the crab and the cookie, starting to eat them at the same time. Everyone was terrified of him. Hai sighed heavily and said, "This child is hopeless." Jia, in turn, was thinking about whether to tell him that he could shorten Yan's life. But Qiao objected, because in that case, the fat man would instead feel sorry for Yun. Tian hoped that one day Xiao Kan would be able to accept the bitter truth. The next day, at the Qianan Gallery, Dong tried to reason with the fat man, who spent all day doing nothing but consuming kilograms of various foods. Hai noted that it is necessary to come to one's senses and continue living. Xiao Kan asked if he hated him too, and Dong replied in the negative. He stated that this was not what he meant at all, and if he really felt better from eating, then let him eat. At that moment, his phone suddenly rang and he hurried to pick it up. When he was informed of the arrival of a certain guest, Hai replied that he would immediately go down and meet him, after which he asked his friend to stay in the house while he went away for work. The saddened fat man looked at him silently and continued to destroy the fried meat. Dunn said that on the way back he would take him another portion of the delicious bucket. Meanwhile, on the first floor, An and Meng Ying were looking at Mr. Chao's paintings. Yingyo noted that he was one of the top students at the Royal Academy of Fine Arts. At this moment, Donghai approached them and kindly greeted the young girls. As soon as men saw him, she immediately rushed to the exit, saying that they had something to talk about. Then they began to have a pleasant conversation and had a rather exciting time. Soon the girl went to change clothes and Hai began to prepare for art. After a certain amount of time, Kai finally changed her clothes and shyly came out from behind the screen. At the same time, she really liked the guy, but she didn't know how to tell him about it. As soon as An announced that she was ready to begin the work of art, Donghai turned around and saw an incredibly charming girl in front of him. She was wearing an equally charming, sophisticated dress that suited her very well. Qiao found himself thinking that he had never seen such a beautiful girl before. For a moment, it seemed as if Hai was simply speechless and could only admire her beauty. Naturally, she noticed this and, smiling, asked what she needed to do. Dunn, in turn, began to speak extremely indistinctly and uncertainly, and Kay immediately laughed. At the same time, she really enjoyed watching the shy teenager, who finally asked her to sit on the chair. Anya slowly moved towards the chair. Then he asked her to wait a little and began to adjust the chair in a rather awkward manner. And at the same time, he opened the window, as he felt unbearably hot from such beauty, declaring that there was a great view from here. He also noted that the drawing process would take a long time, and if she felt uncomfortable, she could say so. The young lady urged him not to worry about it, blinding him with her radiant smile. Finally, Donghai began to paint Kai's portrait, which gave him great pleasure. The girl, in turn, tried not to move so that the picture would be perfect. Hai continued to gaze into Anne's beautiful eyes and reflected on the canvas, realizing how truly beautiful she is, as if she was created to have her portraits painted. It was the first time for her that a man looked at her like that. Suddenly, Chiao approached her and asked her to change her position a little. Of course, she was not against it and gave the master of art complete freedom. So the guy began to manipulate her cute face to create the right angle. Touching her, he experienced inexplicable feelings, just like Kay herself. They looked into each other's eyes for a long time and gradually fell in love. Finally, it seemed that as a man, he needed to take the first responsible step. But just as they were about to kiss, Tsan unexpectedly entered the room, who was stunned by such a picture of what was happening and immediately turned away, understanding perfectly well that it was clearly not the right time and that it really was better for him to leave. At the same time, he asked them for forgiveness and said that they could continue. Donghai immediately apologized to the girl and hurried to Xiao Kan, saying that he asked him to sit in the room and not to disturb him under any circumstances. But the fat man replied that he had not warned him about painting the portrait of the sweet girl. He also asked if he had ordered a family basket for him, and Hai immediately gave him his phone number, after which he nervously said that if he needed it so much, he could order it himself. But as soon as the fat man took his cell phone, he continued to look at it with a satisfied face. Then Dunn began to push him out of the room in a rage, urging him not to interfere with the creative process. Xiao Kan was extremely unhappy with this turn of events because he felt that Hai had betrayed him. Because for the sake of a woman, he forgot about their friendship and without a doubt gave preference to the young lady. Soon the guy returned to Kay and apologized to her once again, saying that his friend had not intentionally disturbed them. The girl politely replied that there was nothing wrong with that and she was ready to continue. Then Anya took a sitting position and asked if she was doing everything right. The naturally smiling young man responded positively, saying that she was charming. But as before, the teenager experienced an irresistible feeling that made him devour Kay with his eyes. At this time, Tian was walking around the city at night and called Sing to inform him about sending flowers. After which his phone unexpectedly ran out of battery, Jia calmly went home, where on the way I suddenly discovered a stray cat who was meowing incessantly. The young man approached him and began to pet him. Realizing that he was clearly hungry, the animal was extremely friendly and began to rub against the teenager's hand. But a moment later, the cat's behavior changed dramatically. Tian was surprised. Then the animal turned to the side and began to hiss loudly. However, there was no one in that direction. But Xia definitely understood that something was wrong. The guy decided to figure this out in the near future, rushing forward. The main character continued walking in the direction in which the cat began to hiss, and suddenly he discovered an unknown person, after which he attacked him. However, the extremely agile stranger managed to dodge the blow and jump to the side. The young master, in turn, noted that he had finally deigned to show himself. He added that if it weren't for the cat, he wouldn't have felt its energy at all. The mercenary, meanwhile, rushed to attack, intending to defeat the teenager. At the same time, he had extremely good martial arts skills, which Sia stated. The killer urged him not to speak, but to finally get down to business, and Tian smiled in response, after which the young cultivator rushed to demonstrate his abilities, blocking almost all of the opponent's attacks and not giving him a chance to counterattack. However, Sia noted the opponent's combat intelligence, because he was aiming at the Tanjong point, which was mortally dangerous. In response, the attacker stated that he was far from the only one who understood acupuncture. Tian continued to deliver crushing blows, saying that he was curious how strong he was, which literally amazed the mercenary, who did not expect the young man to be so strong. He called him a member of the Yin Medical Institute, and the thug was shocked. Asking how he knew his identity, Jie replied that he had the same technique as Shiju. The killer confidently said that 19 was just a nobody. The teenager asked him a counter question. Why did he actually kill him? The master said that it was better to get rid of such useless people as soon as possible. Then Tian asked again why he didn't deal with him under more suitable circumstances. The mercenary suddenly offered him to join their organization, since they needed such incredible people. However, Sia refused him, saying that he did not intend to cooperate with the murderers. Adding that their leader was also clearly an ugly old man, the killer objected, but Tian replied that if their leader were as handsome as he was, he would not hide from people. The Yin Medical Center's henchman said again that Mentor Xiao was clearly blind to have hired such an unprincipled person. The teenager noted that even if that were the case, he still had no intention of helping the killers. And it is better to stay with your blind master than to join the real scum. This only enraged Zia once again, and he was about to rush into the attack again. But suddenly the guy asked if he really wanted to set him up. He added that the old man had warned him about how many liars there were among the representatives of their sect. The stunned killer began to realize that he had clearly underestimated this boy. In the end, he hurried to hide, and naturally Tian followed him. But the killer was fast enough and easily ran away in an unknown direction. Then Zia realized why he hadn't been able to notice him initially, since he was extremely agile. But at the same time, he had a rather specific smell, which even Yin did not have. Thus, Tian was able to track his location. Besides, he was extremely curious to know what exactly their sect was planning. The next day, Sia told Chao what had happened, and she began asking him various questions, because she was very surprised that a representative of the Yin clan tried to recruit him. Moreover, they have always been famous for their secrecy and have never acted in such an obvious way. The main character also began to joke, saying that if a woman were recruiting him, he might have agreed, which naturally didn't please Xiao very much, who, to her surprise, began to play along with him, stating that in that case the young master should definitely agree to their proposal. It's not a fact that they don't have girlfriends, after which an awkward pause occurred between them. At this moment, the young cultivator received a call from Meng, Liu saying that she missed him. Meanwhile, Shao Kahn called Chao and said that Dong Hai had traded him for Kei. Thus, they didn't even have a chance to talk before they had to run to help their friends again. After a certain amount of time, they went to the Xianan Gallery together with Men. The girl was simply delighted with this idea and was happy with every picture she saw. Xiao himself said that taking Liu with him was not a very good idea, but Xiao did not think so, saying that her mood depends on him. So if he behaves well, then she will not cause them any problems. The puzzled young man asked her again if she really thought he was a troublemaker. At the same time, they began to tug at each other's cheeks, which Men suddenly wanted to do, who couldn't restrain herself in pleasure and grabbed Tian's cheeks. The guy urged her not to touch him, but Chao was truly enjoying what was happening. The same could not be said about Zia, who could only suffer from Liu's antics. After a couple of minutes, he got tired of putting up with this and he urged her to finally calm down. However, she seemed not to hear him and continued to pull his ears. The guy was on edge. Meanwhile, the fat man continued to eat all the food in the house and look at the ceiling. When they came up to him, he, paying no attention to them, was eating the flatbreads. There was disorder everywhere, which did not seem to bother him at all, but on the contrary, reflected the state of his soul. A stunned Xiao asked him how much he had eaten in total during this time. Kan replied that since her brother was busy drawing a beautiful girl, he was forced to eat everything alone. The puzzled protagonist asked what lovely young lady they were talking about. At the same time, the guy behaved quite strangely, and they just silently watched him rush around the room. Suddenly, he went to the window and looked out at the street for a long time, then returned, saying that if they were curious, they could see for themselves that Dong Hai was drawing a girl in the studio. Tian and the others immediately went to the window, where they saw Hai and An in the next room. They were so involved in the process that they were not distracted for a second. The fat man, while eating buns, noticed that he had been ignoring him for the second day already. The young master was extremely surprised that Kei was in such close contact with Dong. Chao stated that it was Meng Ying who asked her brother to draw An's portrait, adding that she hadn't noticed before, but they actually looked good together. Men also said that they were an ideal couple and began to rejoice like a child. And only the offended Shao Kahn did not want to share their jubilation, saying that she should scold her brother. But Chao noticed that when Hai was passionate about drawing, he devoted his whole self to the process, after which she invited him to join her in eating delicious food. The fat man smiled and said that as long as there was good food, he was perfectly fine. But at that moment, his phone suddenly rang, and Song immediately picked up the receiver, where he was unexpectedly invited to take part in an exciting project. However, the saddened guy immediately hung up. Chao asked what happened. Xiao Kan urged her to take a look herself and immediately handed over his phone, where the girl saw that the Zhanghai festival would take place tomorrow and also became sad. A puzzled Tian asked what this event was and why they were so upset.